A warm African welcome to you. Thank you for joining us from all corners of the world to explore the African continent together. At this year's Africa International Housing Show, we can all look forward to a productive and colorful exhibition experience, an insightful conference that delivers both in terms of knowledge and influential networking opportunities. We have exciting discussions to look forward to. There will be ample opportunity to network with peers and take advantage of all opportunities the Africa real estate and construction market offers. We have dedicated main conference sessions for CEOs, political leaders, media organizations, and financial institutions. Please feel free to capitalize on this sales and networking opportunity throughout the 4 valuable days. Also, explore, live stream, schedule a meeting or sign an MOU with investors, finance institutions, developers, and real estate companies, and connect with the event by downloading our user-friendly mobile application, ARHS Connect, from Google Play Store or Apple Store. We are certain that your decision to invest your valuable time in this much-anticipated largest housing and construction event in Africa will prove both enjoyable, profitable, and worthwhile.
Ethics and Code of Acceptance for Exhibitors and Exhibitions of the Africa International Housing Conference. The Housing Conference is committed to maintaining the highest standards of professionalism and ethical conduct in all aspects of its events, including exhibitors and exhibitions. This Ethics and Code of Acceptance outlines the principles and guidelines that exhibitors must adhere to in order to participate in the conference. Compliance with laws and regulations. Exhibitors must comply with all applicable laws, regulations, and industry standards related to housing, exhibition, advertising, and sales practices. These includes, but is not limited to, laws concerning fair housing, consumer protection, advertising standards, and data protection. Integrity and professionalism. Exhibitors are expected to maintain the highest standards of integrity, professionalism, and ethical conduct throughout their participation in the housing conference. This includes refraining from engaging in any deceptive, misleading, or unethical practices, and treating conference attendees, staff, and fellow exhibitors with respect and courtesy. Truthful and accurate representations. Exhibitors must provide truthful and accurate information about their products, services, and offerings. Any claims, representations, or statements made must be substantiated and not mislead or deceive conference attendees. Exhibitors should avoid making false, exaggerated, or misleading claims about the benefits, features, or performance of their products or services. Compliance with exhibition guidelines. Exhibitors must adhere to the exhibition guidelines set forth by the Housing Conference. These guidelines may include rules related to booth design, size, display materials, signage, demonstrations, and other aspects of the exhibition. Exhibitors should familiarize themselves with these guidelines and ensure full compliance. Respect for intellectual property. Exhibitors must respect intellectual property rights, including trademarks, copyrights, and patents. Exhibitors should not display, distribute, or use any materials that infringe upon the intellectual property rights of others, unless they have obtained the necessary permissions or licenses. Protection of personal information. Exhibitors must handle personal information collected during the conference in accordance with applicable privacy laws and regulations. Exhibitors should implement appropriate measures to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and security of personal information and obtain necessary consents for the collection, use, and disclosure of such information. Prohibited activities. Exhibitors are prohibited from engaging in activities that are illegal, discriminatory, harassing, or offensive. This includes, but is not limited to, the distribution of unauthorized promotional materials, engaging in aggressive sales tactics, or any behavior that the conference or create an uncomfortable environment for attendees. Non-endorsement. Participation in the housing conference as an exhibitor does not imply endorsement or approval by the conference organizers. Exhibitors should refrain from making any statements or suggestions that imply endorsement or approval by the conference, unless such endorsement or approval has been explicitly granted. Enforcement and consequences. Violation of these ethics and code of acceptance may result in the exhibitor's removal from the conference, cancellation of booth space, and or prohibition from participating in future housing conference events. The conference organizers reserve the right to take appropriate action in response to any violations as deemed necessary. By participating as an exhibitor at the housing conference, you acknowledge your acceptance and agreement to abide by these ethics and code of acceptance. Failure to comply may result in sanctions as outlined above. Ethics and Code of Acceptance for Exhibitors and Exhibitions of the Africa International Housing Conference. The Housing Conference is committed to maintaining the highest standards of professionalism and ethical conduct in all aspects of its events, including exhibitors and exhibitions. This ethics and code of acceptance outlines the principles and guidelines that exhibitors must adhere to in order to participate in the conference. Compliance with laws and regulations. Exhibitors must comply with all applicable laws, regulations, and industry standards related to housing, exhibition, advertising, and sales practices. These includes, but is not limited to, laws concerning fair housing, consumer protection, advertising standards, and data protection. Integrity and professionalism. Exhibitors are expected to maintain the highest standards of integrity, professionalism, and ethical conduct throughout their participation in the housing conference. This includes refraining from engaging in any deceptive, misleading, or unethical practices, and treating conference attendees, staff, and fellow exhibitors with respect and courtesy. Truthful and accurate representations. Exhibitors must provide truthful and accurate information about their products, services, and offerings. Any claims, representations, or statements made must be substantiated and not mislead or deceive conference attendees. Exhibitors should avoid making false, exaggerated, or misleading claims about the benefits, features, or performance of their products or services. Compliance with exhibition guidelines. Exhibitors must adhere to the exhibition guidelines set forth by the Housing Conference. These guidelines may include rules related to booth design, size, display materials, signage, demonstrations, and other aspects of the exhibition. Exhibitors should familiarize themselves with these guidelines and ensure full compliance. Respect for intellectual property. Exhibitors must respect intellectual property rights, including trademarks, copyrights, and patents. Exhibitors should not display, distribute, or use any materials that infringe upon the intellectual property rights of others unless they have obtained the necessary permissions or licenses. Protection of personal information. Exhibitors must handle personal information collected during the conference in accordance with applicable privacy laws and regulations. Exhibitors should implement appropriate measures to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and security of personal information and obtain necessary consents for the collection, use, and disclosure of such information. Prohibited activities. Exhibitors are prohibited from engaging in activities that are illegal, discriminatory, harassing, or offensive. This includes, but is not limited to, the distribution of unauthorized promotional materials, engaging in aggressive sales tactics, or any behavior that may disrupt the conference or create an uncomfortable environment for attendees. Non-endorsement. Participation in the housing conference as an exhibitor does not imply endorsement or approval by the conference organizers. Exhibitors should refrain from making any statements or suggestions that imply endorsement or approval by the conference, unless endorsement or approval have been explicitly granted. Enforcement and consequences. Violation of these ethics and code of acceptance may result in the exhibitor's removal from the conference, cancellation of booth space, and or prohibition from participating in future housing conference events. The conference organizers reserve the right to take appropriate action in response to any violations as deemed necessary. By participating as an exhibitor at the housing conference, you acknowledge your acceptance and agreement to abide by these ethics and code of acceptance. Failure to comply will result in sanctions as outlined above.
a warm African welcome to you. Thank you for joining us from all corners of the world to explore the African continent together. At this year's Africa International Housing Show, we can all look forward to a productive and colorful exhibition experience, an insightful conference that delivers both in terms of knowledge and influential networking opportunities. We have exciting discussions to look forward to. There will be ample opportunity to network with peers and take advantage of all opportunities the Africa real estate and construction market offers. We have dedicated main conference sessions for CEOs, political leaders, media organizations, and financial institutions. Please feel free to capitalize on this sales and networking opportunity throughout the 4 valuable days. Also, explore, live stream, schedule a meeting or sign an MOU with investors, finance institutions, developers, and real estate companies. Connect with the event by downloading our user-friendly mobile application, ARHS Connect, at the Google Play Store or Apple Store. We are certain that your decision to invest your valuable time in this much anticipated largest housing and construction event in Africa will prove both enjoyable, profitable, and worthwhile.
Ethics and Code of Acceptance for Exhibitors and Exhibitions of the Africa International Housing Conference. The Housing Conference is committed to maintaining the highest standards of professionalism and ethical conduct in all aspects of its events, including exhibitors and exhibitions. This ethics and code of acceptance outlines the principles and guidelines that exhibitors must adhere to in order to participate in the conference. Compliance with laws and regulations. Exhibitors must comply with all applicable laws, regulations, and industry standards related to housing, exhibition, advertising, and sales practices. These includes, but is not limited to, laws concerning fair housing, consumer protection, advertising standards, and data protection. Integrity and professionalism. Exhibitors are expected to maintain the highest standards of integrity, professionalism, and ethical conduct throughout their participation in the housing conference. This includes refraining from engaging in any deceptive, misleading, or unethical practices and treating conference attendees, staff, and fellow exhibitors with respect and courtesy. Truthful and accurate representations. Exhibitors must provide truthful and accurate information about their products, services, and offerings. Any claims, representations, or statements made must be substantiated and not mislead or deceive conference attendees. Exhibitors should avoid making false, exaggerated, or misleading claims about the benefits, features, or performance of their products or services. Compliance with exhibition guidelines. Exhibitors must adhere to the exhibition guidelines set forth by the housing conference. These guidelines include rules related to booth design, size, display materials, signage, demonstrations, and other aspects of the exhibition. Exhibitors should familiarize themselves with these guidelines and ensure full compliance. Respect for intellectual property. Exhibitors must respect intellectual property rights, including trademarks, copyrights, and patents. Exhibitors should not display, distribute, or use any materials that infringe upon the intellectual property rights of others unless they have obtained the necessary permissions or licenses. Protection of personal information. Exhibitors must handle personal information collected during the conference in accordance with applicable privacy laws and regulations. Exhibitors should implement appropriate measures to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and security of personal information, obtain necessary consents for the collection, use, and disclosure of such information. Prohibited activities. Exhibitors are prohibited from engaging in activities that are illegal, discriminatory, harassing, or offensive. This includes, but is not limited to, the distribution of unauthorized promotional materials, engaging in aggressive sales tactics, or any behavior that may disrupt the conference or create an uncomfortable environment for attendees. Non-endorsement. Participation in the housing conference as an exhibitor does not imply endorsement or approval by the conference organizers. Exhibitors should refrain from making any statements or suggestions that imply endorsement or approval by the conference, unless such endorsement or approval have been explicitly granted. Enforcement and consequences. Violation of these ethics and code of acceptance will result in the exhibitor's removal from the conference, cancellation of booth space, and/or prohibition from participating in future housing conference events. The conference organizers reserve the right to take appropriate action in response to any violations as deemed necessary. By participating as an exhibitor at the housing conference, you acknowledge your acceptance and agreement to abide by these ethics and code of acceptance. Failure to comply will result in sanctions as outlined above.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, media. Thank you. Thank you. May we please settle down? Can we settle down? We are about to start. Can we please settle down? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the Africa International Housing Show 2023. With its theme, Beyond Rhetorics to Home, Making Housing Happen. Please, may we rise for the national anthem. Media, if you're ready. The second stanza of the national anthem is not just an anthem, but a prayer. And this present administration has a mantra of renewed hope. Can we say a prayer for Nigeria with the second stanza of the national anthem? 1, 2, go. O God of creation, direct our noble course. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, please, for yourselves. Your Excellencies, stakeholders in the housing sector, professional bodies presidents here present, board members of the Africa International Housing Show, very distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to day 2 of the Africa International Housing Show 2023, and if you like, the 17th edition. It is another rare opportunity to meet the top stakeholders in the housing sector, an opportunity to interact and make new friends. It is an opportunity to form partnerships and alliances, an opportunity to broker deals that will send you smiling to the bank. Ladies and gentlemen, on this second day, we have another opportunity to listen to more innovative and insightful conversations from our panelists and guest speakers. You, our dear audience, will also have an opportunity to ask those questions you've been meaning to ask. And please remember to take hold of that opportunity when the time comes. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is an honor to stand before you this morning as your host. My name is Ben Dodo, or Che. And I want to say welcome to you and also to our virtual audience. Wherever you're listening to us from, please use the hashtag AIHS 2023 and send us a message on how you're doing wherever you are and what you think about the show so far. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, which was the opening ceremony, we had representatives of the Senate President and the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives to drum their support for the housing show. And they also made commitments to support the outcome of the deliberations made here. Also yesterday, we had two sessions. The first and the second were merged, which were one of the first one was on the importance of data platforms for the Nigerian housing market. The second was on the perspective of the National Housing Strategy 2023, which was launched by the last administration. They also looked at what needs to be done differently. And I think that's why we're here for the 2023 edition, which has as its theme, Beyond Rhetoric to Homes, making housing happen. We have spoken, we have had a lot of Turenchi for 16 years. Now is the time to make it happen. If you're glad about that, please put your hands together for the organizers of the show. I want to announce to you, ladies and gentlemen, that today the first session will be on affordable housing, climate change, sustainability, and green investment. The chairman of the session is Mr. Olani Yusuf, chairman, Nigerian Economic Support Group, NESG. Please, a round of applause for him. Can we recognize his presence, sir? Can you please stand up so that we recognize you? Thank you. And also the moderator of this first session will be no other but a very dynamic and very instructive personality who is a stakeholder in the housing sector, Mr. Hakeem Oguniran, founder and CEO, Eximia Realty Limited, chairman, LIBC. Please, a round of applause for him. We are going straight to the first session, and I promise you, in no time, we will be done with today's sessions. Please, a round of applause. You can make it louder for him.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Day one was great, but we're very hopeful and confident that this day two will even be greater. So first of all, I'd like to invite the chairman of session, my chairman, the chairman of Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Mr. Ane Yusuf, to the podium. Please. Okay, today's sessions are very, very interesting sessions, interesting and specialized. You know, in May 29th to June 2nd, we were in Washington, D.C. for the 9th IFC Affordable Housing Conference. And I remember that on the last day of the conference, and the conference was so good that one of the suggestions was that we should take this and distill further in various parts of the world. I don't want to sound presumptuous. I am assuming that this is an attempt to cascade some of the issues that were discussed in DC at this particular conference. And there's no better place in Africa than to do that, other than the largest and the biggest housing show in Africa, the AIHS. So this morning, we have the IFC session on it's a special session on affordable housing. There are presentations on the role of IFC in affordable housing. Of course, the green, we all know the significance of ESG in housing today. You know, and IFC has been playing a major role through the green, through the EDGE certification, you know, which a lot of us in the industry are very proud of them for what they're doing. So I'm going to invite the speakers to the podium right away. First of all, let me invite Godfrey Tapela. Godfrey Tapela. Tomiwa Williams. Smiling because Tomiwa and I were on one deal like that in those days. You know, we have people who will join us online. Sharif is joining us online. We have another presentation. Chris Shamiso Mawoyo. Like this guy. When I asked him that when is IFC bringing the money, he said their pocket is deep but their hand is short. He said they have deep pocket but very short hands, you know. I'm sure he's going to elaborate on that more this morning. Mael Ekambi from PPP. This guy is like the grandfather of Edge, at least in Africa. Then his sponsor. And thereafter, we're going to have a Q&A after all the presentations. But please permit me this morning to recognize somebody very special to me. You know, as you guys know that I sit on the board of RHETORIC in the UK as a non-executive director. Our CEO is here this morning, so please help me to welcome Mr. Ian Shapiro, CEO Ian, CEO RHETORIC. Ian, you're welcome this morning. We're going to have another special session later today with RHETORIC. So without much ado, I'm just going to hand over to NESG chairman for his opening remarks, and then we kick it off from there. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, sure. It does. Thanks, Mr. Gunuru, and good morning, everyone. And thank you and welcome to what for me is a very important topic. I think we all know that housing accommodation is quite important. I mean, about 66% of the average income, the income of the average Nigerian is spent on three things: food, clothing, and accommodation. And so most Nigerians would desire to have their own roof. So the topic around affordability is quite critical. And working with partners like IFC, who can bring their international capabilities and know-how to bear, it's also quite critical. So for me, at the NESG, part of the work we do is to work with partners in the public and private sector to create shared prosperity for all. And shared prosperity means, irrespective of where you are located, in the north or south, irrespective of your educational qualifications or your background, every Nigerian deserves a minimum level of prosperity, however you define it. And of course, accommodation, a roof over your head, it's one of these things you want to consider. And so I look forward to knowing more about how we can create affordable housing, low credit. For those who are Muslims, we talk about non-interest based financing and other alternatives that will make it affordable for the average Nigerian, irrespective of their makeup. So thanks and my gratitude to the organizing committee for this, and of course, let's listen and let's enjoy the session. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity of inviting IFC to this, I think, very important event. I mean, for those that attended the sessions yesterday, I mean, we had the figure of 54 million kids across Africa. In most of, I mean, the most populous country in Africa, Nigeria, we're talking of the figure of 17 million, which I guess is maybe has evolved beyond that figure. And what is it that we can do as stakeholders? And we believe that as IFC, we have an important role to play working with other partners like everyone else around here. So I also just want to underline the importance of housing to IFC as a strategic focus. And we have here our country manager for Nigeria, Kalim, who's Kalim, you want to be them to see that it's a full force. I think it's an important topic. It's something that we want to make a difference to. So I mean, we have lined up a number of participants from the IFC side to show the integrated nature of how we are approaching this. I mean, housing is a challenge, I think, globally for everyone. I mean, maybe the challenge is a crisis because at all the time, people are being born. You can't build enough houses to catch up with, the supply demand gap can never be closed. But we can at least begin to make an impact in terms of, moving the needle by working together rather than distant places. I'll start off with an introduction of our play in affordable housing, and my colleagues will fill in the gaps in terms of the various roles that we play. I mean, just to give you an overview, I mean, IFC is part of the World Bank Group, and our focus is working specifically with the private sector, to address a lot of the economic challenges that I mentioned. And our chair here did mention the aspect of shared prosperity. So that's key to our mandate. And in any case, housing is a basic need, and it is, that deficit is growing all of the time. I mean, as I mentioned, we are part of the World Bank Group. We have a more than 60-year history, and owned by the member countries. So they are actually stakeholders in us and very interested in seeing us do, projects on the ground in terms of advancing this agenda. We have a global footprint presence in a number of countries, specifically in Nigeria. We have the office. Yeah, we have the. I mean, we are based in Lagos, but we also have the World Bank office here. We work very closely with. Can I request that the slides be broadcast on the screen for the benefit of the audience, or just continue in the meantime? I think it's the sixth slide where I am. In terms of what value add does IFC bring to the table? I think being part of the being owned by the countries of the world, I think there's an element of political risk mitigation that we bring to the table, and we also have in-house a lot of expertise that we bring to bear. So this is kind of a knowledge. We're kind of a knowledge bank, I would say. It's not just the money that we talk about, but it's the value add that we bring to the table in order to optimize the development impact of our interventions. Global presence, I did mention regional presence as well. We provide long-term funding, also very focused on finding affordable local currency solutions within the context as usual. And then, I mean, we are organized into a number of, I'll say sectors and subsectors within the sort of the bigger pillars. But we have what we call manufacturing, agribusiness, and services, which is where housing falls in terms of the supply side. We also have the financial institutions group that supports banks, which attends to the demand side. And then we have infrastructure and natural resources and ICT and telecoms. Just to give you a global picture that we are relevant on both the supply and demand side. Because housing is really requires the simultaneous intervention of both the supply and demand side. And what have we done basically in the housing space? I mean, we have projects spread over a number of countries, 14 countries. I mean, we should be saying we obviously could have done more. Intent for us to really grow our interventions in the sector, and we work with housing developers, who are focused on build to sell, build to rent, also specialized housing like worker housing and student accommodation. I think that has become an important topic these days. And we also work through funds in terms of those interventions. An example is a fund that we supported in South Africa, working in Southern African countries, but also looking at other regions, to move the needle in terms of housing intervention. And then in terms of our exposure regionally, I mean the biggest exposure is really in East Asia and the Pacific. We have a long way to go in Africa, but we believe that like I said, with partners like yourselves, we can begin to really address the challenges that we face. It's not an easily bankable sector, but it's about the willingness to address these challenges and work together to make the interventions work. We invest, our investments are spread across debt and equity and in between. And then, I mean, some of the transactions that we've done in Africa, for example, I mentioned there's a fund that we've worked with, International Housing Solutions. I know they've looked at Nigeria at some point, and those are partners that we intend to continue to engage to see how they can, move into regions like these and make an impact, because supply-demand gap justifies that. We've supported, student accommodation in South Africa. We're looking at similar interventions in East Africa, but there are ongoing discussions as well with developers in this particular market. I will, as I said, we are a team that is actually focused on addressing various components. So I'll hand over to my colleague from New York to continue the engagement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tommy Williams, from the IFC. So as my colleague mentioned, we are really keen to do more in affordable housing in Nigeria. The advisory side, we have been doing other advisory side. So I'll focus our discussion more on what IFC looks like for investments, what IFC avoids, and also how to reach IFC. I think for us, with every project you look at, investment, all the data is key in something every project. You can have these fantastic projects, but the wrong sponsor, the wrong data, and get on our can I have the slide up? Next slide. Yeah. I think this picture more or less depicts our expectation in terms of who we work with or who we avoid in terms of doing affordable housing. I think for those of you who just read out, engineers say you go straight if you drive. Meaning they have built the house, they're complaining that it's not straight, but then guys tell you don't worry, don't want to drive, go straight. So we try to avoid that. We try to avoid developers like this. So the point here is that we do work with developers with track record. And for us, track record means capacity. It also means character as well. We'd like to work with developers who the signboard here at a particular location. People are already interested in what exactly the developer is doing. As opposed to the one to where you put the signboard and everyone's like, that guy, he never delivers on time. Or he never delivers according to price like this is will deliver. So we would expect that such a developers would invest in, have a good, strong management team. Obviously, a number of things we are outsourced, but things like project management, things like design, things like plan management should be in-house capacity and capabilities which we have as well. We also expect that you have a balance sheet or financial resources commensurate with the project you're looking at. And many times you get approached by developers, you have maybe 500,000 US dollars, or $100 million. You can't reconcile both. But as an IFC with many financiers, it's difficult to reconcile both. You have to bring enough to the table. So I'm just saying, I think in terms of vision, in terms of the kind of project you go for, I think try and also size up the balance sheet size. No, please take it back. I'm not there. So long-term commitment also, I think it also goes to the point about having sufficient resources. Real estate development is not for the faint-hearted, as many developers will tell you. Dealing with all sorts of things from macro issues to dealing with regulators to all sorts of challenges that see in the sector. Currently, as we all know, what's happening with the current policy right now, we have promised to deliver houses at a particular price, and prices have moved right now. So we do need developers who are able to adjust and adapt to situations like that. Conservative capital structure is also something we look at. I think what is thinking, what it might be, what people try to do, and I think experience has also shown us that I think it's better to judge what so there's a push point, some more equity at the start. Things go well, you can always refinance with debt. But I think what you want to avoid is a situation where you have to developer more or less working for the banks, meaning what all of you are doing right now, you're not sitting down in the bank to try to it's also important to look at financial investment. When I do development, project is exposed to interest rates. When I do cryptocurrency, you're also exposed to high interest rates. So I think there's also a push that, okay, you know what, with many of these developments right now, do throw in more of equity into the mix. Because at the end of the day, I think the kind of risk you actually take in terms of returns you're also taking mostly reflects more or less that equity risk. Other stuff we look at, obviously, things like the strong market, ensuring that you have an underlying strong demand for housing. I think we hear the 70 million deficits. I think it's also to probe and say, okay, this location I'm looking at right now, is there a real demand for it? What exactly is the real demand? There's need, there's also demand. So we need to also focus more on demand as opposed to just the need for housing. And this goes on to the next point about home financing. I think the point was made yesterday about the market not necessarily being mortgage driven, which is a very, very important point. And if most of the financing is being done through microfinance, mostly through savings, mostly through savings and things like that, then it's important for you as a developer to structure accordingly, structure your cash flow accordingly to how people pay in the market. Realistic pipeline. Obviously, when we look to finance developers, we typically would love to see like a series of maybe developments that we're looking at. Maybe you've tried to build 100 units here, 200 there, 50 units there, and things like that. So having a strong pipeline would be very important, and ensure that you also have the land bank adequate in size and location for that as well. Legal regulatory framework. I think this was also even very much discussed yesterday, and there were also examples of things like what Nigerian Finance Mortgage Bank was doing in terms of foreclosure law. So that's a bit of things that are important to also look at when looking at the housing sector. Reasonable cost, ensuring even as developers as you plan your very detailed in terms of looking at overall costs. So many times you see proposals from developers, working capital not included, interest maybe during construction not included. So these are important line items one should actually consider and factor in when presenting projects to financiers, not just IFC, but financiers as well. So it gives you a total and thorough picture of what exactly your costs are. The last thing you want is to start up a project and halfway through the bank comes knocking at your door asking for interest payments and you don't have funding for that. And that's because you did not provide for it initially. Good land location, infrastructure. I think that has been um, one cannot make too much on that point. But obviously, I think in a market like Nigeria, as developers, you are expected to more or less provide that infrastructure. Then obviously you put that in, and that I think is one of the point people are making right now. It's also one of the reasons why affordable housing is a challenge because you have to provide those infrastructure. Then I think very important on the list is adherence to green building. With IFC, on most of our property projects right now, there is a target to ensure that they are all green. So whatever project we're looking at in the housing sector, whether it's retail, whether it's tourism, we try to ensure that it is actually green in nature. In terms of our just target project size that we look at, $20 million US and above. So IFC typically would not would target doing about 25% of the overall project cost. We also have a strong syndication team. So if you said you have a capital structure maybe 50-50, and then the equity has been provided by the sponsors. The debt is what you're looking at. We have a team of people that are able to also help in terms of raising the financing to complete that, whether from commercial banks or also from our fellow DFIs. We have cooperation agreements which enables us to raise financing from them as well. Can you help with the next slide? Yeah. So I think in terms of things we avoid, I think it's basically more or less the opposite of everything I've just said right now. Inexperienced sponsors, looking at projects with overvalued land, aggressive financing plan, over-optimistic projections, projects that have, or maybe sponsors that just have a track record of delays and cost overruns, markets oversupply, non-compliance with ENS, that's environmental and social standards. So we're very, very big on ENS within IFC. Live fire safety is also something very big for us. So we also focus on that as well. And I think also just those who develop for speculation purposes, we're not in that market as well. We also, while we believe that there's pre-sales is very, very important in terms of the capital structure, but over-reliance on pre-sales also is something we would really avoid in terms of the financing structure. Can we move on to the next slide? So how to engage with IFC? Typically, we'd expect a developer who is approaching us to come with a business plan that would mainly have basic information about the project, the facilities, the project costs, many of the things I detailed earlier on, the proposed financing plan, independent market visibilities, which would include things like financial projections. Then more importantly is the ownership structure, who's behind the capital structure, who are the financiers, who are the shareholders. Very, very important for us from a KYC perspective. And lastly, also completion support, which was the point I made earlier about having a sponsor with a strong balance sheet to provide things like completion support, guarantees for whether you take out a loan, guarantees and things like that. Can we have the next slide? Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think the next presentation is online. So can we have Sharif, please?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'll do a quick audio check. Can I be heard? So I'm actually trying to share my screen, but there's a message coming up saying that it's been disabled. So I'm not sure if someone can kind of put the function, allow me to share my screen. Well, that's been done. I'll just quickly introduce myself. So my name is Shree Mortazib. I'm based in Nairobi, so I'm on the IFC advisory side of things. I lead the advisory global housing platform, which we call Pillar. Right, okay, I think I might be able to share my screen now. I think it's now on. I'm just putting it into slideshow mode, so that might take a minute. Okay, well, I hope at least the slides are now visible. So yeah, so apologies for not being there in person. I'm actually just on leave at the moment. Otherwise, I would certainly be more than happy to be there in person. So I'm going to present a few slides now on Pillar. Like I said in the intro, that it's a relatively new IFC tool, and it actually touches upon many of the things that Godfrey and Tamiwa just spoke about just now. So really within the Pillar advisory platform, there are two tools which we've recently developed and piloted in a few countries. And over the last year, we're really starting to roll out with housing developers, with the clients in various countries. And these slides will just give an overview and go into a little bit of detail about what the tools do and the reasons for doing it. So the first tool is called the Pillar Business Assessment. Those of you which have maybe were familiar with this advisory platform over the last couple of years might be familiar with the old name, which was RHETORIC, the Real Estate Assessment of Developers. We've recently rebranded to have an overarching brand called Pillar, and the tools being the sub-brands of that. So the Pillar Business Assessment is really there to help understand the operational standards and proficiency of housing developers that we work with. It's almost something akin to a health check, and it examines the developer as a business across 4 key areas of the business, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail in the coming slides. The other tool is called the Pillar Social Sustainability Assessment. Again, those of you that are more familiar will have been involved with the tools, that's the tool that used to be called ASHA, the Affordable and Socially Sustainable Housing Application. And what this tool does, that looks at a particular project development, master plan, community, and call it what you will, and it kind of looks at it from a social sustainability angle, and has a look at how that master scheme is integrated into the wider urban system. And for both tools, we offer tailored coaching to address the capacity gaps, the areas for enhancement, which has been identified by carrying out those assessments. For each of those tools, there is a rapid assessment version of the tool, which is a globally standardized assessment, is a self-assessment conducted by the client, by the housing developer. It's evidence-based, and that is validated, verified by an IFC assessor. There's also a comprehensive version of the tool, which is customized to capture the context of each particular country where we would work. And that is led by the IFC assessor. And again, it's evidence-based, and various evidence items are requested. The benefits for these tools, probably on 3 levels. In terms of the housing developers, it helps them understand where they're at, how they align with best practice standards, and really provides a roadmap for continuous improvement. And it really kind of can really work for highly experienced, mature, well-established developers with a continuous mindset, kind of culture. And we'll hear from one of our clients, and later on in one of the later sessions, who probably fits that bill. Ivan will be joining us from Abbey Roads in South Africa, but it's also relevant to newer developers who maybe aren't so experienced, and it will help them really kind of pan out a roadmap for them to help try and reach certain standards. It's also useful for financial institutions, IFC, and others to help support the due diligence process and thereby help reduce the risks of loans and investments. I think we're finding that it's quite useful for governments. We had quite a few inquiries from our World Bank colleagues who are supporting various government projects. So it's a tool that governments can use to Is there a question there?
Oh, is it Sharif? Oh, Sharif. Okay, you're not moving your slides, please.
I'm sorry?
You're not moving the slides. The slides are not moving.
I am moving the slides, actually. Okay, so on my screen, I'm on slide number 5. So I have been moving slides. So it seems that perhaps they are not moving on over there. I'm not really sure what to do about that. So can you only see the first slide, can you? The cover slide. So as I'm moving them now, can you see any movement at all?
You have to show the slides first, so that it will be.
I am actually doing that. I've shared my screen, and I am flicking through the slides. So on my computer,
maybe unshare and reshare, Sharif. It might work.
Okay, sure. Okay, let me try that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to try sharing now. Can you see my slides? I'm trying to put it into slideshow, but that seems to be taking a while.
Yeah, I think you're good now.
Yeah, okay.
You want to try it? You want to go to the next slide, please?
Yeah, I'm just trying to put it onto slideshow actually. On my screen at least, it's not on the slideshow mode, and I'm clicking away the slideshow button, but it doesn't seem, not much seems to be happening. But yeah, maybe we can just go, as I'm flicking through.
You're
like
good
this,
now. You're good now.
Okay.
There's a new slide now, apart from the first
Okay.
one.
Yeah, okay, great. So, okay, so maybe I'll just recap. So these are the two tools I was talking about, the pillar business assessment, and which looks at the developer and across those 4 key performance areas, which I'll go into in a bit more detail. And then at the bottom of the slide there, just a brief overview of the social sustainability assessment that analyzes a specific master plan community or development. Okay, some things is now happening on my end. Okay, my computer seems to have frozen a little bit. It's not it's not clicking through the different slides. Okay, now I think there's some movement now. Can you see the slide that says rapid and comprehensive version of it?
Go ahead. You're good.
Okay, so there's two versions of the tools. So one is the rapid version, which is globally standardized, and there's a comprehensive version of the tool, which is customized to particular countries. And this is what I was saying about the different users, so the housing developers, to help understand where they're at against best practice, financial institutions that could help, that could use these tools to help in their due diligence process, and governments to help with their selection of developers and projects that they might want to be working with. So I wanted to take a few slides for each of the tools, just to go into them in a little bit more detail. So the business assessment tool, like I was saying, it looks at a developer as a business across 4 what we call performance objectives. One is financial management, the other is business management, project operations, and organization management. I'm just going to have a quick slide on each of these. So when we talk about financial management, this is really how the developer does its financial management and reporting practices. There's a number of parameters such as accounting, reporting, budgeting, financial risk management, and looks at some financial ratios. So really it's about the strength and track record in terms of financial reporting practices. Business management is really looks at the track record of a developer. When we talk about business risk, it really means how long it's been around, number of projects it's completed, geographical diversification. So it's really track record that's done in the past. Legal risk relates to compliance with the local laws and regulations, and market risk is more to do with what's going on at the moment, current projects, occupation, sales rates, and that. The third of those performance objectives is project operations, which really looks at how a developer designs, plans, and delivers their projects, and it touches upon subjects like how the EHS, environmental health and safety standards, how it does its procurement, safety management, quality assurance, policies, and that kind of thing. And then the fourth performance objective is organization management, which is maybe, if you want to call it the softer side of the business, if you also looks at how a developer does its strategic planning, sales, marketing, HR, many practices it has with diversity and inclusion, training of staff, and that kind of thing. So as you can see, those 4 performance objectives are quite detailed. It touches upon probably a 360-degree view of an organization. At the end of it, then the developer gets an overall score out of 100. And just to give you a flavor, obviously you can't read the details, but this is just to illustrate the report that comes out of the rapid assessment version of the tool. There's essentially 3 sections to the report, and there's the overall score at the overall level, at the parameter level. So there's infographics there that shows developer how they stack up across all the various parameters. The second part of the report is more indicator level scoring, so it takes some of the key indicators and gives an explanation as to why the score is the way it is, whether it's a good score, explains what the developer is doing well, and if the score is not so good, then an explanation as to why that may be the case. And the third part of the report, which may be the most interesting to the readers, is the remarks and recommendations. So it just goes into a little bit more detail as to where there are areas that can be enhanced and some recommendations as to what to do. So that was the pillar business assessment. Now it's going to take a few minutes to go through the social sustainability assessment. Now, when we talk about social sustainability, it's we're talking about not building bricks and mortar in the middle of nowhere where nobody wants to live. It's about providing and designing developments where residents have a good quality of life, affordable access to facilities and amenities, so access to education and healthcare facilities, green spaces, public transport links, and that kind of thing. So this tool considers the social sustainability credentials of a development across 4 phases of development. First of those is what we call project definition, which is the conceptualization of the project and where it's located and the diversity of land use, access to employment, and any environmental hazards in the vicinity, that kind of thing. Then the second of those phases is planning and design, so putting those designs and plans onto paper. The third of those phases is construction, so translating what's in the master plan into physical construction and development. And fourthly is operations, so how that development is managed, operated, maintained. And we also, the tool also analyzes and asks questions across what we call the four concepts of social sustainability, and their affordability, contribution to the local economy, health and well-being, and safety and security. So ultimately, what the tool does is analyze a project score out of 5, and it's overall being the highest score. And again, the report is in the form of some infographics. And so on the first part of the report on the left of the slide there gives an overall score by outcome area of the development. There's the web diagram there, so it shows those kind of coloured blocks. This represents the score of that particular development. The closer they are to the edge, the more they're aligned they are with the ideal situation. The more they are in the centre, shows there's more opportunities for improvement. And the second part of the report is an explanation by outcome area and project stage. And what's on the screen there just shows the grey column is how the developer assessed their project themselves. The yellow blue box there is how the IFC assessor scored their project, and there's an explanation there as to why the score is as it is. And the third part of the report on the right of the slide there, again, maybe the most interesting part. So it's the assessor's comments and recommendations. So it's the assessor provides some recommendations to help plug some of the gaps which are identified, and areas for enhancement that were identified. And maybe more importantly to say, as mentioned previously, for both tools, the areas from enhancement, those capacity gaps that were identified, we can then provide some tailored coaching to help the developers to address some of those areas for enhancement that were identified during those assessments. Last couple of slides, you see, so we are relatively new. The countries in blue show that where we have already completed or have ongoing engagements where we would like to do more. The countries in orange represent where we are. There are some engagements in the pipeline, and certainly some markets which are on the radar, which we would like to support IFC and others in terms of rolling out these advisory tools, and Nigeria is certainly one of those countries. And last but not least, we have a team, this is just the core team, if you like, of project management team, and also sector and industry specialists that we can tap on, just to make sure that what we're doing is very much aligned to the industry and the sector, and to what the IFC investment folks in particular are looking for when to help support the due diligence and the appraisal of any projects and developers they might be looking to work with. So that's it from my side. I think I'm within my 15-minute slot. So yeah, I look forward to any questions on this in the upcoming sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharif. We'll go straight to the next presentation.
Okay, thanks, Sharif. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I'll jump straight into my presentation. So my name is Chishami Somaoyo. I work in the early stage or upstream advisory department in IFC. What we do is we work with projects that are earlier stage and not fully developed, that show promise, that have a few of the right pillars that Tomiwa and Godfrey shared about earlier, but need a bit of assistance to make sure that they are more sustainable. So in terms of what work we've done and what our focus has been in our upstream department, we have tools that address two main elements. They address, first of all, you can go to the next slide, thank you. They address, first of all, what we would call either systemic or regulatory challenges in the marketplace. which may need some level of intervention at government level or at policy level. And then secondly, we deal with assisting the business, commercial side of it as well. So where we have a developer that may have challenges or have lack of clarity in terms of how their commercial structure is going to come together, we also provide tools alongside that. The objective, of course, of everything we're doing in our department is to ensure that we increase the number of projects that are better prepared by the time they get to the stage of investment. So we are de-risking those projects by either assisting them with feasibility studies or assisting them with project development tools or even with regulatory enhancement, such that at the end of the day, when we are taking the project through, it is de-risked, it is better prepared, and it has more chances of success as we go along. So we work alongside our investment team. Next slide, please. In terms of key stats here, I think we've already heard them, 54 million, the number of shortage of housing in Africa. We are all trying to make sure that we work both on the supply side and on the demand side to answer the questions that will help us to reduce that number and increase the number of people that have access to affordable housing. In terms of the 4 pillars we're looking at, households, student housing, co-living, and industrial workers housing. We have tools that are trying to address how we can be more efficient in deploying capital to those types of projects. Next slide, please. Here I'll begin to give you a few examples of what we've done as the upstream and advisory team in IFC in trying to help other projects achieve or to get more investor ready for receiving investment, either from ourselves or from other commercial investors. We're working currently in Senegal. We're working alongside FONSIS, which is Senegal's sovereign wealth fund. They are working to provide the land and of course are also providing some investment capital alongside us or any other financial investors. What we're doing is we've co-developed what the offtake should be in terms of, first of all, being able to define what affordable housing should be looking like, in being able to define what the market in terms of housing that we're trying to achieve, and then also in terms of making sure that the regulatory infrastructure that allows for some of these people who've never owned houses are going to get a chance to be able to own their houses. So hence why I said that a lot of the tools we're using are not just addressing the commercial side, they also work to help on the regulatory side. So for example, in Senegal, we're working alongside FONSIS, the Sovereign Wealth Fund, to set up a credit guarantee fund. What it will do is it will help to ensure that should any of the people that have been given a chance to rent to own some of the new properties that we are developing alongside FONSIS get into whatever challenges, either they lose a job and they can't pay, we already have a structure that is there where the owner of the house has put down 2 months upfront in terms of a rental deposit, and then the guarantee fund puts up 6 months, which effectively allows some of those owners to have up to 8 months to be able to sort their house out, excuse the pun, should anything happen, should they lose their jobs or should they encounter any difficulties. Now, some of these things are very critical if we are trying to answer the question that we raised earlier, that we're trying to increase access to housing to people who previously have not held houses. Some of them do not have the savings buffers or the additional capital to be able to weather some of those storms. So these things become very critical elements to include when we're putting together some of these housing funds. So we've done a similar approach with Kenya, and we're trying to actually replicate the same in Cote d'Ivoire. So key to remember when we're looking at affordable housing is that there is no one size fits all. What we call affordable housing in Nigeria may be completely different to what we call affordable housing in Senegal. And one of the things we've had to do with each of these engagements is be able to understand or define what we can call affordable housing in each of these jurisdictions. And it's 3 main functions we're looking at when we want to determine what we call affordable housing. First of all, we're looking at the general interest rates for mortgages in that country or in that particular jurisdiction. Secondly, we're looking at the general housing prices for mid-tier to low-tier housing in that particular country. And we're also looking at the availability of loan funding for some of those houses. We put all these things together and we're able to then come up with what we call an affordable housing tier. And then it becomes easier for us to know that the market that we're targeting are people that are earning X amount to X amount or X amount to Y amount that we can then call qualified to be able to come into this area. So until we've done that, we can end up actually confusing the term, or not being able to be efficient and not deploying the capital to the people who really need it. So those are some of the tools that we're also bringing when we're working in the early stage side on affordable housing. Next slide, please. On this slide, we're giving an example of some of the initiatives that we come alongside the entrepreneur to help resolve in the early stage project funding cycle. So maybe I didn't make it clear at the beginning. What we do when we see a project that is attractive enough to be able to come into a co-development cycle, we call it a co-development cycle because we are working alongside the developer. We then ask which questions that need to be answered for us to have a bankable, a sustainable project plan to be in place are not yet answered. We then sit down with our entrepreneurs or the project developers, and we say, how can we contribute together to be able to then fund those project preparatory activities? So whether it's a market survey to be able to understand how big is the affordable market, is the affordable housing market in Abuja, for example. If we don't have stats that are readily available for that, that becomes part of what would then qualify for our early stage affordable housing project co-development activities that we would co-fund alongside the entrepreneur. If there's any other engineering studies, some of which are shown here, financial and business planning studies that are shown here, we will also come alongside the entrepreneur. If the total budget, for argument's sake, comes up to 500,000, IFC is willing to say go 50-50 with our project developers. We also contribute with the expectation that should the feasibilities come out positively, we would then convert our early stage project development funding into the final investment. So our hands are not very short. They do reach sometimes when we need to. So I think in a nutshell, those are some of the takeaways that I would like to leave you with. The key message there is, even though we want all the list of things and requirements that my predecessors shared, at the same time, where we see projects that have potential, that are of the right size and of the right quality, we are willing to come alongside the entrepreneur earlier to be able to help them answer some of these questions that would strengthen the business plan and allow more affordable housing projects to be able to come through the pipeline and reduce that net deficit of funds. Here, I'm not going to say much. Next slide. It's pretty much what my predecessors said earlier. These are the different tools that we use. Next slide, sorry. EDGE, pillar business assessment, and social assessment. All these are tools we use to come alongside, once again, our early stage developers to ensure that they become investor ready as necessary. And I think, yeah, that is all. I'll leave this. One more slide. Maybe one after this one. These are just the tools that we use. No need to go into that. I think these are the different stages we go through when we're working in upstream and early stage investment. We identify what the project needs are at the early stage in terms of the project preparatory activities we want to work through. We negotiate alongside the co-developers in terms of how big is the budget, what activities are absolutely critical for us to include. We then work and implement the pre-development activities, and then in the last stage, we're transitioning to investment. I'll just concentrate on the last bottom right corner that says line of sight to investment of the project is key. What we're trying to say there is we really need to work with projects that are already showing potential to be able to transition to a mainstream investment or to a normal investment. We are not in the business of doing feasibility studies. I think there are other entities and other well-functioning organizations that can do that. We are working with projects that are showing promise, that have a few questions that need to be answered and need some assistance to be able to get to the edge so that we can see that line of sight to investment early, and we can come alongside and co-deploy some funding to co-create those investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the next presentation on PPP, Public-Private Partnership, Alexander and Mael.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to call upon my colleague, Alex Lee, who's going to deliver the presentation with me.
So good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alex Lee. I'm responsible for our PPP activities for IFC for West and Central Africa. And I'm joined by my colleague, Mael, who's part of the same team. So you've heard from various of my colleagues in terms of the different services and tools in the IFC toolkit available. So we're going to present to you our activities on the PPP side and some models of PPPs that have been successfully delivered in the housing space. So just a quick presentation in terms of who we are. We have two kind of sub-activities within the PPP space. One is a corporate finance service, which is, as many of you may know, kind of a traditional M&A or debt restructuring type involvement. On that section of the activities, we're more involved on the private sector side, or potentially on kind of IPO type offerings. Then we have a second pillar, which is where both of us sit, which is purely a government advisory team. So we're the only team in IFC that focuses uniquely on government sell-side transactions. And when I say sell-side transactions, you see a kind of list of activities. It's quite broad in terms of what we do. I would say the main focus from our side is around the privatization and PPP space. PPPs, as I'll come to later, covering a broad range of types of models. We also have a post-transaction support activity, which is more post-commercial close. Once the concession agreements are signed, we can also come in, usually as part of the same transaction, to ensure that the transactions are successfully financed. And various other activities, including on the sector strategy policy side. So our core expertise is not on the policy side. We have others within the World Bank who are more adept at that kind of service, but we do integrate within our overall transaction offering some sector and policy aspects to make sure that the transactions actually progress and make sense. Next slide, please. In terms of presence, so we have a global presence. I think that's another unique part of the transaction advisory component. So we're not regionally based or regionally experienced. We have this experience that comes from all continents where we're active in. We are present across 7 countries on the continent with our transaction teams, plus local presence through our country management units. So that's also another value add, is we manage to bring experiences not only from the Africa continent, but also wider regions in terms of types of PPPs that have been done elsewhere. Next slide, please. So I think if I were to ask each and every one of you, what does a PPP mean? I'd probably get 1,000 different answers. Just to be clear, our definition of PPPs, which is not necessarily the right one, but the one that we focus on, goes from very light touch operation and maintenance kind of contracts all the way to full-blown concessions over 20, 30 years. Then in addition to that, we have kind of more privatization, partial or full privatization type mandates. Those tend to be more limited to certain sectors. For example, in the telecom space, we have quite a bit of interest in terms of privatizations, but less so, I would say, in other sectors. So our role is really to be the kind of fair and reliable bridge between the public and private sector side. So we need to defend the interests of our government clients. We also need to ensure that the needs and requirements of the private sector are also factored in to result in a deal. So as was mentioned, the idea is most parts of the IFC, we're not here to do studies and technical work which just sits on the shelf afterwards. It's really to get to a stage where those projects can actually be closed and, more importantly, financed. I think we all have in mind projects which have reached a certain stage, which have reached even signing of a concession contract, but then it takes 2 years or more, or not at all, to actually get the financing in place. So we cover, we make sure that those projects are actually fully bankable. Our scope of services covers everything from the initial paper, maybe something more in terms of level of program of development, but we are stages, and we take that project from a conceptual stage to a stage where it can actually be launched into the market. So we cover all the structuring, the due diligence, some of the technical, financial, legal stage, and then of actual tendering all the way to close. Operation stage, and it's important for all sectors, but we cover everything, including social infrastructure, health, education. And the key issue we see is many times governments will go and say we tender tomorrow, prepare the transaction. We're just going to launch the documents and hope for the best. Now into this project, either they won't come into a project because they don't see this as a serious project, because nothing will have been done, the issues will not be solved, or they'll come in, but then they'll take advantage of the government. So you can't go into negotiation with anyone if you haven't actually done the homework. So that's really our job, is to sit on the government side and make sure they have done all their homework, they've scoped out the issues, and then the best place to actually tender out a deal that's fair and is going to be financed at the end of the process. In terms of principles, I think one other that I'd like to raise on here is often also about risk onto the private sector. That's not the case. Any risk on the private sector, the risk will be on the sector will be better priced, and we'll get it for within PPP. There's also an important word is public. So PPPs are not about the public sector or government of the sector or the project. The public sector remains key in terms of focusing on the regulatory strategic side and monitoring performance of the contract. And the private sector focus is on the expertise and financing. Again, I'd just like to correct misunderstanding around PPPs. PPPs is not just about the financing. We've done PPPs in countries which could have financed these projects 100%. So countries with very healthy government budgets, but they decided to bring in private players because they decided they were not the best place to run hospitals or roads or other sectors or schools even, and they wanted to kind of step back and also bring that expertise from private sector. So it's both innovation on the technical side, but also on the financing side. So our role today is to address this gap in projects which exist on the supply side. I think a key issue that we find in all the sectors we operate in, and not only in Africa, but globally, is the issue is not financing. Financing exists. The issue are projects. There are not enough of these projects. And I personally get calls every few weeks from investors and developers saying, we desperately want to do this housing project or this roads project or this water project in XYZ country, but the project is not there. All the projects gone out with no preparation. Or there's these risk allocation issues in the project. So our role is really to make sure we kind of develop this pipeline. And there is a need, obviously, in terms of pipeline development in the housing space, and that's essentially where our value comes in. Next slide, please. So I'll hand over to my colleague Mael in terms of covering some of the value adds of PPPs in the housing space and some of the challenges in this space. Okay. So challenges, I think we've covered many of these aspects in the previous slides. So we talked about the public financing constraints, the expertise in terms of the development of these projects in terms of design construction. Also, as we move into an era where kind of a whole green climate issues become even more key, that's also an area where the private sector can contribute. I think the issue around demand and market risks is also another big area that needs to be kind of focused on in terms of affordable housing and drumming up interest. Land issues, which I'll come to, which we'll come to later in terms of some of the case studies. I think land issues is probably kind of a killer aspects on housing projects. And I think we've seen time and time again, projects move forward without the land being identified or or sites which are not adequate. And that's also one of the main issues in terms of getting these deals off the ground. Affordability. So, developing housing stock which no one is going to be able to buy is obviously a key issue. So we can play on that driver in terms of making sure that the deals are structured in a way that they are affordable. There's obviously kind of demand side issues where some of my other colleagues are very active in this space, which are important, but we really need to get kind of demand and supply side aspects kind of corrected to move forward on this. In terms of the benefits of a PPP model, so again, classic aspects in terms of ensuring you tap into the private sector in terms of expertise, the technical knowledge, mobilizing the financing on the private side, although some of these projects, to be honest, do need, in some cases, public support. So it's not a case in all cases where we have full private sector mobilization, but public side can also have a role in terms of supporting this from a financing aspect. Enabling more efficient use of resources. So again, coming back to risk allocation, so pushing some risks in terms of, for example, construction risk, making sure stock is built on time and on schedule and not at cost, at agreed cost is also key. And then managing, all the different risks, which ultimately the objective is to ensure we deliver housing stock at the lowest possible cost and the best possible quality to the end user. Next slide, please. So on this slide, which is an important case study in terms of what we've done in the Indian market and has been replicated subsequently, I hand over to Mael to give us a bit of an overview on this.
Sure. Thank you, Alex. So it will be coming back. So our involvement in affordable housing started about 10 years ago, quite far away from here in India, in the state of Odisha, to be more precise. Odisha at the time was a low-income state, had about 43 million people living in it, and over the previous decade had seen staggering urbanization growth rate of 27% annually. That had created a shortage of about 400 homes in the whole state, 80,000 of which in the capital city of Bhubaneswar. So in order to help address this issue, the Bhubaneswar Development Authority, so the BDA, drafted a policy to promote the delivery of affordable housing units to low-income groups under various methods, including PPPs. And this led to the appointment of IFC as the transaction advisor for the pilot PPP as part of this whole program. So for this pilot, the BDA was ready to contribute land as well as an upfront subsidy. The upfront subsidy, which would eventually be the bidding parameter in the competitive tender that we help organize. And so with that in mind, the structure that we designed involved the BDA to provide 20 acres of land and for the developer to commit to build about 2,600 affordable housing units on 14 acres of the project site and hand these back for free to the authority. And as the affordable housing units will be transferred back to the authority, additional freehold rights on the additional 6 acres of the project site would be given away to the developer to basically do whatever they want with it, whether commercial units, high-income residential units, to recoup their investment on the total project. So this project very much relied on the cross-subsidization model, which we very much believe in, which essentially involves high margins on high-end units, subsidizing lower margins on lower-end units. So this structure attracted considerable market interest, and it helped unlock about 70 million of investment in the housing sector in the state. In addition, the project contract that we have drafted were eventually templated by the client, the Odisha state, which was then used to replicate and scale the model that we had helped built across the states and the country. Next slide, please. So, so leveraging our early success in India, we've been expanding our footprint in the affordable housing sector worldwide, but also in Africa. So currently we're working on a set of live projects in East and West Africa. In East Africa, we're working in Djibouti, in Kenya. In West Africa, we are working in Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, where we are helping the governments implement pilot projects as part of the presidential housing programs. And in total, these live projects should help mobilize about 200 to 250 million USD investment into the sector and help build about 10,000 homes. Looking forward, we're also looking to make a push into a closely related sector, the student housing sector, where we are having ongoing discussions in Southern Africa as well as here in Nigeria.
Thank you, Matt. Just to pick up on what Mayor mentioned on the previous slide, as you can see, some of these projects are kind of more pilot projects. They're kind of the initial projects that have been done, whether it's Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast is a program of 150,000 units. So what we're focusing on is really doing an initial project, which we hope will be scaled up. The idea, and most of our interventions that were mentioned, are first-of-a-kind projects in most countries, or first-of-a-kind projects that will hopefully be successfully closed. So our core advice here is really start small, do something that works, do something that can be market tested, and then you can roll this out 5, 10, 15, 20 times. And that's really the objective of the government in Ivory Coast, is to base themselves off the initial transaction, which will probably take a bit more time to develop, but going forward, they can probably roll this out much faster and build investor confidence at the same time. And you can't necessarily swamp the market with, 20, 50,000 units in one go from a financing perspective. So that's the most sensible approach that we've taken for those countries. If we can move to the, yes, exactly. Thank you. So I think, as we've heard across the different presentations, we have kind of the same recurring issues in Africa and beyond. So to be clear, this is not rocket science, but unfortunately the same mistakes seem to be made over and over again. And our objective in the sector is really to identify these issues with our government clients and make sure that we avoid the pitfalls of the past. So just to cover some of these issues, I think land cost and utility connectivity is a key one. A classic example we've seen in terms of land is land acquisition not being done properly in terms of the environmental and social standards we talked about, and then the government getting to signing and not actually finding anyone to finance the project because of these environmental and social issues. So really taking time in terms of this whole land acquisition compensation issues as well. Grants, permits, again, this is usually under the government remit in terms of a responsibility under PPP. So making sure that whole process is very clear and painless. Costs, I think we've seen very significant differences in cost of construction from one country to another due to issues around transport, issues around logistics, taxation, and building affordable housing units when the costs are sky high, it becomes very difficult without very significant subsidies from the government. I think access to long-term financing is also another key issue. We need to broaden the sources of financing. We need to be more innovative around financing. There are many other sources in terms of climate funds, in terms of bond issuances, which have been done in other regions of the world. I think we just need to think a bit more out of the box. And as I mentioned, the financing is there, but often people are doing different things in different corners without actually coordinating on this issue. I think on the demand side, issues around mortgage financing and even basic access to bank accounts. So in some of the countries where we're operating in, some potential recipients don't even have bank accounts. So, where do you go from that very low point? Proper targeting of beneficiaries. So this is usually under government responsibility. So government needs to do that job in terms of identifying who is going to be part of a program. I think a key point is when we talk about housing, we're talking about affordable housing. We're not necessarily talking about social housing. So there's such a big deficit around housing, but the scope or the perimeter of who should be included in this is much wider. If you limit the housing or the target audience to a very low base, essentially it becomes very difficult from a financing perspective. So you also need to look at, I think, more a bigger scope in terms of who is being targeted on this. And then comes back to the point Mario mentioned in terms of hybrid projects, so looking at cross subsidies between kind of more mid-income or higher income type housing units, which the developers can then sell at a profit, which can then be used to subsidize the lower cost housing. And then pricing of the units. So units obviously need to match, or the price of the units need to match the income levels of the beneficiaries, or the government is taking on this risk. And it really depends on what model is being rolled out. So we talked about the hybrid model. It allows kind of additional compensation or additional revenue to be generated to reduce the cost in terms of these social housing units, which can then be provided to the government, free of cost, potentially, depending on what, on the potential of the more higher income units. Next slide, please. So I won't go over this. I think you've all heard about the different services and departments of the IFC. Suffice to say, I think there's a big push on the IFC side from our management in terms of promoting the affordable housing agenda and making sure all our different activities and departments work in close collaboration, not only within IFC, but also for World Bank, our World Bank colleagues, the World Bank Group as a whole. There's many different issues which can be tackled by the different departments within the World Bank Group. Our role is really to, as I mentioned, to push these transactions forward in terms of on the government side and ensure the public interests are maintained whilst financing and making sure these are bankable deals. And we obviously look forward to doing a lot more in Nigeria to make an impact in a sector that has massive needs and a lot of good lessons I think can be applied from our global experience as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next presentation on Edge. Dennis. Dennis is there, yeah.
Good morning or good afternoon. Just a quick one. Can I see your hands if you've never heard about Edge before? Okay, so just a few. So it means we don't need to go through the entire presentation today because everybody seems to know about it. Can we have the presentation? The slides. Basically, Edge was developed by IFC to kind of democratize the green building space and provide a common language that's and provide a general language that the various stakeholders, be it the government, the financial institutions, the real estate developer, can understand and would adhere to. Today we'll just go through quickly the key details on Edge and what it entails. We can have the slides on the screen. So if we can move to the next slide. One of the key reasons we are looking into this is also mainly because of climate change. We see buildings to be one of the very low-hanging fruits for us to tackle the problems that climate change comes with. So within IFC, climate business, it's very, very key for us. And you did realize that all the various speakers that spoke before me did mention about green building in their presentation, showing you how very important and key we look at it at IFC. If we can scroll through to the 6th slide. Yeah. So what we have done at IFC is to create the Green Building Market Transformation Program. And the program offers a very comprehensive and low-cost approach for our clients, which being government, also financial institutions, and our development partners. And with that, sorry, the slide before that. And with that, we have two tools, Edge and Apex, to help with mitigation. And we have a third tool, which is on adaptation, which is the Building Resilience Index. We will talk about Edge today, but basically, when we look at Apex, Apex is to help cities to map out their entire climate action plan. It deals with issues of sewage, transportation, and all that. I mean, how can the city be as green as possible? It's still in the pilot stage. We are piloting it in some selected cities around the world. Very soon, I'm sure once it's opened up, we would be able to work with Nigeria. When you talk of building resilience index, that's more of a hazard mapping tool that helps financial institutions to be able to really ascertain the risk when it comes to projects that they want to finance. Right, so let's go back to Edge on the next slide, where basically we have a four-pronged approach to how we work within Edge. The first part of it is working with the investment and advisory teams whenever support is being provided for a bank. And you would realize that once IFC is providing some sort of facility to a bank to invest in real estate or anything, green buildings become a very key component of that. And we work with that financial institutions to help them come up with tools that would make it very attractive for their clients to want to go green. The other part of it is our direct investment in the building sector. And I think I'll just leave that there because Tomiwa and then Godfrey and Chase already talked about it. The third part is working with government institutions to come up with green building codes and incentives. We believe that these incentives help the developers to really get that easy transformation from being brown to green, right? So that's another area that we really look at. And the incentives you realize are very, very simple incentives. Some of these incentives would not even cost the government money. Incentives like expedited permitting, allowing a developer to put up more apartments in a space because it's green. We work with, every city is different. So every incentive has to be tailored to what can work and what would not work. When it comes to building codes, these codes really help governments to plan and then strategize and ensure that certain guidelines are adhered to. And we work with government to include certain policies in there that will make this easy. And then we have the Edge certification, which is the very popular one that a lot of developers know about. The certification is only a way to ensure that developers can build and brand their projects to be green. So just to step back, next slide. I'm sure if I should ask a lot of you what a green building is, you would have different definitions. Obviously, I think we are all very knowledgeable about green buildings, so nobody will say it's a building painted green. But within IFC, we look at a green building to be one that is, first of all, very, very efficient, at least 20% efficient when compared to local baseline. And what do I mean by local baseline? If we have building A located in Abuja, if I compare building A, which is in Abuja, to similar buildings in Abuja, can I prove that my building A, it's saving me at least 20% on energy and water, right? So that is how, that's one of the key things we look at. And how that is calculated, we have a software that does that. We'll talk about that later. And then secondly, it has to be certified by a third party. It's not enough for you to say that my building is green because I have done A, B, C, D. Right? There should have been that third-party verification process, right? Because we've done a lot of these workshops, and we've met a lot of developers that come to us to say, you know what, the project you are showing on the screen, my building is greener than them because I have done ABC. But I mean, the advantage the ones we are showing have is they have gone through that verification process and they've been able to achieve some sort of certification. It could be from Green Star, it could be from BRAM, from LEED, whichever green building certification that is approved within your country, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be EDGE. And then the last part is quantified impact reporting. And it's very key, especially if you want green financing. You should be able to indicate exactly what the impact of your project is when it comes to greenhouse gas savings, emissions, and all of that. We can move to the next slide. Another area that IFC is helping through EDGE is helping financial institutions to come up with innovative financial products. And this we've been very successful in some markets, including South Africa, where we've been able to support some financial institutions to come up with green loans and green mortgages. In fact, for one of our clients called Godwin, who they are one of the biggest real estate developers in South Africa, they were able to partner with a leading bank who provided them with green mortgages, which meant that their units, their clients could access their units with a mortgage, which was having a lower interest rate than what was on the market. And this was mainly because their project was certified green, right? So we work with clients to come up with a lot of some of these innovations. And I think our next presentation is actually from one of our clients who will be talking about how they benefited from some of these. Right. And then when it comes to the capital markets, too, you are able to actually go to the market to issue green bonds, SDG loans, and all that, mainly as a result of your projects being green. And retrofit is also another area that we're looking at because we already have a lot of our buildings that are built. Are we leaving it as it is? What are the low fixed solutions that we can apply in there to get these projects to also be green? Next slide, please. So overall, if you look at EDGE, first of all, we can say it's a free software. It's an achievable standard. Can you move to the next slide? It's an achievable standard, and then also a verified green label that allows you to ascertain that your project is green. The software is very, very interesting. I mean, it's the first of its kind in the world in that it helps you to answer very, very simple questions. What qualifies to be green? What can I do to my project to make it green? If I'm going green, what is going to be the extra cost of going green? If it's going to cost me this much, how long will it take me to recoup that particular investment? Right. So at the end of the day, you are able to see why you want to go green, what it's going to cost you, and if it's really necessary for you to get your project to be green, even before you submit it for certification and all that. An achievable standard of 20% also makes it very easy, at least to cross the border and then get to the first level. The verified green label allows you to have that particular label that you can use to brand your project to be green. And more importantly, when it comes to the reporting, the software allows you to really see what the key impact of your project are. And this you can see at the click of a button. Right. On the right-hand side of my slide, you can see how the growth has been. When EDGE started sometime in 2014, it wasn't as popular as this. But over the years, we've seen a very exponential growth. And where we are doing very well, unfortunately, it's not Africa, it's been in Latin America. However, in Africa, we are also doing well in some areas in Africa. Next slide. So this slide over here shows us what we did in Africa in the last financial year. So IFC's financial year starts from July to June. So what you're seeing is from July of 2022 to June of 2023. And you can see half of all green building certification in Africa came from South Africa. However, we have as much as about 130,000 square meters being certified within Nigeria. So it tells you, yes, there are projects that are coming up. The next slide also, if we look at how good since the project, since the program started, what we've seen is every year there is a growth in the number of projects that are certified, right? That tells you how key it is becoming. A lot of financial regulators are now making it very, very important for their work. We see it also with government. Okay, so next slide. One of the key things Edge does it's kind of compares your green building to a conventional building. It puts you on that same platform, on that same level, so that you can see what makes your project separate. Next slide. You're also able to choose the most cost-effective options to make your project be green, and then also to calculate what their financial and environmental impacts are. Next slide. Edge focus on just 3 areas: Edge, energy, water, and materials. So the savings in energy, your savings in water, your savings in materials. In materials, we are looking at the embodied energy in the material. That's how much energy is used in the manufacture of that particular material. Right. And then when it comes to the levels, there are different levels within Edge. We would be providing certificates to some of our clients that have achieved Edge certification, and you realize that they are all in different levels. So we have the Edge certified or the level 1, which basically looks at just 20% savings across board. And then you have level 2 being a bit more ambitious for clients that want to achieve at least 40% savings on energy. Right, and then zero carbon. Unfortunately, we don't have any zero carbon certification in Nigeria or in Africa yet. We do have zero carbon certifications in Latin America and Asia. But for zero carbon certification, you're looking at going all the way to 100% and being totally off-grid on your use of energy. So we can go to the slide. If you can skip this. We have been able to certify projects in almost every region of the world. When Edge started, it was basically focused on developing countries. But what we are seeing now is we are getting requests from projects even in the developed world. There are projects in the UK, in Europe, and then even America that are being certified with Edge now. Next slide. So I can put the benefit for green building certification in just this particular slide. The first aspect of it is being able to access green financing. And then secondly, future-proofing your assets, which is very, very key. Making sure that the value of the projects that you are coming up do not because of some new regulations that is coming tomorrow. In certain parts of the world, it's becoming difficult for people to even put up their property out for rent if it's not meeting certain energy standards. Right, getting your project to be built green right from the beginning helps you to really skip some of these things. And then being able to streamline your ESG reporting, that can be done through Edge. We can move through. So let's have a look at some of the case studies that we've done here in Nigeria. Right, so this is one of the very first projects that was certified in Kenya. Sorry, in Nigeria. This is the Peridot Parkland Estate. It was actually a collaboration between a developer and then the Lagos State government. And it helped to demonstrate that affordable housing could also be green. If you look at the measures that they used, these are very simple measures that most projects could also look at. They had reduced window to wall ratio, they had energy saving lights, they had low flow shower heads, low-flow faucet for kitchen sinks, dual flush water closets. So these are some of the measures that the software proposes for projects. And it also explains to you exactly what its impact on your project is going to be, so that you really understand how you can make your project green. Because sometimes when we talk of green, the first thing that comes to mind is having a solar roof. But obviously, that is not the only thing that green buildings look at. We try to make the project as efficient as possible before even looking at green. So some of the case studies are being shown on the screen. We can also look at, okay, so in Nigeria, these are some of the other projects that have been certified. And as you can see, it's not only housing that can be done green. We're seeing hospitals. Evercare Hospital was one of the first hospitals around the world to be certified green. And we are also seeing data centers being certified green. So I'm just seeing Tolu work in his team actually certified the first data center around the world. That was done with Edge, right? So, or any project at all can be certified green. You can make it green if you want to. Can we go on to the next slide? I want to just end my presentation with this particular program on MAGIC. So MAGIC is Market Accelerator for Green Construction. It's a facility that IFC has from the government of the United Kingdom, and its main objective is to make it possible for developers to build green, right? So whenever IFC is investing with a bank to on lend to other developers, one of the things that we can be able to include is this MAGIC facility, which is given to the developer. It's actually money that goes to the developer for him to be able to get his project to be green. So it takes care of the extra cost of going green, right? We are yet to implement this in Nigeria, although Nigeria is one of the countries that the UK government has allowed us to implement this. So as if you can see from this, let me go back to the slide. If you look at the slide, the countries in Africa where we can implement this, Nigeria is included, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Kenya, we have Tanzania, South Africa, and then, no, let's go back, South Africa and then Egypt. However, in Africa, we've been able to implement it in just 3 countries, South Africa, Egypt, and then very recently in Kenya. So we look we look forward to making sure we can get this also in Nigeria. I'll end my slides here, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dennis. We have a brief client testimonial online. Can we put on Ivan Pretorius?
Hi, everybody. My name is Ivan Pretorius. I'm the founder of the RHETORIC group. I wonder if it's possible just to share the presentation with everybody.
It should be. Please, can we make that happen, Toye?
There we go. 100%. So thank you everybody for your time today, and greatly appreciated to be present of this African International Housing Show. Just want to run through some of the projects that we've been involved with regards to the IFC, and just give a general overview of the RHETORIC group. So the RHETORIC group is an award-winning BEE affordable housing developer. We're based in South Africa. We specialize and focus aggressively in the market of affordable housing. We've been around for the past 14 years. and we've grown since 2009 exponentially in our affordable housing market, where we started originally with our first project of 34 residential units, and we have about 4,000 residential units that are in the process of annual in. The focus over the next couple of years is to the group is a little application on one of our projects, an accreditation for the post-construction submission of that EDGE project. The project consists of 240 residential units that has been accredited in the EDGE program. RHETORIC's vision is to remain a long-term holder of property and rental stock and unlock sustainable values in the assets under management through strategic developments and acquisitions. RHETORIC, as I mentioned before, has built over 4,000 residential units over the past 14 years, which we all hold for residential rental. RHETORIC's projects that we've worked with regards to the EDGE applications are quite dynamic, and most of our projects have achieved an EDGE application level 1. We do strive to try and work to a EDGE advanced, quite a difficult achievement to try and work towards because of the dynamics of electricity costs. Currently, RHETORIC's commitment towards the IFC is to roll out 1 million square meters of residential property by 2030, with a total of just under 20,000 houses. Currently, we have just under 250,000 square meters of residential rental that are in the process of EDGE applications, all to be involved with regards to the EDGE version 3. We're the first developer, as mentioned, to achieve the design certification for EDGE version 3, and we will be the first to achieve it on the post-construction submission. In our portfolio, we hold 196,000 square meters of affordable housing EDGE projects. The EDGE application and program is quite a unique program because it leads towards sustainability of the environment. It also has quite a large benefit towards the local communities and the tenants that we have. At the moment, our tenants are saving quite a substantial amount of costs regard to electricity. The savings that they are experiencing is anything between 20 and 30% on the electrical bill. With the solar systems and EDGE process that we follow through, we're able to allow those communities and those tenants that live in our complexes to have a bit more affordable income and a bit more surplus income that they can use for ensuring that the quality of life is improved. The financial impact of the green building and the lower capital expenditure towards the bottom line allows RHETORIC through the various municipalities that do grant us credits to allow a saving on the rental. So by having EDGE on your systems, you have an immediate impact. By having solar, you can save up to 20 to 30% for your tenant's bottom line, but also the municipalities in South Africa have allowed for the developments that are EDGE accredited to have a savings on their rates and taxes of up to 35%. One of the municipalities that is the leader in this sort of dynamic is the eThekwini municipality, located in the KZN region of South Africa. RHETORIC has formed quite strategic partnerships with the IFC, where the IFC has granted 325 million rand towards RHETORIC over the past 2 years to roll out 1,061 residential units over 3 different projects. With our next batch of projects that we intend rolling out in 2024, we do envisage rolling out about 2,400 affordable homes in round 2 with the IFC while we complete the first phase in construction at the moment. With IFC's help, we will be able to focus on rolling out anything between 5,000 and 20,000 residential units by 2027. RHETORIC has also strategic partnerships with various commercial banks in South Africa, ranging from SASFIN all the way through to FNB. This is a typical example of the type of product that we roll out in the affordable housing market. And as you can see, this affordable housing project is located within a local community, surrounded by various forms of income, ranging from the lower LSM market, which is in a lower income bracket, where people live basically above the breadline, all the way through to slightly higher income brackets. And it's a very centralized development that is focused on ensuring sustainability in the community. This project over here is approximately 150 million rand investment into the local community, creating quite a substantial amount of jobs. And with the support of IFC, it has a project that was initiated in January of 2023 and has moved quite rapidly towards where its status is nearing completion. I just want to touch basically or briefly on the two pillars of the supports. When Alley Roads originally approached IFC for funding, we went through quite an integrated process around the assessment of our group. And during that assessment, we focused a lot of our energy on one specific project, which is noted as our Grootfontein project. In this project over here, located on the right-hand side, we have a total of just under 6,000 affordable housing units to roll out, some schools, a small medical center, creches, and a retail center. During the assessment, we focused on the two pillars, which is the business assessment pillar and the social sustainability pillar. Both pillars have been used in the practical application on this project with the intent to allow us to align the project for better investment. Of the two pillars, the first pillar that I'm going to discuss is the business assessment. The business assessment focuses on 4 sub-pillars, which is the financial management, the business management, project operations, and organization management. Now, by far the most important and most critical is the financial management, where it talks to, is the company or is the developer able to focus and allow for project budgets to work effectively and to ensure that there's no financial risk on a project. It's very simple to try and apply for funding, but if you're unable to ensure that the project is sustainable and meets all your relevant covenants that are required, then the financial management is an area that you will fail in. Business management, the group or the company's pipeline of projects showing future ability to generate future work and its basic pipeline of projects that it's got in its business forum. Project operations talks to quality assurance, quality control, and ensuring that you have different models or typology for your products to ensure that there's a mixed type of development that takes place, servicing a broader spectrum of clients. Organization management talks to your core focus around corporate governance, policies, procedures, etc. And what it also allows you to work with is it allows you to ensure that your organization has best corporate governance, ESG principles in place, and all of these are key strategic and social investment properties that need to be focused on. In our original assessment, Alley Roads achieved an 85% rating in the business assessment based on the project above that was discussed. As part of 2 of our project assessment, we talked to the social sustainability. The social sustainability of a project allows one to talk to the integration of the project into the community, focusing on safety, health, schooling, local economy, and allows your project to better rand or dollar for dollar, provide a better investment into the local community. This social sustainability assessment is broken into 4 sub-projects: project definition, project planning, construction, and operations. Project definition talks to how the project integrates. Project planning is how is the project planned and does it align to the green nature of a project, which is aligned to the edge aspects. Does it also align to the better living conditions for the local community, or is it going to be a project that is designed that doesn't focus on what the community needs are for? Project construction talks to how is your local community integrated into the project and how best can the community benefit from the actual investment of the project. Project operation is how best is the project going to be operated and maintained post the development stages. And that's a very critical part, because otherwise you're investing and you're developing projects that don't actually have a future sustainability, and the costs for your tenants or your buyers is heavily weighed upon. During our assessment of this project, Ellie Roads achieved quite a decent rating of 3.7 out of 4.7, or a 79% rating. I found both pillars to be quite useful, and I've used it quite extensively on various other projects where I've been able to better align the project for better investment into the communities. During all of this process that we've worked with on the projects and where we've been working with IFC, what we have deduced is that our focus is ensuring that there's a sustainable green development that is focused on the needs of the individuals that are going to be living and or buying your products. What is very, very key is to ensure that you fully understand the community's needs and your tenants and or buyers' needs. If you miss that focus, then you will be providing a product that is not going to be utilized or that is unprofitable for your basic needs. I thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, please do advise.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for. We're going to continue. We'll go on break after we finish this RFC session. But for our dignitaries, if you do want tea and coffee, you can just go to the room at the back, take a coffee and tea, and then you can come back to continue with us. We're going to go to Q&A now, and I'm going to hand over to Toluwa Lola Kasali. Is he here? Okay, she is here. Okay. But just before I do that, I'd like to recognize two of our special President Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, my good friend, ESV John Bull and Maya Evo. You're welcome, sir. And of course, the president of Association of Housing Corporations of Nigeria, my very good friend, Mr. Victor here. Please just put our hands together also for him. So we're going to Q&A. This is a good opportunity for you to ask specific questions and drill down on issues which are bothering you concerning IFC. I'm not qualified to do that. So I'll hand over to Lou, and then I'll come back at the end of this period. Thank you very much.
Let's give everyone a round of applause, please. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, okay, fantastic. And would we be able to have someone to take around the microphone, please, to take the question? Fantastic. Okay, thank you. So we have listened to 5 presentations by the IFC team, and we hope that you have a lot of questions for them. You know, you've heard about IFC's commitment to the housing sector, and I think very importantly, IFC's commitment to the affordable housing agenda in Nigeria. You've heard about our role in investing in the sector, as well as mobilizing private sector capital, and the fact that we know that IFC can do more, and we want to do more. Tomiwa also nicely talked about the things that we try to avoid when we're investing in this space. You know, you've heard about IFC's willingness to also work side by side with potential clients at an early stage and also work together as co-developers. You also heard about our PPP advisory role, ensuring that project risks are adequately shared between the private sector as well as the public sector to ensure that the parties that are better able to manage those risks are the that, you know, you have limited cost overruns, and then you can implement the project effectively. You also just listened to Dennis speaking about green, efficient, and resilient buildings, the process for the EDGE certification, as well as innovative green financing tools. So this is your opportunity to ask any questions at all to the team. We have 30 minutes. By raising up your hands if you have a question, introducing yourself, the organization that you represent, and also which one of our panel members you'd like to answer your question. Okay, I saw him first, so if you
Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Bala Mohamed. from McGreen Concept Limited. My question goes to Mr. Dennis on green housing fund. So I want to know if there's any financial institution in Nigeria that can, where if you are into green construction, that you can acquire fund, and how can you go about it?
Dennis?
Okay, thanks for the question. So unfortunately, we do not have, there isn't any institution here in Nigeria that directly provides funding for green. However, what we've seen is some of the financial institutions, I can mention Stanbic, mainly because they have done some green projects. They are making it a consideration, a key consideration for the financing that they provide. And even within IFC, we also make it a key consideration. I'm also happy we have Rio, who will be speaking after our session. I'm sure they will also talk a lot more about how with the IFC Green Building Program and are supporting some developers that are going green. Right, so there are the opportunities. What IFC is also doing is to working with some other local financial institutions so that they can come up with green products like we're seeing in other parts of the world. Thanks.
Okay, so can I see a show of hands of everyone that has a question so that we can put this? Okay, so for now we're going to have this 8 people, and if we have more time, 9, and if we have more 10. Okay, and then if we have more time, so we'll go ahead after that. The lady next to you. Can I have the person with the microphone, please? Over here, please. And then next we come forward.
Thank you very much for the presentations. Good afternoon. My name is Ola Lassan, FMDQ Group PLC. So during the PPP presentation, there was a comment around the challenges in finance. The issue is projects. So given experiences across other markets, what would you say would be the key, if we could pick one key factor that could improve the project pipeline within Nigeria, what would that be? That is for green finance. Thank you.
So specifically to green financing?
Yes.
Okay, I would let 2 people answer that question. We can start with Dennis, and I would also like Alex to speak to PPP as well. So Alex, do you want to start? So can I have the microphone here?
So to answer from a PPP angle, I think it's all down to preparation. So integrating the green financing part in the original project planning. So there are sources of green financing, but you need to prepare it, and you need to make sure the project is structured in a way that's going to actually attract green financing. It's not something that you leave to the end of a process and then hope someone's going to come along and financing it with green financing, because there are certain specifications and requirements that need to be built in. We talked about the EDGE tool. There are other tools as well. Some of these aspects take time to develop. I think it's, whether it's green financing or just getting a bankable deal off the table, it's all about preparation. And I think, if I was to change the 3 letters of PPP, it would be all preparation, preparation, preparation. And unfortunately, it's not done enough. But if it is done, including the green financing element, not only will it incentivize, I think, these projects to integrate these very key aspects in terms of carbon emissions and greening these projects, but also will open up additional envelopes of funding.
Just to add to that, basically for green financing, they would, I mean, whoever is financing that project would require some sort of verification. And having the project certified green is one of the simplest way you can verify that your project is green, right? So any of the green building certifications, LEED, EDGE, whichever one, although we at IFC believe EDGE is the best for you. So you need to have that. So that's one way. And how IFC is helping our clients to be ready for that is providing that sort of advisory. Our country have been working with so that they are ready, their project meets that particular requirement for green financing.
Thank you both. Over here.
Thank you so much for the presentation. IFC thousands and millions of problems that will not make IFC to touch Nigerian market.
Recording in progress.
Now we have to go and resolve these problems. And at 2004, today it is about 19 years. And what I'm still hearing from successor of Bookstaba is these problems, showing houses that dry after time. That's not where we are. We passed that stage. As a nation, we have passed that stage. Passed in this country that have delivered first-class projects, that needs to be to scale up. All we need from IFC is let's identify these successful projects and developers and see how we can help them to scale up. I'm hearing 150,000 units in Ivory Coast. What makes Ivory Coast Nigeria? And that leads me to this question. Over time, what is the commitment? What's the portfolio size of IFC investment in Nigeria? And what is the future plan? What's the size of your what's the size of your portfolio? And what do you have in store for us? We know we have this land market issue, but we've been able to resolve them to a certain extent. We are where we were 20 years ago. We are not where we were 20 years ago. Abuja and Lagos, big market. They have PPP. That we are not talking of land and line title. We have passed that. Partnership with Abuja and Lagos. We've overcome the land accessibility and title issue. So we've gone beyond that. 34 projects, LSBC alone, 34 projects are ongoing. There is access to land, they have title. How can we support such? That is the angle I wish IFC should look at it. And I want to also, I need clarification. Why I'm saying this is that for many years, Shelter Afrique would not really play meaningful role in Nigeria. But today they have a commitment of 200 billion investment. And they've started with 46 billion. That is ongoing. Successful project. It was oversubscribed. So we want such commitment that in the next 5 years, as Shelter Afrique is saying that 200 billion, we are saying IFC, we are supporting this affordable sector to the tune of so billion. Because the theme of this year is beyond rhetoric, making housing happen. not identification of problems and what you have to clean up. There are some areas you have cleaned up. Let's start from areas that you have cleaned up. And I want clarification on this. Investment, affordable market analysis. We say that's one of the areas that IFC supports. I want to understand the kind of support because it's a big issue. If any of you should attend the master's class of the Center of Housing tomorrow, it's one of those things. People go into projects without of data. I don't know that you come in at that point and help with market analysis. Let me know the extent of support in this direction and how we can tap into it. How can we assess such opportunity of market assessment? Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay, we'll start with the market assessment question. Shish, please.
So every conference I go to, I get all the difficult questions. But anyway, those are pertinent points. I think I will let somebody else speak about the full portfolio of IFC and commitment to Nigeria, but I can tell you that our portfolio is in excess of $3 billion here in Nigeria only, especially if we look across all the verticals. So we are doing a lot of things, and we are committed. That is why we are actually here at this conference. So in terms of market assessment, if you remember, the first thing that we need to do in whichever country we want to engage, I gave the example of Senegal, and I said there are three things we ask ourselves in terms of affordability. We look at the mortgage rate, the prevailing mortgage rate in that country, because that allows us to know what the base level of financing that's available is being given at. Number two, we look at the average pricing for mid to low tier housing, because we want to know when we now define what an affordable house is, at what level it must appear at. And then number three, we're looking at the income levels, the prevailing income levels in that country. Because once again, that will allow us to be able to understand in terms of variegation or the differentiation of different earning capacities, at which level do we want to support and where do we start from. So once again, we've done this in other countries. We would be glad if there's any way we can engage and share our experiences and replicate that here. Thank you.
Thank you, Shish. And I think in terms of your first question, I think it's more of you really requesting for us to reaffirm the commitment that we have to Nigeria. And I think, as you can see, how committed IFC is. But also, we have our senior country manager here who has left every other thing he has to do to be here with us today. And I would just like him to just say a few words just to, I think, assure you again of IFC's commitment to our housing and affordable housing in Nigeria. Mr. Kalimsha.
Thank you, Tulu. And thank you for the question, right? And I feel your energy, but at the same time, we are very specific in what we're looking for developers, right? First sets of presentation from Godfrey and Tomiwa were very clear on that. And the reason we put that up front was because, quite frankly, a lot of Nigerian developers do not fit. Okay? They are small, they are fragmented, they are undercapitalized. They go into the market, they come out of the market. So they may have good ideas, but they don't have financial capacity, right? And we're not sure, again, as Tomiwa says, people to execute and complete projects and to do so in a timely manner, on budget, on cost, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the struggle that we've had. So we've on the supply side, we have a dearth of good developers. And then on the demand side, of course, we all know the issues with respect to mortgages and getting mortgages, et cetera, right? And we're working on both sides, right? With our financial institutions group, with our colleagues in the World Bank to try to help adjust those sides. So we, and as we pointed out, we're also looking at student accommodation. And so there's a variety of things that we are doing. But it's tricky. As you talk about, it's not just land titling. It's also about getting mortgages in place and the cost of getting those mortgages in place. There's a cost of, if there is defaults, and there will inevitably be defaults, how do we capture that back? Because that also gets built into the price of a mortgage, right? If I know it's going to take me 5 years in court to get back that housing unit, I'm going to price that into the price I'm getting. So there's a multitude of dimensions that is impacting the inability of Nigeria to meet its housing needs. And IFC will try at specific interventions, but we can't solve everything. It takes a village, right? It'll take, the government. It'll take people like yourselves. It'll take, Green Building Council. It takes et cetera, for us to try to address all these issues, to bring it together to deliver more. But we are committed. We are working. We are trying to do transactions. We are talking to developers. We're happy to talk to any developer here. But we also have a global variety of investments, and we know what works and doesn't work from tough history, quite frankly. So we are very specific in what we're looking for. And if you have what we're looking for, as you heard from the colleague in South Africa, we go behind you, and we fully go you. I mean, you get a number of thousands of units he's putting down, right? But if somebody's just come in 500 units, because they have a plot of land, and they say, okay, I want to go green, please give me a low interest rate, that's not going to work, okay? So we need people with capacity. We need people who are doing this as a business, who has track record, et cetera, Because when we put our money, we're putting our money for a long term, and we're looking to develop a relationship that we could go to the next development, the next development, the next development. So that's what I'm saying. So I just want to be very clear. Yes, we are here. We want to do everything, but I'm not here to, like a wedding, throw out money, right? It's not. I need money to get. I need to earn my keep as well. So I need to get back my funds. So I hope that helps clarify for anybody as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be back. The lady on the left.
Thank you. My name is Simi Aluko. I do research with the program in Sustainable Design and Construction at Stanford University. Really happy to be here to talk to you all, especially about sustainable buildings and so on. My question is around, just I guess starting from the idea that wherever there's funding, the funding controls innovation, especially in a space like construction. And I've been thinking about the two big topics we're talking about today, which are sustainability of homes, but also just how quickly we can put up homes in order to meet the demands we have. And on the line of sustainability, my question is, we have LEED, we have EDGE, we have WELL, we have so many different green building certifications. And in my line of work, they seem very abstract. Like, what are the goals that we're trying to work towards? We have a huge population with massive energy demands, trying to industrialize. We are trying to build cities. We will need to be carbon intensive. Just a 20% reduction in embodied carbon, operational carbon, is not going to necessarily offset the huge environmental impact we already have. If you look around in Nigeria, everybody complains, Hamatan did not come, Hamatan came, tomatoes crop failed, they didn't fail. We have already huge energy issues and environmental issues. So really, like, what, I guess when we think about this high level software, this high level reporting, these things I think are nice and flashy in developed contexts where they've already burnt their way through all their carbon. What does that look like for us today as Africans? What is a sustainable house for an African to live in today? And how can we all here contribute to what that looks like?
Thank you. Dennis?
Okay, so thanks for that question. And if you look at you did mention 20% may be too small. The alternative to that 20% is not doing anything at all, right? And what we are looking at is, where can we start from? We need to start from somewhere. We cannot immediately say all buildings should be net zero, right? That is the ambition, but we cannot have all buildings being net zero from today. You talked about examples of what these buildings really look like. We would be seeing some examples today. After this session, we have handover ceremony for projects that have been certified green. And one of these projects is projects that have been done by MFF, which is an affordable housing unit. I'm sure those that did that project will be here. You would be able to interact with them. Basically, when we talk about EDGE or green certified project, we are not looking at very flashy buildings. From the examples that we have and from projects that we've worked on, very, very affordable housing projects in very remote parts of different countries have been able to go through that process. We could also give you some more information on how the software works and how you're able to use it. It's not as flashy as you think. You can come to our booth just outside of this hall, where our team can take you through what measures we are looking at. Very, very simple measures as how even the windows for a particular building is positioned. The size of the window, how is it oriented? Is it allowing natural ventilation into the building? Is it such that you're having very efficient light in there? Very, very basic things, right? So we can take this offline and then speak more to it. But what I'm saying is we do have very local examples of affordable housing projects that have actually gone green. And the 20% is just the first step. We are encouraging these developers to, once they've been able to realize that they can go green, they can go to the next level, which is looking at 40%. Before we can even now talk about net zero, which is making sure we are offsetting totally and doing 100%. But obviously we cannot jump from 0 and then go to 100. We need to start from somewhere, and that's what we try to do. Right, thanks.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and thank you to the team for answering all of the questions really well. Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions and we're out of time, and I'll be handing it over to the chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for what has been a very interesting session. I think we've heard a lot from the IFC team about how they are playing both in the supply and the demand side. We've also heard from the industry about how we like the IFC to do more, so that when we come here next year, we'll be sharing examples in Abuja, in Lagos, and not, what's that country? Could they? No. Let's share Nigerian examples. But thank you for what has been an interesting session. I'm looking forward to the student accommodation scheme. I think education, there's a crisis there, and if we can do PPP schemes to provide affordable housing for students, that surely will be great, in addition to Lagos and Ibadan. So I would like to thank the IFC team for what has been an incredible show of commitment, with the panelists here, and also those that joined online, and of course with Ali Group from South Africa that also has shown us that indeed they are walking the talk. There are credentials to share in Africa, and we'll look forward to having credentials from Nigeria. Thank you, everyone. Then we can go for the break.
Please, a round of applause for them. We'll be having group photographs, and then there'll be presentation of certificates. We will be having the EDGE Certificate Award ceremony right now. I will be handing over the microphone to Temi Lola Shanola. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you, everyone. I'm doing the fun part because, thank you. Take it. Oh, I need to go. And I need Dennis too. Dennis? So we'll try and keep this as short as possible. My name is Temilola Shonola, and I work with the Edge team. I'm based here in Lagos, Nigeria. So for every one who would like to Edge certify, I'm available to come over to you for training or capacity building, anything at all. We're going to make it brief. We have our country manager here, Kalim. And we like to celebrate people who have taken this on. We do that once in a while, and we did in November 2022, I think. And this one is to do with those who have certified in the last 1 year. Our fiscal year starts from July and ends in June. So for those who have done so, we're celebrating them. And we're going to start, can we have the slides, please? We're going to start with the first project. And sorry, before I do that, the country manager, Mr. Kalim Shah, will be presenting the certificates and plaques to them. And my colleague Dennis also will be assisting. So we'll start with Gwarinpa. Gwarinpa 2 is a project by Green Bricks and Tech. It's a 15,469 square meter project. And the simple things they've actually done is all up there. They've been able to achieve 42% reduction in energy and 32% water savings and 52% less. And they did simple things. If you look on the right, you will see what they did in terms of energy. Simple things like reduced window to well ratio. That's actually the first thing a lot of developers do to reduce the window. But you can have as much window as you like, as long as you make sure those windows are well insulated and they keep the heat out. Then in terms of water, we're asking that the kind of taps that you use should be effective, should be not those ones that waste water. If you live in Cape Town, probably you can tell that our water table keeps going down. So we need to ensure that we keep our water tables up. The final one is materials. Materials, as Dennis has said, has to do with embodied materials. I'm sure if I ask the question here that which one do you think is more sustainable? Is it the clay bricks or is it the hollow bricks that we all know? Some will say clay, some will say hollow bricks. Now, for us at Edge, we see the Edge clay bricks as less sustainable. And the reason being that the energy that is required in making one clay brick is high. So we say hollow brick. So when you go on our app, you will see which one of those building materials you can use that will actually help you meet your sustainability goals. So without further ado, let me call on Mr. Uche Nzekwe, Mr. Engineer Hashim, and Mr. Okwase from the Green Bricks and Tech Company to come up for their certificate. Are they here? Thank you. So we celebrate these guys for this certificate. I remember when they first came to us, they really wanted this done as quickly as possible. And like we said, this kind of certificates will help you in access to finance, because a lot of financial institutions are looking out to finance sustainable buildings. So that is Gwarinpa 2. Okay. And we'll go on quickly to the second project. And I'd like to call Mr. Michael Ali and Mr. Kachi Nwachukwu up. Next slide, please, for Glover Road. Glover Road is a property by UAC Limited, and it's 23,277 square meters. And it's been certified preliminary, as in at design. We request that it's better for you to do these things at design rather than at retrofit. So, Mr. Michael Ali, please. Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Kachi, watch. Oh, Miss. Oh, okay. Yes, please. Thank you. That is 27N Glover Road, and it's an office in Ikoyi, 27 Glover, as it says. The next one is going to be Palmsville Estate, and I'll call on Mr. Ola Jacobs, Mr. Afolabi Fago, and Peace to please come up for the certificate. This one is an Edge Advanced certificate that's 40% better in energy. And as Ivan said, sometimes getting up to 40 can be a challenge, but we have people that have done so. And this is even more interesting because it's an affordable housing. So they'll come up to get that. The project is 7,924 square meters, and it's Edge Advanced. And we'll go on to the next one, which is Jabi Lake Mall here in Abuja, which was financed by Actis. And for that building, because it was existing, right, you would see that the embodied material says 100% less energy. The reason for that is that once you are over 5 years, when the building is over 5 years, we say that you probably have emitted as much of the GHG that you can emit, so it's seen as neutral, carbon neutral. So for that, I will call on Mr. Tolu Shokeno from Actis to come, please. And we've kept Mr. Tolu for a while, but thank you for coming. So that's Jabi Lake Mall. It's 32,986 square meters, and it's a final certificate, i.e. it did not go through the preliminary certificate, which is on design, because it was already existing. And that's why they are getting the plaque, because that plaque goes onto the building as a sign that the building is certified. The next project is by Nigerian Liquefied NLNG, right? Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, right? And they certified their residential building and office in Bonny, a total of 31,599 square meters. So let me call on Mr. David Graham and Mr. Uche Ihunweze to please come up and take their certificates. Now, they are also getting a plaque because it's a final certificate. The building is already in existence. So if you do design, we give you the certificate. And once you complete, you get the final certification, which is a plaque. So is Mr. David Graham here? Oh, here you go. Mr. David Graham, are you alone? All right. So that's Mr. David Graham. We are also celebrating people we call Edge experts. These are people who have been trained in the Edge program and the app, and can guide clients through the process. So some of the people that have come up are actually Edge experts who worked on those projects, and they are picking up the certificate on behalf of the clients. So the final one is the Grand Louveau 3B project, which is very close to Abuja. It's in Nasarawa State, and it's by Millard Fuller Foundation. So I'll call on Mrs. Fumi Odia and Mr. Fiyinfoluwa Adebayo, who was the edge expert on that project. Specifically, MFF made sure that they had an in-house edge expert, so he trained as an edge expert and helped them through the process of certification. So that's Grand Louveau by Millard Fuller, and the total was 9,425 square meters. So thank you. That completes the Edge Award ceremony. And I would like us to go into the next part of this program where, thank you, sirs, where we invite Real. Real has been like an advocate for EDGE certification. They have made it like a necessity for finance now. And that's what we're saying. We're seeing a lot of financial institutions doing this, saying that they will want to see that building sustainable before. So let me call on Mr. Shapiro to come up, please, and any other person as well from REAL. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I've got a lovely panel of talented people who I'm gonna call up now. So if the four of them wanted to join me up here, that would be great. So we've got Sam Odia back on stage. He's just been photographed. Hopefully he's not too bashful to come back again. Femi Adewale is gonna join us. We've got two other colleagues. Here comes Jumoke, thank you. And Kabir is also joining us. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to introduce for a couple of minutes the session, and then what we're going to do is we're going to hear the results of an end user financing survey. But before that, we have an important announcement.
All right, please, a Toyota Camry XLE 2005 model, ash color, with the number GWA73CM is blocking someone. Please, you need to move now. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So and Kabir's Tuko is here as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn over to my colleague Femi Adewale. Okay. And what I wanted to do was, this session's really about how you make this happen, and it's about beyond rhetoric to homes. And we're going to look particularly at end user financing. And what I want to do to bring it alive to all of us is to put all of this conversation connected to two people. And I just want you to think about these two people as we go through this session together. And they are Ali and Zainab. Ali and Zainab are 55 years old, and they were born in Kano in northern Nigeria. And the reason we've used them as our example is that the average life expectancy in Nigeria is 55 years old. I hope that myself and all of the rest of us live well beyond that. But it's good to know what the average is in the country we're in. So I just want to think a little bit about the life that Ali and Zainab would have had in terms of their opportunities to access finance and to have a home to be proud of. And so 55 years ago, I'm sure you can all do the maths, 1968, 55 years ago, Nigeria had a population of 50 million people, and it had about 16% of its population living in an urban setting. So globally at that point, it was about 30%. So they're born into a country which is a very rural country, which all of you would know. So when they get to their kind of mid-20s, sort of halfway through their life expectancy, Nigeria would have gone from 50 million population to 100 million population. And then when you bring them forward to today, in their mid-50s, their parents and grandparents, it's a population of 200 million. At that time, the urbanization rate's gone from 16% when they were born to in the 50%, so more than 1 in 2 now living in urban areas. And of course, we hope Ali and Zainab live a long and happy and healthy life, and maybe they get to 85. And inshallah, we all do. Of course, if they get to 85, there'll be 400 million Nigerians. Remember, when they were born, there were just 50. So we really want to think about that journey and what the opportunity is as they move from Kano here to Abuja and what their life chances are. Ali is a welder. He works in the informal sector, and Zainab sells food at a local market. So they have a regular income, but it's not formal and it's not tracked. So what is the journey that they had? What opportunities did their children have, and what opportunities might their grandchildren have? And this is crucial to us at REAL. I'm the chief executive of REAL. We're an investor and an innovator in affordable housing, and we invest in a number of projects here in Nigeria and across Africa and Asia. And the reason we care about this is there's going to be another 2.5 billion people living in Africa and Asia's cities in the next generation. So what we need to do is make sure we've got a solution that works for this huge number of people that are coming into our cities. And so if you take Abuja today, there are 500 people who call Abuja home today who didn't call it home yesterday. There'll be another 500 tomorrow. And in Lagos, it's 1,400. There'll be 1,400 people who call Lagos home today who didn't call it home yesterday, and another 1,400 tomorrow. So just thinking about that, and we think one of the critical challenges is around end user financing. How do we access green, accessible financial products that can deal with this mass urbanization phenomena that's happening? And so first we're going to turn to Femi Adewale, who I'm sure many of you know, and he's going to explain some research he's done into that end user financing and what some of the next steps would be. And then what we'll do is open it up to a panel discussion and hopefully integrate all of you into that conversation about what are the key things we need to do next to really make the end user financing possible at the green and affordable end. Femi, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian, and good afternoon, everyone. I think I understand that I stand and the panel stands between you and your lunch, but more significantly, my hoary voice is not what you want to hear for very long. So I'm going to keep this really, really short. My very brief presentation is really the summary of a study carried out on behalf of REAL in the early part of this year around end user finance options in Abuja for people primarily on low to low medium income housing. Okay, I'll talk about the objectives of that study. The full report itself is going to be made available, soft copy, so that you can have access to the raw data of what was a limited but a very in-depth and very interesting study into hearing the perspective of users of housing and what they feel about the opportunities that exist for them to own their own homes and to finance that aspiration. So look, it's not strange. Most Nigerians want to own their own homes. That is a universal aspiration for most Nigerians and indeed Africans, including those on low income. But 80% of those people are unlikely to be able to realize those aspirations, particularly those who are living in urban areas and now in the informal sector. And although there has been some remarkable progress made with respect to the supply side of the housing market. The fact remains that interventions and progress with respect to deepening access to end user finance, which is a big technical word, but essentially means that helping people who want to own their own homes or who want to have a roof over their own heads have access to the financing that they need in a way that makes it affordable for them. Progress on that front is still very, very, very patchy. And without access to financing for end users, we create a vicious cycle. It means that even people may want the houses, but they can't buy the houses. Because they can't buy the houses, developers or suppliers of houses can't build, or certainly can't build at any scale. The loss of economies of scales means that prices go up because risks increase, and because risk and prices go up, it means that affordability is lowered. So we get into this revised cycle, which takes the dreams of home ownership away from the people who need it most. RHETORIC itself has had a vested interest in carrying out this study because, as Ian has said, is invested in a number of projects in Nigeria where, although these are nicely built houses, where there's been a lot of interest, the very poor level of access to end user finances continues to pose a critical challenge to the success of those investments. So in carrying out this study, what did we intend to do? First, we wanted to identify and analyze the key sources of housing finance for low-income households in Abuja and understand the key enablers and barriers that they encounter in accessing housing finance. So this was the first objective. The second objective was to understand end user attitudes towards current options that are available for them, but also potential options of new end user housing finance options that might be available. The third option was to identify and evaluate housing finance institutions, which in this study includes banks, cooperative societies, microfinance banks that are willing to collaborate with RHETORIC in the instance of these studies to develop new solutions that will open up and widen access for people on low income for end user finance. So those are the three key findings. And very quickly, what are the key methodologies around the research? The study was carried out in two forms. There was a secondary research around looking at existing and proposed government policy, regulations, and plans, and secondly, identifying existing types and sources of end user finance. And the second bit, which was really the core of the study, was a primary research which involved a focus group discussions over about 4 days with 20 groups of potential end users comprising of 100 people. The target population was segmented to allow about 40% women, but also young people. In addition to that, key stakeholders in the sector, about 6 numbers of them were interviewed in depth to get a deeper understanding of end user finance access to. So this was a limited but actually quite interesting end user finance focus group driven engagement to allow us to understand the perspective of end user, which is something that is not often had in forums like this. So what did we find? What did we find? The first key finding in relation to the housing preference of the target population was a deep-seated preference for home ownership across all segments of the housing market. People wanted to own their own homes. But what was intriguing was that this preference, and I think for housing providers, this is critical and cannot be easily waved away without a serious consideration, that this preference is often underpinned by cultural and in some cases very deeply held religious religious belief. Now, because of the spread of the target market, we found that to a limited extent, young people were to some extent more willing to consider other options outside of direct home ownership, but overwhelmingly, home ownership still remained a deep-seated preference for the population. I think most of us will say that we already knew that, but I think if there was any addition to that knowledge by this study was that this was not a whim, it was actually very deeply held and in some cases informed by deep cultural and religious beliefs. The second key one, and this was quite surprising, was that most of the people, most of the focus group discussion indicated that most people on low income prefer to build their own homes. There is a very dominant bias towards incremental self-build homes of their houses against purchase of homes from developers. Now, I know that because of the very many developers we have in the room, this is a challenging opinion. These are just raw feedbacks coming from focus group discussion. And a lot of that preference is coming from a very low trust relationship with developers. When you have an opportunity to read the report, including some of the verbatim comments from the focus groups, there were comments around the low trust emanating due to poor quality, poor locations, and the poor cost of the houses that are available from developers being outside of their means. So those are the two key housing preference issues. People wanted to own their own homes, but where possible, they rather build those homes by themselves. The second key area around what housing finance. So if you want to own your own homes, if you want to build it, how do you see yourself financing that aspiration? What are the key findings that came out of that? So again, the key finding was that only a small proportion of the population, about 9% of the people living in urban areas, and all of them were there, actually own their own homes. Okay, so although most of them want to own their own homes, only 9% of the population that we engage actually own their own homes. Most of these homes were financed through individual savings or small loans which they picked up from cooperatives, microfinance banks, and things like that. So, and the typical loan sizes are quite small, about ₦1 million to support the implementations of stages of constructions. I think most of you will regard that as housing micro loans. And when a micro loan is taken and is repaid back, they take another tranche of micro loans to build another stage of the house. And that was the finding from that. So what were the primary sources of these loans that the target market were using to build the houses? The primary sources for a significant proportion, about 80% of these, were from savings and thrift societies and cooperatives. So a lot of people were going outside of the mortgage markets, the commercial banking markets, to finance their home ownership dreams building in an incremental way, taking small loans from saving and thrift societies and cooperatives. None of the discussants claim to have obtained loans from commercial banks. Also, very few have secured any finances, or if I knew anyone who has secured financing through the mortgage banks or the National Housing Fund. Again, to most people in the market, that will probably not be a shock because of the very low penetration that we continue to have in terms of access to mortgages. We tested for inclusivity. Is there a discrimination in terms of who can actually access housing finance? So I think generally we found that access to housing opportunities was inclusive, that generally if people met the credit requirements of the savings and thrift or the cooperative banks, regardless, whichever one they were talking to, regardless of gender particularly, they were more likely to have access to financing. However, because we created one of the focus groups, which was an only women focus group, we got divergent opinions where in that focus group there was evidence that women were more likely or more frequently denied loan approvals compared to the male population. The fourth bit in terms of the housing finance population was that most people identified loans from their cooperative societies as a preferred source of financing because it appeared to be much more affordable than financing through commercial banks and mortgage banks. Types of housing finance. Okay, we explored with the group what alternatives types of housing finance would they consider. And one of those was an instrumental payment option and a incremental housing or incremental microfinance loans. And these were generally felt to be acceptable. There was some resistance to installment payments because this was likely to be unaffordable to most of them. But a significant majority of the sample population viewed incremental microfinance a welcome option for accessing end-user financing. However, it was felt that this was better implemented in partnership with their own cooperatives or savings and thrift societies. So it was interesting that they preferred to work through a financial intermediary with whom they had some relationship or trust. Perception around sustainability and green housing. We tested for what was end users' view around ensuring that homes met sustainability standards and green housing. And I think this was quite interesting because first, the focus group discussion suggested a significant lack of awareness about sustainable housing. And most of the discussants considered it secondary to a more urgent need to have a secure roof over their head. And I think that in discussing the report with RHEA, it was important that there was no significant aversion to it, but one, there was a significant lack of awareness. But secondly, there was a fear, possibly not true, there was a fear that this was likely to take affordability even further away from them. So what do we see as a future finance housing finance models that I think is worthy of further exploration? A lot of this is raw data, and I think what the panel will be doing subsequently is saying which of these makes sense that we need to look at. And there were three key ones that came out of the study. First is that incremental housing and incremental housing finance, or housing microfinance, as is now called, has been in existence for quite a while. Does it provide an opportunity for modernization, for innovation, to ensure that we are able to house more Africans and more Nigerians who are on low income. So this is a critical area, I think, for future further development and exploration. The second one is working with cooperatives. What was quite clear from the studies was that people wanted to deal with intermediaries either on the supply or on the demand side that they trusted. And the preference for wanting to build their homes is pretty much predicated on trust. And therefore, we felt it was important to have a look at how can we embed work and partnership with housing or the general cooperatives in the housing value system. How can we harvest the loyalty, the inclusiveness that they have with potential end buyers into the housing supply and demand value chain? And thirdly, the realization that actually whilst a significant proportion of the people are unable to own their homes, there's been a lot of discussion about rental housing. I think this also came back. Should we be a little bit more determined and assertive around creating a rental housing model that allows people on low income to start out as tenants in secure, well-managed tenancies, but with a very strong option and possibility for eventually owning their own homes. So there you have it. I will pass it on to Ian, who will then get our panel's view on some of these findings. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Femi. Fantastic. And I'm sure everyone here and online knows Femi. You know, Femi has is an architect by training, was managing director at Family Homes Fund, was managing director at Shelter Afrique, now is an independent consultant. So I'd encourage you to snap him up, but I think his time is too busy to snap him up. But and a brilliant example there of some key issues. So what I want to do is turn to our panel and think about the end user financing implications of what Femi's just said. And I want us to keep in mind Ali and Zainab, our mid-50s couple who've born in Kano, moved to Abuja, and what the implications are for their opportunities. They've never been able to own their own home. And I want to start, Jumoke, with you. Jumoke Akinwumi, who's the managing director of Althea, an investment expert, has a range of funds, including for financial inclusion, female-led businesses, also an architect by background. So there's an array of intimidating architects on our panel. Jumoke, I want to ask you, Femi's brought to us that whole issue of home ownership and that real aspiration for home ownership, and yet that stark figure that only 9% of Nigerians do own their own home. So what does that mean for end user financing? Does it matter? Is it all about home ownership?
Well, when we were having thank you very much. When we were having our side chat, you know, I did mention something about having to educate people about what it means to simply live in good condition. So having a decent shelter over their heads. But I mean, ultimately, it is true that most people culturally, and I was surprised to hear, based on some religious belief, would want to own their own home. However, there's a journey to most things, and there's a journey to ownership as well. First step for me is actually to get as many people as possible to live in good and adequate shelter. But that aside, as he was presenting the outcomes of this study, it occurred to me that we have talked a lot about traditional lenders. I mean, even the microfinance institutions are traditional lenders. We now have a crop of entities that have opened up the opportunities for the unbanked over the past decade or so. And Alithea actually invested in one of the very first few, a company called Paga. And they are riding on the back of really great technology. And what they have done is really targeted more or less this sector that we're talking about. And I'm thinking they need to be brought into the table in these conversations so that it's not just a question of microfinance banks providing micro home loans or even the traditional mortgage companies providing mortgages. There is something that we can learn from how they lend to this same target market and how they manage that process, because I think there's a lot of technology that could help. We spoke about that as well to drive the process. I'll stop there for now.
Great, thanks, Jumoke. That's great. And Kabir, I think it's a good opportunity to bring you in. Unfortunately, you're not an architect, but we still let you stay on the panel. We're very open-minded like that. So Kabir Tukur is the managing director of Co-op Holdings and is got over 30 years of banking expertise. And I think that point that Jumoke is talking there about what is for financial institutions, perhaps does it matter? And Femi's research saying that trust in the formal financial institutions is low. Why do you think that is, and does it matter?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, of course, the trust issue is very big and is a major impediment. And why is that so? Because it's not easy for somebody in the informal sector to go to a commercial bank or even a mortgage bank, or let's even say the closer ones, the microfinance bank. It's not very easy for somebody in the informal sector to go there and be able to access funding. Obviously, we know the reason why. But for this person, it's easier for him or her to go to their cooperative society because they trust them, they own them, they're a part of it, and these cooperative societies are closer to them. The time it takes for them to access the funding they require, it's much easier in through the cooperative society than the commercial banks. And of course, the rates in the cooperative society is also much lower than what is obtained in the commercial sector. So you find out that in the informal sector, and even some parts of the formal sector, basically the low and middle class, do actually approach or get funding through their cooperative societies rather than the commercial banks. It will surprise us to know today that the cooperative movement in Nigeria has well over 20 million membership. And all these people do save on a monthly basis, and their savings are consistent. If you break this culture, then you're not likely to be able to get funding from them. So there's a kind of discipline to it. And the level of default is much, much lower than the commercial banks in Nigeria today because of the cooperative structure. It's very, very difficult to find people defaulting because of their informal but strict and disciplined way of protecting their credit. Thank you.
Thanks, Kabir. I want to come back to you on that, because I think that number that there's 20 million cooperative members sounds to me like that should be a great solution. If you think about the equation, at the moment, the estimates are in Nigeria around 20 million affordable homes are needed. There's a gap of around 20 million. Now, you're telling me that the trust is higher with cooperatives, that the funding is at a more affordable rate. So why isn't that, is that the solution that we should go for the end user financing to scale? Is that where we should be putting our collective efforts?
Yeah, obviously. If you look at it, why they don't have much is because the cooperatives depend on the savings of their members to lend out. So that means they're limited to what their members save. If they get additional support, like what we did in the mortgage bank, we have a cooperative mortgage bank that has been very supportive of the cooperative movement, increasing their capacity. So that means they are also willing to, more members are able to access this funding. The other challenge is also in terms of pricing. There's a set limit for cooperatives in terms of the lending cost, which is obviously way lower than that of commercial banks. So that is also an impediment. So, but I think what happens these days is that some of the cooperative movements kind of create a blending from their own internal funds generated from savings, add to that of the commercial banks, and then get an average cost which is lower, and they're able to pass it on to their members.
Fascinating. So there's a kind of capital efficiency challenge here and a capital scale proposition. Sam, let me turn to you. This is Sam Odier, who you just met as the Chief Executive Officer of Millard Fuller Foundation, and just rightly got congratulated for the EDGE Award for the development at Grand Luvu that you've been working on. And MFF have been, I think twice, Sam will tell me if I'm wrong, maybe more than twice, has been awarded the most affordable home in Africa.
4 times.
4 times. There you are. See, I knew he'd tell me. Never miss an opportunity to get the award in. Quite right too. Yes, a round of applause. 4 times, people. I mean, and I'm only giving him credit for 2 of them, so he definitely deserves a round of applause to save my blushes. So, Sam, talk to us about this from a developer perspective. Is that what you're finding? You're developing high quality homes, they're winning these awards. Where are people accessing the finances to come into your homes?
So has been a great challenge. And, in line with the findings of Femi's research, it has totally in line with what we found. And I think there's a greater tendency for people to be looking for more informal sorts of financing rather than sort of structured loans from formal banks and institutions. So I do see a great opportunity for housing microfinance and also the development of non-mortgage finance products in the market. Affordability for us, it still remains the most critical issue. Affordability. I mean, people earn so little, and yet the most basic houses that we seem to be building cost so much, and certainly incremental is the way to go. And even at the Millard Fuller Foundation, where we're trying to sort of research into this, and we've recently built, in the last year and a half, we built a 1 million naira house to try to help solve this problem. Unfortunately, the 1 million naira house, which was actually slightly less than 1 million naira when we started building, when we conceived of the whole idea 2 years ago, has now creeped and is almost 2 million naira now. But the dollar value of $2,500 has remained quite constant. So this is a basic starter pack core house, expandable to 2 bedrooms, and then expandable to another 2 bedrooms, making it eventually a 4-bedroom unit. So that's the sort of solution that we're looking at, for the market. It's quite frustrating, actually, to have products that are in demand from a superficial sort of level, but where it comes to actual effective demand, they're just simply out of reach for a lot of the people that we try to serve. So we are finding that our market is we're going a little up market, which we'd rather not to, but we're being sort of forced to do that. Yeah, so I think the informal sector, the cooperative, as my colleague here has said, seems to be a very good option for people to try to look at, sort of grouping themselves so that there's a much better bargaining power with the finance that's available on the market.
Great, thanks, Sam. And Femi, can I come back to you on that? This the research that you and really the could open up this a food in a market, a welder. They don't have a cooperative relationship. How do they step in? How do they get access to financing? They've got the aspiration to own a home.
Truth is that a lot of those cooperatives, assuming that is one path, will require significant investment to develop them and to be able to function effectively as financial intermediaries. Even in corporate, I think that the ability to aggregate as cooperatives has to be part of a development process. And that means forming new ones. New ones are being formed every day, and I think it's having institutions like yours. We've just got to think outside of the current boundaries. We've got to think outside of the current boundaries. Already we know that where SAM is developing, the butchers in the massacre areas actually do have a cooperative because we've engaged with them. But how effective are they, or can they be as intermediaries? That is the big question. And I think investment has to. But there are also a huge proportion who don't even know anything and wouldn't know the first step around establishing, forming, governing a cooperative, or if you don't even want to use the name cooperative because there's a cliche around it, some kind of mutual. How do we resource a process that helps developing groups of mutuals, of like-minded people with like-minded needs that can serve as both the, financial intermediaries for them? These are deep-rooted in our culture, so they're not new. We just need to find a way to modernize and innovate around them.
Can I play the role of badly behaved foreigner? I think I can be the only badly behaved foreigner on this panel. One thing I find interesting, I look at Nigeria, incredibly mature capital markets, incredible sophistication in the financial sector. And here we are discussing the only way to reach a mass market scale is do something with the cooperatives, maybe aggregate, create another financial intermediary. I think all of these are good suggestions. I'm not critical, but I'm asking myself why, given the kind of firepower that is in Nigeria's financial system, we have to kind of come up with something new. I look around this room, I look at the expertise on this panel, I ask myself, why isn't the financial system responding to this? Why isn't it seeing this as an opportunity to provide end user financing? And why isn't it seeing it as there's a margin there, there's a volume proposition that is exciting? And Kabir, maybe I start with you. Why isn't the Nigerian, other markets with perhaps less sophisticated capital markets than Nigeria have a more effective end user financing system than we do here?
Thank you. That's a question I've asked myself several times in the past. Because let me tell you where that question started to crop up. I asked myself, cooperative movement, well over 20 million membership, and I said to myself, if this 20 million membership are just contributing 1,000 naira on monthly basis to a kind of housing fund, I don't know if there's, I'm seeing some professors here. I don't know if there's a mathematician that can give us that figure, but that will come up with some huge funds that can solve the housing finance problem in Nigeria. So just like Mr. Femi has said, I think where the work is how to properly organize the cooperative movement such that there can be a synergy in which all capacities can be synergized in such a way that we can create this funding. I don't think we need any funding from anywhere, honestly speaking. With the population and with the demand here, even the supply chain, there are developers here that can meet it. What we really need is how to get ourselves in a simple language to say, hey, as cooperative members, let us be saving so much for housing development in Nigeria. And I tell you, that solves every problem. Thank you.
Thanks. Jumoke, let me come to you. You've been a pioneering investor in a range of often seen as less attractive sectors. Why aren't there more people crowding you out? Why isn't this a busier space? Why aren't there more funds coming in?
Okay. So first of all, we've managed a number, and I'm managing a number of funds, but have done nothing in real estate, and particularly in housing. And you asked the question, and he did give you quite a great answer. But I think in here amongst ourselves, we need to ask ourselves a few questions. Why is the sector not as attractive as it should be? What should we be doing that we're not doing? I know that there's a whole issue around government and government policies. But as I was speaking earlier, there are structural weaknesses that we cannot overlook in government and governance, and we have a role ourselves to play. We are not great with data. She's here. I don't know how many of us have signed up to open access. We don't tell the truth about the deals that we do. We're very, very poor with sharing information. That has nothing to do with government and everything to do with all of us who are sitting in here. And if we don't do that, we will not get the funding that we need. That's the absolute truth. Money is not going to come into an opaque market. And we've been talking about this for years, and we're still talking about it. And we'll be here next year if we don't make a decision to do stuff differently, and we'll be still speaking about this. Everything you said is absolutely right. There's a huge market. The ability to aggregate capital, competence, and everything else exists. It is great to have local money and every other kind of money that you can chase, including green money. But green money wants to see local money first and a bit of traction internally. We have to save ourselves. And that's really the message. As far as, I mean, we can say everything else, but there's a lot that we have to do ourselves before we get anything to happen. Thank you.
Jumoke, that's great. So I think there's a kind of data transparency, there's a technology issue I want to come back to, but you've also raised the green issue there. Maybe I can turn to Sam, who's our most recent Green Award winner. So, as with the pressure on, why are you building green homes, Sam? Isn't that more expensive? What does the end client care in any way whatsoever? Is the burden their responsibility? Why are you doing it?
Yeah, sometimes I ask myself that question as well. I think primarily because really that's the way to go if you have any feeling for the world and the universe. I think that's the way to go. That's where funding is opening up. You just mentioned that funding is scarce in this market, and so if we do see another opportunity in another area, then we need to take advantage of it. But long term, obviously, this is where everything needs to go for the sake of the planet, primarily. In terms of our off-takers, Femi has confirmed that, they don't really care. They don't even know what this is all about, frankly. So there is a lot of education that needs to be done as far as green funding is concerned. But yeah, I think, what we've done is just a small start, and let's hope that we can learn a lot from it. And it's a bit, I mean, we completed our green homes only a year ago or less than a year ago. People are still in the process of moving in. So it'll take a few years before we can say with gusto, yes, we've made all these savings and so forth, and be able to say with confidence that yes, this is a very viable proposition for future building and so forth. But yeah, I think we've taken the right step, and let's wait and see.
That's great to hear, and I think there's a real responsibility on us as investors, and in terms of incentive structure, when 70% of African buildings have not yet been built that will exist in the next 20 years, we've got to build them green, because we already look at the fluctuating global temperatures. We all know it's coming. If that whole sweep of building that is going to happen is not done in a green way, then I think we've got a problem for all of us everywhere. So we need to get those incentives right. Femi, I'm going to come back to you, something that we've talked a lot here about the financing structure. We've had data and technology we want to come back to. We haven't really talked about your incremental build point, which I think was a really key piece of the research. And actually, this real challenge about if you're Ali and Zainab, incremental build makes sense because it allows you to do it at your pace. When you've got a bit of extra money, you can do it. But actually, from a market point of view, from a scale point of view, when Lagos has got 1,400 people entering it every day as new citizens of Lagos, incremental build creates real constraints and actually likely leads to an urban spread, leads to sprawl, likely therefore increased carbon emissions from transportation, harder to provide services together. So how do we deal with this challenge? Incremental build may well work for the individual, but doesn't probably work for the community and for the city.
Okay, look, I think one of the key messages that's come out of the study is looking at what is happening before and what you can take out of it and leveraging that to develop a solution for the future. Incremental housing has been around for at least 5 decades, okay? And you're absolutely right in terms, it does offer significant challenges around urban sprawl, around density issues, and maybe some of the sustainability requirements. But I think my view is the fact that it has enough in it, given our demography in sub-Saharan Africa, to look at how can we address those challenges, modernize and innovate around them to create an incremental building solution that doesn't lead to urban sprawl. And I think in the previous discussion, I gave you an example of a piece of work that the UN Habitat started doing in Nairobi. I think it was called the Mavoko Sustainable Neighborhood Program, which was an incremental housing model, a lateral incremental housing. It was a vertical incremental housing. And I think there are some examples of that in Chile, but this was a particularly African example, which was quite interesting, apart from the fact that it was incremental. It also allowed the individual person to do some of the things that we actually miss out, to allow for a multiplicity of uses within their own home. Okay? For example, the core house, which was initial residential, was able to be kind of incrementally raised to the next level, and then they were able to turn the ground floor into a shop to earn some income, because you have a house, probably you have some costs associated with it, and then they could increase up to a second floor and let out the that people kind of flexible to low medium income need to be able to maintain a sustainable housing tenure. So you're absolutely right. I don't think there's an off-the-shelf incremental housing option, but I think that given the very low income nature of most of our economy, it offers a key alignment of payment and the income that people have.
Thanks, Femi. And I want to open it up to the floor and get contributions. And I'm particularly keen. Firstly, I'm hoping there's a microphone. I'm particularly keen if anyone has got any ideas on some of the data and technology suggestions that have come up about how that might help unlock end user financing. So I wonder if there's any comments on or questions on the data and technology. Great. So I think the gentleman on the front row there.
I just want to give information, probably on cooperative. So I'm glad to hear that the private sector is actually taking interest on cooperative. 2006, 2007, we were the National Committee on Housing Finance. And the model was pushed to the country that time, 2007, was choice. Cooperative housing is cooperative housing home ownership incentive scheme. That was actually what we marketed because right. That welder, Yusuf, or the Yusuf from Kano, the welder, it belongs to Welder Association. It's a cooperative. So this is granite pepper grinder in the market. They must belong to an association. That's their cooperative. Charcoal sellers, those who are selling charcoal and wood, as meager as their business is, they must belong to association. That's cooperative. And we saw that as far back as 2007, that is the strength of the country. That is the way we should apply to mobilize the country. Because we visited the 6 zones in this country, and we found out that was the driving force. There was a project at Aba that time. It was about 1,000 units. When you visit the place, you will think you are in a federal government project or IFC-sponsored project. But there are Aba traders contributing 40,000 every month. And the houses were at different stage in a well-laid-out estate. That then we were tempted to ask, which of the federal government or state government scheme? It was cooperative. And we found out that these Aba people, because of the way they contribute, it could take them about 5 or 10 years before they could deliver. But since we have the people that have come together, they've acquired land, they have off-takers, because one of the problems we have with developers today, they build houses and nobody to buy. So the cooperative have inbuilt off-takers. So we packaged the model and we sent to FMBA. We started working with the Federal Housing Cooperative. So, but tomorrow we will, I'm glad with the research that Femi just done for you. Tomorrow we'll be presenting the results of the research that we were commissioned, the Center of Housing, University of Lagos. We were commissioned to research into cooperative. They commissioned us to research into cooperative as a means of mobilizing the informal sector. So we'll be presenting the result tomorrow in this other session tomorrow. So it's the cooperative. All we need to do is that, and cooperative can work like Sam said, or one of us said, the financial organizations we have in the country, they don't want to deal with one-by-one retailing. They want a check. They want to give you ₦1 billion at a lower rate and come to collect their repayment from just one source. And cooperative helps you to manage that. Like we have said today, they have low default rate, like Femi said. Very, very low default rate. In the University of Lagos, where I work, we have 6 cooperatives. And I want to say that the vice chancellor, my late vice chancellor, most professors belong to the cooperative. And many of us built our homes from the fund from the cooperative. Because cooperatives, once you have 10,000, cooperative will double it for you. And at very low rate. So people in the university, they don't near the mortgage. They go to their cooperatives. And once you save about 5 million with them, you can always get 10 million at 5%, 3% rate. So we have to look into this that has worked and see how do we institutionalize it. How do the private sector, how do we mobilize them? That's what FMBN is doing. And I believe that the research will benefit other financial institutions and I will be able to move forward. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, and we look forward to hearing more about that tomorrow. We're going to take one last comment just further across there. Yes, just there. Thanks.
Thanks so much. This is a great panel. Really, really interesting ideas coming out. I think to respond to the points you've made, absolutely, we need to leverage the experiences and the capacity of the cooperative movement. And in order to share that information with the private sector to demonstrate that people save and people repay, we need the data to show that. And that data needs to be collected and presented. So I'm so looking forward to your presentation tomorrow. You asked the question, Ian, about how do we collect this data. The one thing I was thinking as Femi was giving his presentation was that there might be a couple questions there to offer to the National Population Commission to actually ask as part of the census. How do people finance their houses and how do they access them? Do they access them from developers or from building it themselves or inheritance? Those are two questions I think would be really worth including. And we had such a good presentation yesterday from the official who is with the National Population Commission. So I'd really motivate hard for that. The other thing that I wanted to suggest is in addition to collecting data around the co-ops, not collecting it, presenting it in a rigorous way that people can understand. There are other mechanisms as well. I read in the pamphlet for this conference, Octo 5 has a STOW program. I read about that, so Save to Own. And I read about that a few years ago. So there's a bit of a track record there that could maybe tell us what do people do with their savings and how do they apply, how regular are they? And we need to find a way, the private sector, as Jumuke said, is collecting data all the time for its own purposes. It's really time to share this data so that the confidence in this target market can be built. And also so that the target market can develop confidence that other people like them are participating in the financial system. The last comment I wanted to make is just a reflection. I was speaking yesterday to someone here, and she's a young person, and she said to me, you know, when we talk about affordable housing, all the houses we're talking about are meant for old people, and she meant me, I think. She said people with families and they're established and they've already earned a lot of income, houses that have multiple rooms. Young people can't afford that, she said. And we actually should be delivering affordable housing that's specifically targeted at where I am in my life, she said. And that's step one. It's not the last step, it's the first step. So rent to own is a possibility, but smaller units as well. And then I had another conversation with someone who has student accommodation. And he said that the student accommodation is his best performing in his portfolio. And why is that? Because parents who pay for student accommodation don't want to have their children evicted. Fair enough. There is a market there that is not just student accommodation, but thinking about how do you start with someone who is low income because of their life stage and not because of their broader circumstance, and help them move up. Because if we don't, in fact, they will become low income by circumstance as they get older because they haven't been able to access housing. I think that in this economy where so many, there's such a huge percentage of the population is young, this really is an area to look at.
Great, thanks. I'm going to turn to the panel with the last thing. I've had some very effective lobbying, so I advise any of you who want to get, what you need to do is get your business card passed up to the person running the session, and then you get to respond. It's a very effective tactic, so I admire that. So I'm going to turn over to Sani Yakubu, who wanted to respond, and I admire that very effective influencing tactics.
Thank you very much. My name is Sani Yakubu.
I'm an executive director in charge of investments for Ministry of Finance Incorporated. Many people may wonder, what is Ministry of Finance Incorporated? This is essentially the investment arm of the federal government of Nigeria, restructured in February of this year with a new management, a new board, a new council with the president in charge. Now, I really had to pass my card to Ian because he asked a question. What is the financial system doing about putting the capital together that is required to help prop up the financing requirements for the housing sector? And I thought that all the research that Mr. Adewale and his team have done is one half of the answer to that question. Because Nigeria's housing sector is challenged on both the demand and on the supply side. So those who need houses, but those who need houses also don't have enough money to buy the houses that are available. There is so much money locked in different corners of Nigeria's financial system. Surprised? What about the pension funds? So the question is, what can we do to give the pension fund administrators the sort of comfort that they require to be able to use some of pensioners' funds to fund this sector? So at Murphy, we're currently working on the concept of a national real estate investment fund, where the pension fund owners will probably receive, and this is what we're working on, a national sort of guarantee that allows them to put this money in this fund. And they put this money in this fund in such a way that we can then make it available to people sitting in this room, businessmen who are building houses and trying to get more stock in the market to be able to provide these houses at affordable rates. Now, why are we? Why is this very important? We would like not just to look at this, but answer another question. And I thought, for me, this was the big ask for me in terms of coming here. What will the panel like to see in terms of policy that can make such a thing as a national housing fund successful? What are the policies that help all the design and delivery issues? What are the policies that help the financing aspect happen, such as a real estate investment fund? Thank you.
Sunny, thank you. I'm very glad you did that. That was a super useful intervention. So I'm very appreciative. So I just want to try and wrap up by asking my panelists to give me a 30-second answer. I'm an incredibly powerful, badly behaved foreigner. So I'm going to give each of you a magic wand, and you get to wave your magic wand at one thing here in Nigeria that improves the end user financing situation for Ali and Zainab and their children and grandchildren. So I just want, you've got 30 seconds. What are you waving the wand at? Femi, you've got the microphone, so I'm going to start with you. What are you waving your magic wand at?
Sonny, since you asked, get the government to sort out the land administration. Okay.
That's Jumoke, over to you.
Should I repeat what he just said? Sort out the land administration. No, but on a more serious note, I would say that we need to educate people on two levels. First, the story around home ownership, and really give facts, right? And tie home ownership to income, because currently many people have their heads in the clouds, and we need to, there's a reality check required. Once that education is in place, I am sure that people will think differently about home ownership.
Great. Kabir.
Well, from the cooperative perspective, I'm looking for a stimulus that will stimulate trust among corporators so that they can come together and begin to raise this funding to help themselves. That's what they've been doing in the last 50 years in Nigeria. It's now time to up the game and make it more national. Like I said, 20 million people saving 1,000 naira every month. That's huge funds. We don't need national, sorry, with due respect to Mr. Sani, we don't even need Federal Mortgage Bank. We can do that within ourselves. Yes.
Thanks, and Sam.
Yeah. Well, very welcome to hear the developments taking place at FFMF. Sounds like MFF, doesn't it? Federal Ministry of Finance Incorporated. I think the government needs to incentivize or even force financial institutions or corporate bodies to contribute to that fund. We have a regulation similar to that for contributions into the Federal Mortgage Bank that hasn't been followed up. So I think we need to just find a way of. I mean, most of our money in this market, I believe, are with the banks, and the banks still don't understand mortgage business, and this is one of the challenges I think we're having. So we need to find a way of sort of easing them or forcing them or gently to contribute and to give a certain amount of their investments in that area.
Great, thanks. I just want to give one little example of a success which we haven't tried in Nigeria yet, and maybe we should do, that brings some of the data and technology solutions together. So we've invested in an Indian partner who does informal credit assessment ratings using artificial intelligence, using a range of different techniques to show the credit worthiness of people like Ali and Zainab in the informal sector. And it's shown that they are therefore able to access credit. Their default rates are lower than bank averages for mortgage products. It's worked for 14,000 people in India very successfully. We're now taking that and to Kenya. We've got a good colleague, Johnston, who's here, who's the CEO of the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company, and talking about how to bring that into the system. And maybe that's something we could look at, and there could be an equivalent here in Nigeria too. I've really enjoyed the conversation. A sparkling panel who are prepared to disagree with each other, the floor with me, which is always a good sign. I think we know that for people, for profit, and for planet, we need to tap into the end user financing solution. There is a huge growth that's happening in Nigeria, particularly in the cities, and most of the people are outside of the formal sector. So we need to have some kind of way of bridging these worlds, and doing that in a way that works for individuals, but without burdening those people who are on low incomes. And I think we've had some great ideas today about how to do that with some different financing models. Think about the relationship to incremental build and how to build trust and understanding across that. So I just want to thank the panel very much. Thank you for excellent contributions to the floor, and I look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for them. What an impactful session that has been. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Chi Akboji, Chairman of Shelter Freak. Please, a round of applause. You're welcome. I want to recognize also the presence of Mr. Sani Yakubu, former MD Family Homes Fund. I guess he introduced himself earlier. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to crave the indulgence of our special guests and our speakers to grant our media team. Please, our media team will be coming to you. Please grant them the audience that they need, which will go a long way to give us a total package of what this event is all about. Please, we crave your indulgence. When they come to you, please just grant them the audience. Thank you very much as you do that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that are we tired? Are we tired? So can we go for the last session? Can we go for the last session? All right, just turn to your neighbor, turn to the left and to the right and ask your neighbor that question in the language that you are very comfortable in, not English. Just ask your neighbor, are you tired, neighbor? Not English. So can we go on? So we can go on. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having some presentations, and the time is 10 minutes each for the various speakers, and they will be coming out in this order: AMCON, FCDA, NIMET, and Royal Ceramics. AMCON, FCDA, NIMET, and Royal Ceramics, 10 minutes each. Please, 10 minutes each. And when they're done, we'll go for the third session for today. Please, a round of applause for the representative of AMCON as he comes out for his presentation. A round of applause for him, please. Before he begins, please, there's a missing wallet. There's a missing wallet. Media, can you help us put that on the screen? There is a missing wallet. Please, if your wallet is missing, just go to the back there and get it from the media, from our media team. Mawoyo Joidan Mokutenda. Please come to us at the back there for your wallet. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Max Wamba. I work for AMCON, and I have my team and their colleagues here as well. We'll have a presentation we want to make on this special occasion and event. And it revolves around housing and real estate. For us in AMCON, primarily, if you look at our mandate as a corporation, it also extends to housing, real estate, as it were.
Please, the hall is very rowdy. The hall is very rowdy, please. Can we calm down and just listen to this presentation? Thank you very much. Can we stop all meetings, please? Thank you.
Okay, I'll go all over again. My name is Maxwell. I work for AMCON, and I have my team and my colleagues here present. For us in AMCON, we have a whole lot to do with real estate. Because if you look at our mandate as a corporation, it covers debt recovery and also extends to asset disposal. So we move to subsequent slides. Let's look at the outline. It gives us an overview of what we'll be looking out for in this presentation. So, the introduction, purely what we are looking at here, we do a whole lot. There are several reasons or purposes why AMCON is set up, but we want to focus primarily on asset disposal, the processes, the opportunities, and the strategy. For us, the purpose of this presentation covers one, we are looking at all stakeholders, and we want to see how we we carry them along in achieving the corporation's objective. More or less, we're also looking at letting the general public know what we do as a corporation, because also appears that some people are not conversant with the operations and the modus operandi of AMCON when it comes to asset disposal. This is also an opportunity for us to showcase the assets that we have available for sale. Also, further to even enlighten the public on the processes which you go through for you to acquire assets from AMCON. More or less for stakeholders like the developers, the mortgage finance institutions, and agents as well. We could collaborate and partner to also make housing happen in terms of the bare lands that we have, the residential, commercial properties that we have, and all of that. So there are room for collaboration, really. Speaking practically now, the corporation is a federal government powered institution. What do I mean by this? AMCON is established and backed by the law. It was established way back 2010. The corporation key mandate is to stabilize and revitalize the financial system, as it were. If we recall the issues of 2008, where the banks had crisis, AMCON became that child of necessity that came on board to revitalize and stabilize the financial institution. And we can largely speak and say that that job has been done in terms of stabilizing the banks. Again, as a statutory corporation, with primary focus on procuring and managing eligible bank assets and eligible equities. We've done a lot. So in terms of notable achievements, we can look at the acquisition that we did. Let's put some figures around this in terms of the NPLs that we acquired from the banks. There are over 12,000 NPLs, non-performing loans, worth about 3.6 trillion from 22 banks. We've successfully recapitalized some of those ailing banks. If you've been following AMCON news, clearly those banks, these parts are in the public domain. So we did that through the injection of equity directly in the intervened banks, as we call them. And their NAV, the negative shareholding funds, were able to bring it to an acceptable level. For the stabilization of the financial industry as well, about 4.7 trillion of depositors' funds were actually protected because through those actions of through the corporation, those banks never went under. So, and about 14,000 jobs were also saved as a result of AMCON's intervention in the banking sector. So at the heart of AMCON's statutory mandate is the recovery of the non-performing loans. And in doing that, we have instances where we also have to carry out enforcement for the recalcitrant debtors or obligor, and also realize the collateral. All of these were made possible, all of these activities were made possible and are driven by a sound and focused management team with our offices in Abuja and Lagos. So taking it down to the assets, really, and tying it back to why we are here, in terms of making housing happen, in terms of realities now. The AMCON, the process or the way we take in these assets into our books in two folds. Some obligors will come forward and either voluntarily forfeit their collateral, even sometimes non-collateral assets, and in lieu of the loan that they have with us, and they walk away. Another way, which we also get this asset that we have, which we also sell to the public, is through enforcement action or foreclosures, as it were. Under these arrangements, we might just have to, apply a bit of, do I call it force? But all we do are backed by law, because this will entail now going through the courts to obtain the necessary orders, take possession, and also sell the assets in line with the law. So for us, in going through this process, what comes out of it will be whether you have real estate, residential, commercial, or bare land coming out of this process. Securities, listed and unlisted securities, I mean shares. Through this process, again, we're able to also obtain specialized alternate assets like equipment, motor vehicles, vessels, aircraft, and all of that. So for you to qualify to buy property from AMCON, the individual or the corporation or corporate body must not be indebted to the corporation. So it must not be an obligor for you to buy those assets because of the moral issues. Then the directors of the companies also must not be indebted to AMCON. So this is where is a corporate body. Then individuals also working for AMCON are not also allowed to buy properties from AMCON. So all of these are in line with the dictates of the AMCON Act. So for us, the asset sales process, the opportunities and the strategy. So this is where we dwell a bit, and it's more practical, because the assets that we talk about here, they are real assets. So we have them, and we're waiting for people to just walk in, make their offers, and buy from us. So for us, a simple sale process, we have two methods primarily. We do bids. If you look at it, if you read the newspaper often, so most times you see our assets advertised in the national dailies. It's a requirement. So for such properties, the requirements are clearly stated in the newspapers. The simple process is once you put in your bid and you're successful, you complete your payment, title will be issued to you, and physical possession and handover will also be done. But sometimes you advertise these properties, and possibly people will not come forward, or they're unable to also meet the reserve price, because process is driven by reserve price, which is fixed by a committee. It automatically will fall under the private treaty, where we'll have to hold these assets until other interested offers are received. So under such circumstances, those offers, they come in with the KYC documentation, approvals are obtained, and payment received for the successful offers, title, documentation, and physical possession, and handover is also done. So the other opportunities, so to say, we do joint ventures, but we look at it critically, analyze it, and if it's worth the while, we pursue it. We do short leases for our property management team. Those ones we're holding for a while. Short leases, long leases, and other options. So for the benefits, really, of acquiring AMCON property. They're enormous, but we just list the few. Competitive pricing. Um, Most people come to AMCON because of the price of those assets, but they are priced competitively. And most of our agents can also testify to that. Then there are also full disclosure on assets. There could be issues, issue of around documentation, uh, other issues by and large, but they are resolvable. But it's also important to, as a corporation, as a corporate body, we would always tell you those issues. And if you're also still willing to buy, we've had cases where buyers or prospective buyers are willing to proceed while we sort out those issues in a couple of months. Then we'll move on. Then the good thing here is that the government-backed transaction you're going into. It's not like the typical transaction outside of government. You have issues, you don't know where to turn to. So AMCON will be with you all the way, and they'll back those transactions because they are legitimately done, and we'll see it through with you, working with you as partners.
Thank you.
Then we ensure good title is delivered, and we're also available to assist. By and large, we have all this in our brochure, teasers. You can talk to our team, Cheta and Joshua. So you see the list of our properties and more information on this. Thank you very much. We also have a stand, yes. We have a stand in there. So you can also visit our stand as well. Thank you.
A round of applause for the representative of AMCON for that presentation. Thank you very much, sir. All right, please, I have with me saying money. It's not Naira, it's Ghana cedis. So if it's yours, please come forth. Thank you. It was found in there in the VIP lounge. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation will not be coming from the FCDA, but from NigerRite. And they have 10 minutes. Please, a round of applause for them. NigerRite, please.
Good afternoon, all. While we wait for the presentation is up. My name is Felix Echezona, and I work for the ETEX Nigeria. I know you'll be wondering, what is ETEX Nigeria? And what does it have to do with Nigerite, Emenites? So many of you have heard about Nigerite, you've heard about Emenites, but you've not heard about ETEX. And you must have seen so many of us moving around, our t-shirts, shirts, our brochures, flyers, all bearing ETEX. And you'll be wondering, what is this ETEX? And what does it have to do with Nigerite and Emenites? Well, Nigerite and Emenites belong to a group called the ETEX Group, with our headquarters at Brussels, Belgium. Please, next slide. No, the one before this one, please. The one before this. Yeah. So ETEX Group, we established their first company in 1905. Right now, ETEX Group is operating in 42 countries with over 110 plants and with over 12,000 teammates all over the world. So in Nigeria, that's what we call ETEX Nigeria. We have two plants. We have Emenites, that is located in the east, Emenite precisely, and Nigerite, which is located at Obakran, Nigerite, at Lagos. And ETEX presence in Nigeria, we have over 1,700 outlets in Nigeria. And we are working towards establishing and having outlets towards the north, Sokoto State, and the states around there. You can see from the map that I have there, we have so many outlets that we've already established within the country. We want a situation where we are going to have our presence within the 5-kilometer to 10-kilometer radius of wherever anybody is having this construction taking place. That's what we're working on. Please, next slide. So ETEX, which brands are we marketing in Nigeria? Like I told you earlier, we have the Nigerite, ETEX, Nigerite, and Emenite. And we have 5 different brands that we are promoting in the country. We have the Calci Seal, Calci Craft, the Calci Boards, the Lifespan, and the Solo Extra. Next slide. So Calci Board, let's talk about the Calci Board. What are these Calci Boards? Calci Board is a product manufactured by us in this country in different thicknesses. The 6 mm thickness is what you use for the ceiling, 8 mm for partitions, 10 and 12 mm for cladding. That's the external facades. Then the 20 mm for the floors. The next slide. So we'll bring to you the fascia and the soffit, one of the applications that we've researched and that we're promoting, and especially anytime we come to Abuja Housing International Show, which is now Africa Housing International Show, we always hear about affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing. And we'll talk about it. What can we contribute towards having this affordable housing? So we'll come up with one of our products that you can use to achieve your fascia and the soffit. Most times the architects do designs, and what they recommend, what they specify is concrete fascia. But the cost of achieving that concrete fascia is so high. You have the reinforcement, you have the formwork, you have the carpenter, you have the granite, you have so many things that you will use to achieve that particular application. But with Emenite, all you need with, our product, that's the Calci Board. All you need to achieve that is one, the Calci Board, then the steel members, steel frame, light steel frame. Once with that, you still have that same feature that you want to achieve using that concrete. You still have that aesthetics that you want to achieve using that concrete. You still have that sustainability that you want to achieve using that concrete. So this is one of the products that we researched and said, okay, let's present it to most of the estate developers who come around during the Africa International Housing Show, so that they'll be able to at least key into that and know that we are also contributing our own part towards having the affordable housing in the country. Next slide. So these are the different applications of the Calci Board. The first one, of course, is what we use to achieve the fascia and the soffit. Then the next one, you have the partitions, short partitions for offices. The next one, decorative facades. Even the one in the middle is one thing that we've created. If you look at it, you think it's concrete, but you can achieve it with Calci Board, the curve it and all those kind of things. But when you see the Calci Board is one thick board, after seeing it, you think, how can these people be able to curve this thing to achieve that particular element that you have in that building? But it's achievable. Oh, the slides have gone out. Okay, yeah. Filling stations, of course, you can also use it to achieve that particular project that you want to get. And we've done a lot in event centers, so many religious houses, and you can achieve any kind of design that you want. You can choose any color that you want to, and that appeals to you. We do it in school. Having the cooling effect. We also have this attribute that is repaintability. You can paint it to any color that you want. Assuming after 10 years, you don't like the color of the house that you have and you want to change the color. After changing the color, you don't change the color of the ceiling. Of course, it's not going to look good. But with our product, as a ceiling in your project, of course, after painting the house, you can also paint the ceiling to any color that you want. Next slide. So like I said, you can achieve any kind of design that you want in your house. Next slide. Yeah, different colors. Yeah, marketing investment. What have we done towards marketing, of course, of our products? One of the things we've been able to achieve, which we did and launched last year in this same Abuja International Housing Show, was launching of our app. So many people have complained that they don't know how to get to us, they don't know how to get to our distributors, they don't know how to get to our installers. So we found out we had to bring everybody into one particular app. So if you download our app, you'll be able to get the location of our distributors all over the country. You'll be able to get the address, phone numbers of our recommended installers. You'll be able to get a calculator that you can use to calculate what you actually need for that particular project. You'll be able to see the pictures of the different products that we have. And also, you'll be able to send a message to us. If you have recommendations, if you have some things that you're worried about our product, you just type it in and send it to us. Next slide. Another investment we've done is because we sell our products and people complain that we don't have installers that are trained. This year, we've trained a lot, and we're going to achieve training over 20,000 installers within the country. That is one of the investments that we're doing, so that apart from bringing out very good quality products, we want anybody that buys the product to be able to get it installed and installed very well. So that's one of the investments that we're doing. Next slide. So what's new? What is the RHETORIC Nigeria doing? So at this stage, I want to really appreciate all of you. I want to appreciate all the people that have really supported us, all the people that have bought our products, all the people that have used our products all this while, and all the people who have really been behind us, recommending things to us, advising us. In the past, please go back to the other slide. In the past, anybody that knows the last before I go back. No. We sell. We sell. Part of the things that we don't wear. Is that like those have already started using building acquired machine, the frame cap machine. Nigerites, knowing MNites, knowing a text group, anything that we go into, all backed up with quality, quality, quality. So whatever it is that we send out into the market, be assured that it's going to be quality products. So we're going to start rolling it out. We're already working on it, working on our business plan to start bringing out these profiles into the market. Next slide. So I just put this picture here to show you what this can do, the light frame structure. This structure does not contain any block apart from your foundation. It's all made with steel frame and chassis board. So you do your framing, and next thing you just board it up and hand over the key to the clients. With the frame, it doesn't take long, of course, to deliver a project. So many of us that have traveled out will understand about this kind of construction. It's all over there and it's called, of course, dry construction, or like the wet construction that we do here in Nigeria a lot. But things are going towards the right direction. So we are going to offer that to the market very soon. Next slide. So thank you very much. Our stand is at A03, A04, A15, A16. Please, we would love to receive you there. If you have any questions, and if you want us to support your projects, please come up. Let's have a talk. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Nigerite for their presentation and for taking 2 more minutes from the 10. Please, a round of applause for him. All right, please, if this is your vehicle, a Toyota Corolla silver color, ABC 433BX, 2009 model, 2009-2010 model. Please, you're needed outside. Please, your car is blocking someone. Please, a Toyota Corolla ABC 433BX. Please go and move your vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the FCDA for their presentation. They have told me they are not taking 10 minutes, that they are a government agency, so they will speak for more than 10 minutes. So I'm giving them 11 minutes.
Thank you very much, the chairman and other members. Permit me to stand on the already well-established protocols. And just to support this housing show with this short presentation by the Executive Secretary FCDA. I'm the Director Mass Housing, and because he's unavoidably absent, I'll just do this presentation on his behalf. So our presentation is titled Making Housing Happen, Challenges in the FCT and the Way Forward. Next, please. Yeah, just a quick overview of what the presentation will look like. An introduction, looking quickly through the Abuja Master Plan, institutional frameworks, guidelines, achievements, challenges, and the way forward. Next, please. So we're all aware that the FCT came into being somewhere around 1976, and thereafter planning, commenced, and everything to make FCD a reality was done through the FCDA. And practically speaking, by 1991, movement into the FCT of the head of state then took place. And then that attracted a lot of interest in people coming into the FCT. Next slide, please. So the Abuja Master Plan, as prepared by IPA, made a projection that the city will be developed within 25 years for a population of 3.1 million. And the situation now we know is a little bit different. Next slide. So the city has grown so much. The city that was planned to be developed in phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, it has grown and so many extensions are taking place, which I'm sure we are all fully aware. Next slide, please. So these are the phased development that was supposed to take place. Phase 1, we can see it, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Now we already have a program for phase 5 development. Next, please. So this is the concept of the Abuja Master Plan. Next slide. So we see the plan is such that we already have about 95 districts to be developed, and we have just done about 30%. Next slide. So we see coming to housing delivery, which is the focus of this gathering. The master plan describes housing as being more than just a dwelling unit. It's a complex product that has to be supported with infrastructure and so many other things to make it a real housing. Next slide. So because of this concept, like the permanent secretary mentioned during the opening ceremony, land were allocated to individuals for residential, for commercial, and then government also went into development of houses. But these houses were just not enough. So because they were not enough, so many other steps, proactive steps were taken in order to make housing available. However, I'll just look at the institutional framework that exists in the FCT in order to make housing happen. We have the mass housing scheme, which was a later product. The earlier one was allocations being given to individuals, government agencies, etc. Then we came into the area that, despite that, development cannot match up with requirement for housing. So the mass housing scheme came into being. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm just working with time. So all these departments are all stakeholders in housing delivery: survey and mapping, urban and regional planning, engineering, design, resettlement and compensation, etc. So all these departments, they all have one role or the other in making housing happen in the FCT. Next slide. So because of the coordination issues and issues that comes in, as a result of challenges faced by developers, the Mass Housing Department was created, which I'm currently the director, to coordinate all the stakeholder departments and developers in housing delivery. And then we have a couple of guidelines that we expect developers to follow in order to deliver houses effectively. So we have the titling. You have to get your land properly. Then you have to get your permits, as we all know, and all that. Next slide, please. Next slide. So all those things are supposed to guide a typical developer in developing housing in the FCT. Next slide. So these are some of the achievements. We have some good estates that you can live in Abuja. Next. Yeah, so we have houses built by government, over 30,000 units at the earlier part. We have very good, beautiful houses, I'm sure, which some of us are all staying. Official government, and then the initiation of the mass housing scheme through the public-private partnership, where government tries to collaborate with the private sector in delivering this housing. Next. So under the mass housing program, land are not given, as it were, to a developer, but you are given a letter of intent to collaborate with FCT. So when you are given this land, you develop, you sell the houses, and then you send in the name of the beneficiaries to the FCT administration for titling and for documentation. So that is the situation. Now, next. This is just to show us some locations, some graphics. We don't have all the time. Next, please. Yeah, also areas where mass housing schemes are. Next. Yes, still some estates that have been completed. Next. Challenges. I think this one will be more relevant to the discussion. One of the major challenges that the FCT administration is facing is the issue of funding for the provision of infrastructural facilities. Houses cannot stand alone based on the plan that we're working with as FCT administration. So we need a lot of funding to do the roads, to do the sewer, to do the water works, to make electricity available, and so on and so forth. We also have the scenario where so much influx into the city, much more than expected. We're planning for 3.1. The population in the city is much more than that now. Then we have also the issue of resettlement of inhabitants, and above all, adherence by our partners, developers, to the standards and regulation. I think this last point is more relevant and is one of a major challenge that the administration is facing. You give a developer 10 hectares, please develop this land and give to people. By the time they move to site, maybe because there are no infrastructure around, they think that the other adjoining lands are just free. And then before you know it, they develop their own, develop this way, develop that way, and sell to innocent Nigerians. So instead of us dealing with the technical issues, we are partnering with legal issues and so many other issues. Next, please. So these challenges, along with some illegal developments that are completely not even given allocation at all. They just see a virgin land or whatever, they go and develop, they sell to people, like I said earlier, and then the people come, the issues are being raised, and then court cases. And so that one is a very complex one that I would not want us to really look at. So lastly, we have the issue of vandalization and theft of public infrastructure. In cases where we have the privilege to put these infrastructures, we see vandalization, removal. So it makes the infrastructure really unavailable to the public. And all these issues are what the administration is battling with. So our plea, especially to our partners, the developers, is that please, when we are giving allocations, let's dwell within the boundaries of our allocations. Let's try as much as possible to aid. Because somebody will ask, okay, where is development control when they were building? Sometimes you see the developer moving with so much funds, they build over the weekend, and by the time you come the following week, it will even cost much more to do the demolition than to, to rectify. So these are really, really a major challenge. So we plead that the developing partners should please help us. Next. Now, way forward, what can we do? We are all building the city together. We are partners in progress, building our country. So in doing that, let us try to make proper inquiries, because I won't have too much time to go through the slides as presented, but let's make proper inquiries. If you want to buy a house, even if you're not a developer, make proper inquiries. Because if somebody says he's a developer, he does a very beautiful playa with, very attractive, gimmicks or whatever, and then you put in your money without making inquiry. They say ignorance is not an excuse in law. So we plead that all these things should help to build a very good city. The issue of funding, we have been proactive. We are looking for alternative sources of funding, public, private partnership, looking at the Sukuk funding, road tax credits, land swap programs, and other PPP initiatives that will bring a lot of money, because developing a city of this size requires huge funding. We have issues with our existing original inhabitants that we need to resettle. So we are also reviewing of this resettlement programs and how to see other options, because there is so much resistance from them in evacuating them from the existing locations. Now, we are also trying to address all forms of infractions within the existing housing estates. Sometimes a developer is developing within his existing housing estates. He asks for approval, is given approval, but when you go to site, what is developing on site is completely different from the approval is given. This one has been a major challenge. So enforcement, and then when we try to enforce, you see people going to the media, they go to court, get court injunctions, and we drag and drag and drag. So since this forum is like we're development partners, we feel that if we collaborate and do things right, it will benefit all of us. Next slide, please. So we are also trying to make sure that we secure all our infrastructure corridors. There are a lot of scenarios where people build, they build and build on Ring Road. Currently, we don't have Ring Road 3, we only have Ring Road 1 and 2. So you see, they build on Ring Road 3, they build on Ring Road 4, no guidance. And as a planned city, we can't keep changing the rules when the game has started. So we are trying to see how to secure the corridors of our existing infrastructure. We're also using advocacy, technology and other security measures to ensure that infrastructure that are provided, are not being taken away. In conclusion, we all know that Abuja is the pride of all Nigerians and a fast-growing economic hub with great potential for investments in housing and other sectors. The FCT administration has, over the years, invested heavily in the development of infrastructure necessary for the delivery of housing needs within limited resources available. There is therefore ample opportunity for further investment from private sector especially noting the theme of the housing show, Beyond RHETORIC to Homes, Making Housing Happen. The FCT administration is very ready to provide the enabled environment in terms of ease of doing business, among others, for willing and competent investors to make housing happen. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him again. He is the Executive Secretary of the FCDA, Engineer Shehu Hadi Ahmad. Thank you very much, sir, for keeping to time. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence of the President, Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, Umban, Ebilate Mark Yoroki. Please, a round of applause for him. And also, the President, Association of Housing Corporations of Nigeria, Dr. Victor Onukua. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. Please, let's welcome NIMET for their presentation. NIMET. After that, Royal Ceramics, and then we'll go to the next session. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to start with the existing protocol. I'm Momo Abed Salim, representing Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET. I'm asking the moderator that I need more time because our own presentation is on security of the building. It's on security of the building. Yeah, so definitely I'm going to cut it short. Everybody know NIMET. NIMET is a federal government agency supervised by Federal Ministry of Aviation. Go next slide, please. NIMET is a federal government agency supervised by Ministry of Aviation, and their mandate is for observing, collecting, correlating, analyzing the weather parameter. Next one is we have a new Establishment Act 2022, of which mandate the NIMET to get the information, weather information and climate services across all sectors. Go ahead, please. Next slide, please. Our vision is to be recognized the leading agency in weather, climate, and water information for sustainable development and safety of life and property. And we have a mission. Our mission is to monitor the weather and climate condition. Go ahead, sharply. So our services cut across all the sectors: agriculture, hydrology, building and construction, marine, aviation, sport, health, commercial, and social activities. Go ahead, please. Definitely, everybody knows that the climate change is real now because what happened to the country last year, the flood that took over some part of the country, especially the extreme north from Jigawa axis to Damaturu axis down to the southern part of the country. That is, it took over the whole Niger Delta because the water that coming from two rivers, it met at the Lokoja and it took over the whole Niger Delta. And what we are trying to bring out here now is we are going to limit ourselves to building and construction because our services is across all sectors. But here, I'm going to bring out all the products that you need before, after, and during the building, and during the construction of building. Now, what we are experiencing now in the country, we have a flash flood now, and what caused that? And I'm going to explain what is causing a flash flood presently now. If you consider what is happening now, the climate change is real in Nigeria because unlike before, the rainfall distribution is normal. Like if you have 6 months of rainfall, it will spread across that 6 months. Maybe, for example, if your rain started from April and end by November, the distribution is normal before. But now the distribution is not normal. Because at the end, upon all the rain we are experiencing now, some places will still record below normal rainfall. The normal rainfall is what we are expecting in a region or in a place. So if you have something below what you are expecting, but it's still causing a lot of flood everywhere. Why? Because of distribution. The distribution is not normal now. What happened is that the rainfall that's supposed to fall for like 12 hours, it will happen within 12 minutes. Because based on our record now, what we experienced in June in Yobe, Borno, axis, what we experienced in June, they have a very heavy rainfall concentrated in just 3 days. But now, as I'm speaking now, they are short of rain now. That axis, northeast axis. So now, that kind of distribution now, that is what is causing flash flood everywhere. And in a building sector, how can you mitigate that so that it will not affect your building? Because some people believe that maybe if your foundation is not okay, it will make the building to crack. No. At times, you may see the building cracking from the top. What caused it? Go ahead, next slide, please. Yeah, and the building, this thing, you have to know the behavior, physical behavior of your building. And what determines the physical behavior of your building is the climate, the microclimate of the area. Because if you know the weather pattern of the area, you know how your building is going to behave. So go ahead, because I just want to rush and show the product. The key element of building design. Number one, we have building enclosure. Number one, you're supposed to know that the building must build on land and it must expose to atmosphere. And in the land you are building, do you know what is happening on the land? That is the water there. Do you know the water situation of that place? We have a product that can make you know the amount of water that will retain for 12 months in that particular location. For example, if you are building an estate, the whole of that estate, we have a product that can make you know how that place retain water for the last 12 months, 6 months, 1 month, so that you know the kind of material you are going to put on ground. After knowing that again, we have another product, we call it wind forecast. That wind forecast is one that normally causes building to crack from the top, not the foundation. Because if you know the wind forecast of a region, or let's say of a place, it will help you to design your building. And also there's a product that can help you to know the material you are going to use. So go ahead. If you look at it, this is a primary physical mechanism associated with climate and weather that drive the behavior of building. We have the heat flow. Everybody know heat. So what causes the heat flow is the temperature. And what we are experiencing now, as a result of climate change now, some place the temperature is going up, while some the temperature is going down. So now, in this region, that is the north central of Nigeria now, our temperature is high. And if you see a high temperature, before you know what is happening, it will now generate the rainfall during this period. But in the month of March, April to May, in the north central, the temperature is something else, of which those kind of temperature. And at the same time, the temperature also can help you if you are doing outside design of your building, like the kind of paint you are going to use. It will help you also. Now, if you know the temperature of a place, you know the kind of material you're going to put in place so that it will make your building last before the renovation. Not that you paint today, in the next 1.5 years, you see the painting is fading. You have to repaint again. No. So the next one, please. Those are the weather parameters that are available. We have air temperature, we have soil temperature, we have angle and intensity of sunshine, relative humidity, wind speed and direction, rainfall and sunshine. So all these things mentioned now is a very important information that you need before you start your building. Even as an individual, you need all those things. It will help you out to put a quality building that will last for you before you start thinking of renovation. Go ahead, please. The temperature, everybody know the temperature. The temperature, it affects building also. We know how the temperature affects building, because if you build with inferior material in a place where it can affect your, especially if you are using there's a place that you have to use iron for your roofing. But we are not putting those things because we think of the profit. We are not thinking of the safety. That's why we see building collapse everywhere in Nigeria, especially in Lagos. So go ahead, please. So, okay, sorry, the soil temperature. You need the soil temperature too. What will help your foundation? Because the soil temperature will have the information of 10 mm, no, sorry, 10 cm, 20 cm, 50 cm, 100 cm. So if you know this 100 cm down the course, that is, you know the kind of foundation we are going to do, the kind of foreign material you are going to put in your foundation so that it will not affect your building. Go ahead, please. Relative humidity. Everybody know the relative humidity. The relative humidity means the presence of moisture in the atmosphere. So if a place is dried, what happened? You know the kind of things we are going to put.
Thank you.
You understand? Go ahead, please. Wind direction. So wind direction and speed. You need wind direction and speed also to position your window, to position even the entire building. The wind direction and speed, it will help you to position your building well.
Thank
you. Go ahead. Weather forecast. You need weather forecast also. Even after the whole thing, you need weather forecast, daily weather forecast. It's available in, you need it. Even if you want your parlor to be forecast for you, NIMET can do it. The information is there. Nobody is coming for that. So we have we have a weather forecast, we have wind forecast. Especially if you are building a high-rising building, you need a wind forecast. We have horizontal wind forecast. We need that because those are the things that can cause your building to crack, not from the ground, from the up. So now this is that's one of the products that we can use. Also, we have a hydrometeorological bulletin. This is a June rainfall distribution. Go ahead. This is rainfall intensity, duration, frequency curve. And please, I need to explain this because every builders in Nigeria, they are not making use of this. That's why you see that all the estates in Nigeria, okay, sir. All the estates in Nigeria, we experience flash floods. If you make use of your IDF, it will tell you the kind of drainages that any water that comes from the atmosphere, it will flow in the drainage instead of it to flow on the land in form of runoff. No. But if
I think we should put our hands together for our brother. We need to stop this presentation now.
Okay, thank you very much.
You know, we are not doing certification in meteorological. This presentation will be available for us to look. Thank you very much. We just have to. Thanks. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir, for saving the day. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. We now call on Royal Ceramics. Please, let's make it fast, 10 minutes, and then we'll go to the last session for today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the chairman, members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, I beg to stay on the existing protocol. I am architect Amaka Onyuke from West African Ceramics Limited. Please, West African Ceramics Limited, WACL, is a leading manufacturer of ceramics under the brand name Royal. A lot of us know that Royal is a brand name. The Royal Tiles. We are into tiles. Royal Ceramics, we welcome you to this great occasion of Abuja Africa International Housing Show. Please, I want to beg us, if you have a smartphone, kindly bring it out, a smartphone, please, or Android phone, whatever phone you have. Please, can you just key in www.royal-ceramic.com. Please check our Instagram page, check our Facebook, and the rest of them. Royal Ceramic is a brand name, it's a household name. We are into tiles, marbles, granites, roofing tile. It's a one-stop building product in Nigeria. It's a manufacturer all over the West Africa, all over Nigeria. We'll be talking more on the light steel gauge as our roofing product. But I want to bring to us this afternoon that we are actually, I thank to my MD, Mr. Pascal, because we are actually moving and moving. We are not stopping. He's very innovative. Right now, we want to start producing natural marbles in Nigeria. You can visit our stand. We are into natural granite. Tiles is something, it's a local content. We are using 100% local content to produce quality tiles of Italian standard in Nigeria. So why do you import your tiles when you have them at the backyard of here? It's just here in Kogi State. We are into tiles, and our tile ranges from ceramics, vitrified tile, porcelain tiles. We have 60 by 120, we have 80 by 80, we have 60 by 60, 40 by 40, 30 by 60, 25 by 40, for all categories and masses. If you want, anywhere your hands can, you'll be able to get our product. For the poor, for the rich, for the middle class, all masses, you can have it in our products there. Also, we have also graduated to light gauge steel frames. And these light gauge steel frames, next slide, please. Go on, okay. Just a brief overview. We started in 1995 in Suleja, just small here. We've moved to Ajaokuta, and we're improving. 2015, we went into digital tiles, and also right now we have grown. Next slide, please. Recently, we launched a product last year, which is an offsite construction system. And this offsite, just like my brother's company just narrated to us also, we are into it, and it's at the backyard of our places. We need to tap into this light gauge steel frame for a very good product that we have, because it's a pre-engineered system where the architect developed the drawings, we take it to the system. With this product, you can develop your building and have your buildings under a week, 7 days, even 3 days. Because if you go abroad, we have the dry walls. A lot of us don't know about the dry walls, but dry walls are the in thing now. These wet walls are living, block, concrete, and the rest of them. And that is why Royal Ceramics is trying to produce this product, make it affordable. We have the roofing tile, we have the tile. Just anything you need, one stop, you have it completely. We have the grout, we have gum, whatever thing you need. Soon, we've even started producing the pre-engineered marbles for your vanity tops, And now, like I announced to us, we'll be having the natural marble. So we don't have to start importing the Italian marbles, the Indian marbles anymore, because local content, 100% Nigerian product is the in thing. We know that the dollars are high. So by the time you tap into Royal Ceramics, you do not have any much to worry. So this offsite construction system, you can see a building. As you enter the ICC now, you see a little set of buildings. That entire building was done within 2 days. And that's the kind of thing we need for our site offices. Why go for containers? Why go for containers? They are very expensive. But with our product, even the weather does not accommodate the container, very hot and everything. But if you use our product, everything, it will be enclosed. And you just board and you are free. So next slide, please. It's very fast. The assembly is very fast because it's a pre-engineered, pre-designed roofing. The moment you produce your roof, you take it to the system, you'll be able to do automation and everything will be numbered. You will have them. The good thing about this product is that these steel frames allow fast, customized, scalable construction system. It is affordable, it is flexible, it is fast, it saves time and everything. And the insulation value is very high. The heating and the cooling is high because of the low carbon. It's high resistant to winds and earthquake. Next slide. And one thing about, we need to start rethinking about not always using the wood for our roofing, because this accommodates a wide span for light gauge, and you don't introduce excess load on your building. If you use this, our light gauge, you can span up to 15 meters, and there is no need of double beams and the rest of them that we usually introduce via concrete and the rest of them. With this, our light gauge, your wall panels, your offices, your partitioning walls, and the rest of them, you can see that you'll be able to feel the 3D modeling at a glance. Next slide, please, because you have nothing to. Next, please move. For your small lights, your products, go there. Your clubhouse, next slide. Next. Okay, these are the assembly. Everything is done at Suleja there. Next, these are the advantages of what we have. These are the comparison between steel trusses versus the wood trusses. The fire resistant is something you have to hold on. The chemical also, the wood are infested by ants, termites, and the rest of them. You have to treat them. But with this product, you do not have any need to worry. Like I said, the span also accommodates a lot of things, and you do not worry about the flexibility also is there. Next slide, please. So these are the places you can apply this in your commercial buildings, your clubhouses, and the rest of them. You can even accommodate suspended ceiling, the ones first floor suspended this that you can even use for 3 floors, 2 floors, and the rest of them. Please tap into this building. That is why I brought it to you at your doorstep. Please do well. Look at it. It's a very light gauge. You don't introduce much load and excess load to your building. Try to reduce it and also use it for your site offices, your clubhouses, even your dog houses, and the rest of them. Please, thank you. Royal Ceramic is we have our stand as you are entering that house there, the house that has both the room, the offices, everything is Royal Ceramic. West Africa is our product. It's total percent, 100% local content. Nothing is imported. Thank you so much for listening.
Please, you can make it louder for Royal Ceramics. Thank you very much for keeping to time. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for staying put and being here for the final lap of day 2 of the Africa International Housing Show. The next session will be on making housing happen, subnational development efforts, challenges, and lessons. And the moderator for this session is no other but the professor, Professor Charles. I woke up this morning and the name Iyangete was ringing in my head, and I did ask my wife, is it Iyangete or Iyangete? He will confirm that to us this afternoon. Professor, you're welcome. He is the founder and CEO, Innovative Risk and Investment Solution Limited. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll stand on no more fanfare. I'd like to invite the panel. I invite Dr. Chia Borji, Chairman, Shelter Afrique. Dr. Liu Wamako. Dr. Wamako, I saw him a while ago. Dr. Wamako, please. Abdul Malik Mohammed. Sorry, Abdul Malik Mah. Modern Shelter, MDCO Model Shelter and Services Limited. Are you here? Tony Enyinde, former Lagos State Commissioner for Physical Planning. Johnston Otelta, KMRC, MD CEO. Sadia Aliu, MD CEO, Urban Shelter. Madam, are you here? Oh, yeah, there you are. Engineer Shehu Hadi Ahmed, Executive Secretary, FCDA. I presume you've made your presentation already. And Mr. Jide Udushola, Jide, MD CEO, Octo 5 Real Estate. Mr. Aliu. Dr. Chi, you're coming back? Okay. Yeah. The FCDA, I believe the presentation's been done already. So if you would kindly release the seat, please, if you're already seated. Yeah, yeah. You've done your presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So as Dr. Chi is preparing to speak, let me just give you some backdrop from a global perspective, just to whet your appetite and to see how you can grow a grand vision. Housing is the largest stock of value globally. It's the most significant stock of value. Just listen to these statistics. Housing capitalization or real estate capitalization is 326.5 trillion US dollars. Of that, nearly 80% is residential housing. $258.5 trillion is residential. Commercial housing is a mere $32.6 trillion. Residential housing is bigger than the equities market and the debt market combined. The equities market is about $123 trillion. The debt market is about $123 trillion. The equity market is about $110 trillion. You can see housing, just residential housing, dwarfs it. All the gold in the world ever mined is about $12.1 trillion, a mere 4% of the value of housing. Okay. Housing professionals globally are between 4 and 6 million people. Housing really, on our continent, barely shifts the needle. 10 countries in the world constitute 75% of the value of housing, led by China. China owns 30% of the global value of housing is Chinese. The Europeans and the North Americans together own about 43% of the housing value, or let me say residential real estate value globally. They only constitute 17% of the global population. Here in Africa, we do not have our data. So just to emphasize the importance of data. So in that grand scheme of things, you're looking at a $335.5 trillion sector, and we do not have our own measure to measure accurately. And so part of our vision is that grand vision of being able to move the needle and having the data to do so. And as I call on Dr. Chi to lead presentation, please, Dr. Chi. Dr. Chi is our lead speaker in this session. Dr. Chi, can you do it in 10 minutes? 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Yeah. Dr. Chi would use 5 minutes for her presentation. I'll sit back over here. I'll sit on your seat here. Oh, right. Okay.
So good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Um, let me stand on existing protocols, also in the interest of time. I've been asked to serve as the lead speaker for this session titled Making Housing Happen, Subnational Development Efforts, Challenges and Lessons Learned. I got to know that this was the topic I was going to speak about just yesterday. And I looked at it and I said to myself, what a topic. It's so broad. It's so broad. And if I'd had my way, and if I'd been part of the program design, I would have insisted on a narrower, much more targeted focus on an aspect of subnational development, with a focus on some maybe pilot countries or key countries in Africa. I think that would have made more sense. But since this is what I'm saddled with, I have come up with something. I see my role, especially when I consider the panelists that are going to speak after me. I see my role basically as providing some kind of context to the discussion as a whole, providing an overarching review of subnational efforts at housing development, primarily in the South-South economies of the world, with a specific focus on Africa. And then from that whole overview or review process, try to identify what worked as much as possible. And in identifying what worked, we can also, by inference, identify what did not work, and then identify opportunities for where the future of housing lies. So bear with me. And I'll try to do all that in the next few minutes, as pledged. Throughout the sessions yesterday and even today, one of the key mantras of housing rooted everywhere, time and time again, was that housing is a fundamental need. Let me also mention some other mantras regarding housing, with respect to housing. Housing is also a fundamental human right. I spent several years working in the urban development and housing finance sector of the World Bank. And one of the strongest messages we communicated to governments and other stakeholders with which we worked was that housing is the key to unlocking economic growth and poverty alleviation in many national economies. This is the foundation on which Goal 11 of the SDGs rests. It is the one SDG that connects with most of the others and their targets in tacit recognition of the criticality of housing to sustainable development. In many industrialized economies, the housing sector has been instrumental to national growth and have generated interventions. I'll just mention a few of them. Prof just now mentioned China as being the repository of over 74% of housing value, global housing value. China has also been widely touted as having lifted over 300 million of its people out of poverty in the past 2 decades through a laser-like strategic focus on effectively managing urbanization and introducing housing reforms to cope with its burgeoning population. It's the same story of affecting housing management on national economic growth that we find in the Malaysian experience with DFIs like Chagamas Berhad, the National Mortgage Corporation, having been responsible for the broader spread of home ownership and growth of the secondary mortgage market in that country. In India, the government is currently implementing the PMAY program, which is an initiative for housing for all by 22, even though we're in 2023, but it's still ongoing, with the objective of providing permanent housing with basic amenities to all houseless households and those living in temporary and dilapidated areas in the houses in the rural areas. Mexico's Infonavit, which is one of the better known provident funds that we have, founded in 1972, seeks to guarantee decent housing for workers in Mexico through contributions to a national housing fund, where workers are obliged to contribute 5% of their salaries. It also seeks to create a credit system for workers in Mexico that gives them access to decent housing. Yesterday, also, we spoke of housing stats being a key indicator of economic performance in the United States. Back to Africa, there have been several similar interventions in the sector at both the national and regional levels. Obviously, Shelter Africa, which I represent at this conference, is the prime example of a regional institution set up by the African Development Bank, the then CDC, now known as BII, and 11 African countries to finance affordable housing on the continent. It has so far, that means Shelter Africa has so far financed 301 housing finance projects across the continent to the tune of almost $1 billion, created almost 200,000 jobs, and impacted the lives of thousands of beneficiaries. Yesterday also, I referenced the fact that in Kenya, currently, the newly elected president has put housing front and center of the government's growth agenda. The belief behind the affordable housing program that the government is currently implementing is that catalyzing the construction of hundreds of thousands of affordable housing units will stimulate productivity and competitiveness in the manufacture of cement, steel, paint, nails, ballast, timber, and other building materials. Senegal's 100,000 affordable housing program is another such intervention, which aims to eradicate slums by 2035 and accelerate the supply of decent and affordable housing through the construction of 100,000 social housing over the next 5 years. In our home country, Nigeria, interventions in the sector have even been more telling. The earliest known official intervention dates back to 1952, I believe, when the Nigerian Building Society was created by the colonial government. Over the years, this building society metamorphosed into the Federal Mortgage Bank as you know it today, with its flagship NHF program. We've seen the growth of primary mortgage banks, microfinance institutions, the Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company, and hopefully soon, the Nigerian Mortgage Guarantee Company, and of course, of Family Homes Fund. These are all interventions at the public as well as some PPP level with varying degrees of success. Yesterday also, we listened to how NMRC was working with key partners across the spectrum, that is the housing value chain spectrum, to address the data conundrum, the lack of which was identified as an existential threat to the growth and effectiveness of the sector. Coming back to today, this morning's insightful presentation by the IFC team highlighted how this private sector arm of the World Bank Group provides its advisory services and develops bankable projects, and identified instances of this intervention in several key economies of the continent. So the point of all this, point I'm trying to get, okay, we have these interventions. The reason why we're here is to discuss and arrive at further interventions that will help move the sector forward. But really, the question is, how far, how impactful, how beneficial have been both previous and ongoing interventions in this sector? To my mind, the impact has been minimal, abysmal, I'm sorry to say, especially in the sub-Saharan African continent. It has been minimal. It has been minimal. So really, food for thought for us here. I know the theme of this conference is to make housing happen. We can spend, in fact, we spent the whole of yesterday, now we're spending the whole of today, talking of ways and means of making housing happen. When we come back next year for this conference, by the grace of God, what will we be talking about? How hasn't happened? What have we done to make it happen? Remember, this is the 17th edition of this housing show. So I think we have our work really cut out for us. And this is not to belittle or diminish the work that has been going on. A lot of tremendous and great work has been going on. But my point here is we need to really drill down and determine what are the best options forward for really impacting the sector. Even if taking Nigeria as the case study, since we're all here in this economy. The data question, I'm happy to say, following the presentation yesterday, is being taken care of. Let me put it that way. It's being taken care of. But what of the other aspects of the housing ecosystem? The financing, which remains a critical constraint. The lack of skills, which remains a critical constraint. The regulatory environment, which remains a critical constraint. And dare I say, the lack of innovation as well. One of the presenters, I think it was Architect Jumoke, mentioned the issue, which I thought was very, very pertinent. The issue of transparency or the lack thereof. It is really, really critical. If we're not able to share results of our initiatives, of our interventions in this sector, in the interest of being territorial, oh, we want to own it and own it by ourselves, then we're not going to get anywhere. To transparency, I would like to add, or the lack thereof, I would like to add lobbying or advocacy. Prof, I'm almost done. Or advocacy, or the lack thereof. We need to lobby. We need to really lobby the policymakers, identify key stakeholders in the financial sector. During the intervention, the session with Ian Shapiro, I believe somebody asked, it was Ian himself playing the devil's advocate, asked, with such a sophisticated financial market such as we have in Nigeria, a matured, relatively mature capital market, with all the technology involved, how come the ratio of financial, that is formal financial intervention in the housing sector still remains very low, to the point where we're now thinking, okay, we will develop our cooperatives and our microfinance institutions to bail us out in that regard. So, as I said here, my point is just to throw out a few items, food for thought, to guide us while we listen to the practitioners on the ground who are here, who are panelists here, to really guide us and lead us on the next steps forward as we work to impact the housing sector, both here in Nigeria and regionally. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much, Dr. Chi. Just as I invite Dr. Wamako to come to speak, one stat that I kept out was that the global residential housing market is about 4 times the global GDP. So think about that. All the economies of the world are only about a quarter of the value of residential housing. Global GDP is about 85 trillion, housing 258 trillion. So think about that. Dr. Wamako, 5 minutes. Thank you. Dr. Wamako is a project radar.
Good afternoon or evening, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Just as Dr. Chi said, the topic is so broad and wide that somebody can just swim in and get out freely. But before I go further to make some comment on this, I wanted us to believe there was a minister in this country, immediate past Minister of Works and Housing, who mentioned that there will never be affordable houses without affordable finance. And I seem to believe with him. So affordable finance is always the key in the aspect of affordable housing. In subnational development efforts, challenges and lessons, housing development is a concern for government all over the world. The Nigerian National Housing Policy document recognizes the fact that homes ownership is a measure of household wealth and GDP, with the housing sector having the potentials to generate employment, increase productivity, raise standard of living, and alleviate poverty. It is also the capacity to reduce crime rate, instruction, militancy, terrorism, substantial address wealth distribution as well as security concerns. Although the national, state, and local governments are doing their utmost to provide housing, but we have seen that effort of delivering adequate and affordable housing to meet the need of the ever-increasing demand have not satisfied the demand for housing. It is obvious not visible for government effort alone to surmount the housing needs of the growing population and urbanization, hence the need to collaborate with the private sector on housing delivery is utmost. Thankfully enough, government recognized the need for the private sector to be actively involved in housing development, hence the decision to have the following organization arise from the decision of government policy on housing and urban development. As contained in the government white paper on urban and housing development policy in 2002, Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, which I belong to, Building Materials Producers Association of Nigeria. The associations are to drive the private initiative to ensure affordable housing delivery and seamlessly mortgage provision for the home seekers. My discussion will focus on the role of real estate developers in providing affordable housing for Nigerians. The Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria is the principal agency and the umbrella body of the organized real estate sector, private and public, established in 2002 with the responsibility of facilitating the delivery of affordable mass housing for Nigerians. RHETORIC members have been in supply side of the delivery of affordable houses in Nigeria. We usually acquire land, seek development approval, build estates, and provide home seekers with a title document. So far, we have been working with the development financial institutions, especially the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, the primary mortgage banks, professionals in the build industry, to ensure that we complement government effort to provide homes to Nigeria. Recently, we signed an MOU last year at this time with Shelter Africa to see how they can facilitate provision of affordable finance for affordable housing delivery to Nigerians. Happily enough to tell you, we are in good contact with them, and we believe what we're expecting to make housing happen, it will happen. Our flagship project is to develop at least 100 housing units in each of the 774 local governments of Nigeria, where feasible and viable. Under our National Housing Development Agenda tag Rural Urban Housing Initiative, RHETORIC 774, we are working closely with Shelter Africa as a project financer to achieve this feat. As stated yesterday, we are on course to effectively launch the project in the 6th geopolitical zone of this country. About 5,500 houses, that is what we're expecting to launch within the next few months, inshallah, under the auspices of Shelter Africa, if we're able to reach the deal. Challenges of housing delivery in Nigeria. There are areas of challenges, but we will suffice to mention just some few. Land acquisition is most often not directly allocated to the genuine developers as such. We have to procure them from the open market or from the vendors that may decide to toy with their life as how they want. The cost of getting finance is prohibited as there is no dedicated construction finance for supply side of housing development. Our members have to secure finance from the banks at prevailing rates and most time at a short duration. Higher cost of building material, as most of the materials are brought in from foreign countries with attendant inflationary build-up. The income level of the home seekers on the low side, especially the low-income earners and especially the low-income earners, and have serious problem of meeting the affordability threshold. This is further confounded by the declining household income, lack of infrastructure. Government hardly fulfill her obligation to provide primary infrastructure to enable our members to do the secondary infrastructure. Cost of permit, title documentations are on the high side. Ineffective legal and regulatory framework. Lesson to note, to resolve the legal and regulatory framework and create a formidable business of real estate development, RHETORIC proposed a Real Estate Regulatory Council of Nigeria, RECON, to standardize the business of real estate development in the country, curb fraudulent practice in the sector, ensure that the real estate business conforms to the national building codes, create an innovative and sustainable environment to promote the business of real estate, which will promote Nigeria as a real estate investment destination, and the real estate development practice is in conformity with the global best practice. This bill is with the president right now. We are waiting for assent of the president, inshallah, to make all these things happen. With the foregoing, we expect that our efforts have helped in providing scope to Nigeria seeking homes for shelter, as well as economic carve-out investment. Thank you so much, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Wamako. I'm not going to try to repeat it, but I'd like to invite the next presenter, the MD CEO of KMRC, Johnson Otetia. Karibu for your presentation.
Thank you, Prof. I'm surprised that you know Swahili. Good afternoon, colleagues. Now, we have a bit of pressure of time. And one thing I have done since yesterday is that I had to keep changing my notes, because every time people speak, they say what exactly I wanted to say. So I actually have fewer points to make, but I'm very glad to be here. And it's increasingly pleasing to note that affordable housing is now a key discussion in Africa, and I think everywhere else around the world. The government of Kenya, and I'm going to share our experiences, recognized affordable housing as a key development agenda over the last 5 years. So the former administration that went out in September put it under what they call the Big Four agenda. The current administration, the current government of Kenya is actually perfecting it. We have areas, issues that started in the last administration that did not progress, and now they are currently being worked on by the new administration. And we just are extremely lucky that the government is involved in affordable housing. I'm saying lucky because it's not always the case. Now, prioritization of affordable housing started in 2018, and that is actually when KMRC, the institution that I lead, was created. And the purpose of KMRC is to extend home loans, affordable home loans, to end users. So we actually an end user finance institution, and we do it wholesale. In fact, it is the equivalent of the NMRC here in Nigeria. But when you look at the theme, making housing happen seems to be a call to action. And I like what Dr. Chi said earlier. It's actually actions that we need to take. So we need to really take a step back and just check where are we and where exactly do we want to go? What actions have we taken since the last discussion, for example? So what I'm driving at is for us to make an assessment of effort, actions, and the promise we have made to deliver affordable housing. And of course, you've heard earlier from different sessions, people saying this is a collaborative action, but we need a chief collaborator, the person who is actually mobilized everyone else, because there are a lot of people who are involved. You note that markets change from time to time, and therefore we need to recalibrate our actions. For example, now, markets have significantly changed, especially when you talk about affordability. In view of inflation, there is unrelenting inflation, at least in Kenya, for avoidance of doubt. I'm just talking about Kenya because I'm not too sure about the circumstances elsewhere. But inflation is really creating challenges when we talk about affordability. And so, how then are we dealing with situations of that kind? I just want to share what we're dealing with at KMRC. Now, in KMRC, we still are retaining affordability, and this is how we are doing it. Number one, we have fixed end user finance. So we are actually providing fixed long-term financing, fixed. 88% of our financing in Kenya, particularly home loans and other loans, is actually variable rates. And that is particularly problematic when circumstances of markets move like they have done now. Now, we obviously recognize the importance of that because you see, if variable rates tend to lead to defaults or non-performing loans because circumstances change and the rates increase and people essentially default and you have a problem. And that's one of the problems that we have fixed at KMRC. The other key issue is actually providing long-term finance, which is actually been missing in our market. Financial institutions have they have a lot of cash. Like, for example, banks have a lot of money, but the kind of money they have is short-term because that is deposits. And they run into a mismatch if they lend, for example, they lend for long-term investments. Now, so we are providing long-term finance. Now, we have also managed to maintain single digits rates in Kenya, at least the funding that KMRC is providing. I'll be available to answer any questions you may want to ask about how we are maintaining those fixed rates. So our fixed rates, as well as the single digits. So at the moment, actually, the end user finance is reaching to a customer or to an end user borrower at about 9.5%. We are also providing money at a very high LTVs, which is usually considered a high risk in most institutions. The LTV we are providing at is 105%. And that is a solution we thought is appropriate because usually there is a deposit requirement for that a customer or a borrower is expected to make. Although that also is also debatable because people say you need to have a stake in that game and things like that. But it fundamentally is a barrier to entry, particularly in our markets where people really don't save. There's a low saving culture. So to provide access, we're providing funding at LTV of 105%. That means it will take care of the full loan and potentially provide additional financing for incidental costs, which includes the legal fees and things like that. So essentially what I'm saying is, number one, in Kenya, one of the irreducible minimums, at least that's what we say in Kenya, irreducible minimum, is government involvement in affordable housing is so critical if we have to make any impact at all. Secondly, we need the private sector. But as we need the private sector must come in to provide financing and look beyond profit. You know, it's doing good and making money at the same time for our communities. So a couple of other things, I think observations that have already been made and which I really didn't want to go into, and some of the challenges that we face. So we face a number of challenges, of course, like I think any other jurisdiction, but we're addressing them. Creating a product that resonates well with the customers is a key, fundamental important. Sometimes we assume that we know what people need, but we can actually be so wrong. So one thing that actually underpins, or two key things that underpin housing policy is what I think the discussion we've had all along here is affordability and accessibility. Accessibility is matching what is required with what is available. Affordability, on the other hand, is essentially the cost to income ratio. And when you look at that carefully, I think in most countries, it's about 30 to 33%. You maintain it there. Now, sometimes you don't want to provide someone a house because it will not make sense, an affordable house, and they spend a quarter of their income in transportation to get where they work. That essentially then defeats the purpose. And so we have to determine exactly what kind of housing our communities need, because housing is personal. Housing is an emotional investment. And you have to appeal to the needs of the people who need housing for us actually to make an impact. Otherwise, we may go into constructions and develop so many houses that no one needs. You know, people are actually very sensitive, even when they need a lot. Thank you. So I'm given one more minute, although I had a few more things to say. But they declined, you know, like for example, we ran into a challenge in Kenya recently when government of Kenya said, because we have a significant challenge on the demand side and, sorry, on the supply side, and this government started what they call a housing levy. And that became extremely controversial. People said, who told you we need the houses? You know, and that kind of thing. So there is currently an issue that is going on in court around that. So there are a lot of sensitivities that come with that. So of course, we also have to address the bottlenecks to make investments of affordable housing attractive. And this includes titling and registration processes. Luckily in Kenya, we have digitization of the land registries. One of the registries is actually complete. Understand the rest are currently going on. And that is a major development. But we also need to sensitize people. So we have to create awareness. And that's one of the things we are doing at KMRC, essentially to enhance awareness of people on the houses. One of the challenges that we thought we have and we think we no longer have in Kenya is the long-term finance. The issue is accessing that long-term finance, or how to access and at what terms. We also need to de-risk end users, particularly at the lower income, where financial institutions find it difficult to relate as they are considered high risk. We have recently established a risk-sharing facility at KMRC to address this concern. A risk-sharing facility is the equivalent of a mortgage guarantee arrangement where we share the risk with the financial institution. So in a nutshell, just so that I can finish, what we need is actually action, action, and more action. We have every intention to deliver affordable housing, but intention is not on having achieved much. We must take smart actions to achieve this promise and develop affordable housing at scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson, for sharing the Kenyan experience. Tanzania is my second home, so that's where my Swahili comes from. Yeah. I'd like to invite, for the technology side of things, I'd like to invite Jide, because we've been accused of not being innovative. So I'd like to hear a technology solution that would allow us to really be sufficiently innovative. Jide, MD CEO Octify. Few words.
Wow, doctor, you just gave me a curveball. That's the problem with the topic that's too wide. Good afternoon. I think before we start going to technology, I would like to just dimension our problem into two halves, right? 90s to 2000s, the problem with housing in Nigeria, especially, had to do with three major things. One was access to land. Two was community resistance, because most lands were owned by government. And if you're one of the early developers and they give you the title, you know what nightmare you had to go to take ownership of that title. So you had huge community resistance. And then capital availability was zero. Nobody was ready to bank or give money to housing. We're talking early 90s to the 2000s. By the late 2000s, you're talking 2010 upwards, the problem had evolved. Now it was a known business. There was viability. There were proven estates around. The problems became regulatory bottlenecks, compliance costs, which were quite high, over-taxation, which is quite interesting because government basically saw housing as a elephant to be cut into many little pieces and eaten up. And then capital costs. Now people were willing to fund, but capital became a problem. Interestingly, I mean, doctors asking me about technology. We do a simulation in our organization, and we found out that the average development cost, if you're going to dimension it, comes into four major elements. You spend about 15% on regulation and compliance costs. You spend about 35% on land and infrastructure. You spend 20% on financing, and your build cost is around 50%. If you do the math, you're already bankrupt because you're 20% over cost, because your project cost is over 120%. So when you talk about affordable housing, how affordable can the housing be when the elements that go into it are already unaffordable? So when you have to look at the big picture, is why we started pushing technology as means of being able to come up with solutions that simplifies and de-risks housing and reduces the cost of producing it. Tomorrow we're going to be having a prop tech session, and there are going to be different players. We're going to be talking about what they're doing in technology, but we've got one major area where we are moving towards, and most government officials don't like me when I say this now, is tokenization. Is where we're using alternative means of titling to circumvent the 15% cost that should not be there, that is unavoidable. So what you find increasingly is that you're able to aggregate using technology, spend that money doing one processing cost, and then spread it over a larger scale of projects. Because when you talk about capital, capital only goes where it can be de-risked. Capital only goes where it is secure. Nigerian housing right now is not capital friendly. The risk is too high, and the challenges are opaque. So if you're going to tell me to invest $100 million in a project, and you tell me that you've got guaranteed offtake, I want to see how you're going to manage the risks involved in it. We don't. We can't. I will tell them, trust us. So we're going to sell it successfully. How are you managing inflation? How are you managing the FS risk? These are all major problems that make it impossible for us to unlock the $1 trillion industry that housing is.
Not ought to be, but it actually is. Now, we typically do a simulation. And what we found out is that there effective real demand. And when I say this, the social housing practitioners don't like me saying this, but I'm not talking about social housing. I'm not talking about housing for low-income earners, because you've got to be able to make housing viable first before you can begin to talk about government-funded housing. Housing is not viable as it is currently. And what we found out is that the real demand for housing that is viable, I'm talking housing price between 30 million to 50 million naira, that's about, based on current exchange rate, you're looking at about between $36,000 to $60,000. It's about 5 million units. It means you can actually deliver in Nigerian market today over 5 million units of such housing, and the people that can offtake them. And interestingly, if you're able to use technology to aggregate the demand, you're also able to access longer term funding to take care of the offtake. So there's a lot to think about. And because of time, I can't go into details, but there's a lot to think about around those areas. So what are the suggestions that we've come up with of how to begin to address some of these issues? I dimensioned them to three. One is the sector itself. Our sector has a huge credibility gap because of the high failure rate. So in order to fix that, we've got to do a lot of sectoral self-policing. We've got to create sectoral standards, and we could say a code of practice for developers that are in the industry. And when we do that, we then begin to actually not lobby government, but lobby the market to tell them that, okay, if you're going to invest in housing in Nigeria, these are credible developers that are subscribed to this code of standards. You know that when you're buying from them, this is what you're going to get, and you're going to be able to enforce it. That addresses the credibility gap. The second thing we've got to do is we've got to aggregate demand. The days of me doing 100 units in Lagos, Sadia or my brother Madi doing 200 in Abuja, Dr. Chime doing 200 in Enugu, those days are gone. We can keep doing that if we want to play at the minimum level, but if we really want to aggregate capital, we've all got to come together and create a market that we can prove has depth. That's how we attract the real funding that we need to restructure our industry. The last part has to do with government. Now, I'm not talking about government giving us money. We don't need government money. That's the truth. The housing sector doesn't need government money. What the housing sector needs is government support. And what do I mean by that? First, you've got to have concessions for developers that are playing in the affordable housing space. I am not talking about social housing. I'm talking about housing that is affordable. I'm talking about housing that a career professional can afford to buy and pay for over a 10, 15-year period. You've got to provide concessions for such developers. You've got to offer some fiscal incentive and rebates that make it viable for them to. It's interesting. I don't know what my colleagues go through, but whenever we do our annual accounts, I get heart attack because I'm going to get 25% CIT. I'm going to be asked to pay education tax. Now we're being asked to pay police tax or something like that for police support. At the end of you look at it and you ask yourself, are you asking me to deliver affordable housing? How am I going to do it? Because over 35% of my annual profit is going to go as taxes. You're basically out of housing market. So creating tax refund infrastructure. The reason we have it's going to build this law. And when I say roads and but what is international standard of housing should be fully serviced. So the only way to work around it is you've got to provide concessions, you've got to provide tax credits for developers that deliver standard estates that are fully fitted and finished. And then the last thing that has to happen is that for social housing, and this is done in other climates, you've got to make it attractive to developers to provide social housing. One of the things that occurred to me is it's very easy for a state government or a state corporation or even the federal government to say, okay, if you're going to do a 100-unit housing scheme and you deliver 25 social housing units in there, these are for the low-income earners, we're going to give you X concession in rates. And then what happens is you begin to have integrated communities where nobody gets left behind, and we truly can move from rhetoric to housing being affordable and available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. we didn't miss on the innovation that I was asking you to deliver. And now I call on the MD CEO of Urban Shelter, Sadi Ali.
I think Judy has actually covered everything. But since we're good friends, a really personal question. How many of us all own our own homes? And if you don't want to share, I will share with you. Yay, one person there. Fantastic, sir. Kessia, congratulations, Farouk as well. Sir, alhamdulillah. Okay, quite a few of us. There you go. Be brave. Okay, I'll give you my experience. My husband and I, we have owned our home as of 2019. Or let me correct myself. The house I live in, which belongs to my husband, he acquired in 2019. I didn't buy it, he did. Prior to that, we rented for 12 years. My husband and I wouldn't say are the typical Nigerians, not in a way that is arrogant, simply in income bracket. We're professionals, we have master's degree, and we work in very large scale industries. And at the time we eventually acquired this property, I was a chief operating officer of biggest of a real estate company in Nigeria, arguably. Now, why I smile about this, it's actually a really critical issue so that we can understand then what is happening at every level then behind the Sadias and her husband and co. And the reasons that Judy mentioned are all of that. And I won't actually reiterate, I think, some of these challenges, but I do want to take a quick look at, I think, solutions. And one of the things that concerns me is yesterday there was almost the entire day based on, with the exception of Kessia, public sector agencies, CBN, NMRC, quasi, public, private. Today, all of us here are private sector-led individuals. A situation where we stop treating each other like stepchildren that don't get along and instead actually realize we're twins and should be far more symbiotic in coming up with solutions that address this problem, both for demand and supply, is absolutely critical. So they're working on something separate, be it data gathering, data validation, very important. We hope that that scales through from data validation and reporting and standardization into actually forming policies. But without the voices of the Jides, Malik, Sadia, that have to inevitably probably provide 70% or more of this, there really isn't a proper engagement and solutions-based approach happening in this. So those conversations now have to be more mixed. So I think that'd be the first thing, to say we need far more public and private sector-led interactions, initiatives, and policies that are brought from that rather than individual ones that then are trying to be forced onto private sector. Because if you have those engagements, then Jude will be able to tell these people in the Ministry of Finance or the CBN governor that actually this interest rate isn't working for us. That actually we want to propose a 131 solution, which has been backed by Imban. I can't remember if MD Kayode is still there. He's been fostering for years now a situation where all these fees that Jude went through are at 1%, that they take no more than 3 days, and that it is at one location. What he forgot to mention actually is there might be 15, 16, 17 steps, all the way from application for land to regulation to approval. And don't get me started on transferring of titles, which can easily take 2-3 years. And we speak this from actual experience. So that's on private sector and public sector interaction and better engagement. That's one. I love that as much as we might hate it because it's a love-hate thing, the whole thing that is called subsidy. It's a very sensitive issue, whether you agree or disagree with it. In the same way that Mr. President boldly, His Excellency said, I am reversing this, we're removing this. We need now for him to do that kind of intervention for housing. I agree to a certain extent, housing sector isn't necessarily looking for money, but we need a subsidy on interest rates if we want to be serious about having individuals get on the first step on property acquisition. It won't happen the way it's happening now with mortgage rates at 25 to 30%. There has to be that sense of national urgency that interest rates will now be at single digit at 9%, and it can only be applicable to mortgages. Yes, I can see that there might be doubts. It might be abused. Everything is abused, unfortunately. What we're going to try and do instead is to mitigate the doors of abuse and instead concentrate on the greater good that individuals are being able to acquire their homes. Pioneer status, that has been championed in hospitality industry. It has been championed also in other sectors. I think in intervention for things like power. There's no reason why that pioneer status, which applies to taxes, cannot also be applied for housing. RHETORIC, to a huge extent, kind of helps to mitigate the reputational overhang that was mentioned by Jude, which is that if you're registered with an institution like RHETORIC, then people know, both investors within Nigeria and investors internationally, know this is a company that we can work with. I want to end by saying we are really passionate about real estate, and certainly for Urban Shelter. We've been doing this. We've been part of the Abuja Housing Show that now has become the Africa Housing Show for actually from day one. And at each successive times we have talked about this, and I completely agree with Dr. Chi's point of where do we see ourselves next year. Urban Shelter is trying to make that intervention, but it's such a small drop in such a huge scale of an issue. One that shouldn't necessarily be a problem, because we also believe in the transformative advantage of the impact real estate can have on an economy. It is what is driving states such as United States and Europe out of their recession. There is no reason why that cannot be done for a country like Nigeria as well. The value chain is unlike any other, whether it's the actual construction, the artisans, or the suppliers, whether it's the person that sells it, the agents, the legal firms, and so on and so forth. We need to give real estate a chance. We need to stop treating it as something at the very bottom and really make sure that all hands come together to try and visualize this and really key into this potential for home provision across the board. The distinction of social and affordable housing is incredibly important. Real estate developers like myself, we can do affordable housing. Social housing is a rung of a ladder. I have to be honest enough to say I do not have expertise for, and that's something the government has to say. It's a sacrifice for the nation, and they will address it. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ali, for keeping to time and sharing your thoughts. Can I invite next? Hello? Yeah, can I invite Mr. Tunya Yinde, former Lagos State Commissioner for Physical Planning? Well,
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm sure a lot of us are itching to go. I was in government as a professional. So if I'm going to speak, I'm going to speak as a professional. I listened to what many of us have said. By the way, Dr. Chi was asking, what do we discuss next year? We should discuss how to go and meet government next year. And I'll tell you why. Dr. Wamako mentioned a few challenges to housing. And I listened to Jide to do the same. But what I was waiting for them to say, they did not say. The greatest challenge to housing in Nigeria is governance. Is governance. Anytime there is no governance, anywhere there is no governance, there can never be housing. Never, ever. From history, even governments that were dated 3,300 BCE took charge of how their cities were developed. So as a town planner, when I hear housing, I'm not looking at buildings. I'm looking at a city system that has infrastructure, that has commercial area, that has industrial area, everything working together. In civilizations 5,000 years ago, government took charge of that. And that's why they were able to replicate the designs of their cities from one city to the other to another. You will see it resemble themselves. It can own when government delivers governance. Now, what happens when there is no governance? When there is no governance, we resort to self-help. So in Nigeria, we know that government will not give us housing. There is no housing for any of us to access. What do we do? Self-help. The other thing, government doesn't do transportation. Government doesn't provide water. We do self-help. We all sink our boreholes. Government doesn't do electricity. We do self-help. We all have our generators. We have blamed ourselves enough. We have talked to ourselves enough. And I think it is right for us now to go to government. We might need to redefine the syllabus of governance in Nigeria. Maybe people who come into government don't know the responsibility. Government is about taking care of the people, the generality of the people. Maybe not 100%, but the generality of the people. So in other places, what government has done is to take interest in housing. And when government takes interest in housing, we can then begin to define which one is expensive housing, which one is affordable, which one is social. But right now, government is not showing signs. And I'll tell you, an example from Lagos State. Between 1979 and 1983, when Jack Conde was governor, everybody knew what happened in housing in Lagos State, right? Between 2011 and 2015, the Lagos homes of Lagos State, everybody knew what happened to housing, right? But between 2015 and 2019, there was a lull. There was a lull. There were houses that were under construction that stopped in 2015 and never got resuscitated until 2019. So it's about government and who we elect to serve us. Once they don't have the interest of the people, it's going to be difficult. Yeah, you are going to try. Redan is going to try. But each time Redan builds those housing units, do you ask yourselves, what percentage of the market have you satisfied? What demography have you satisfied? When people build, I see a lot of 3-bedroom apartments. I see a lot of townhouses. Are you considering those who just want 1-bedroom studio apartment? You know? So, if we don't get government to do the right thing, we will keep struggling. If China was able to lift a large percentage of its population out of poverty, and we're thinking of doing same too, it's about government. So let's go out there. Let's leave this air-conditioned cubicle. And let's go. Yes, thank you, sir. And let's ensure that we're talking to those who are meant to take leadership. Like Jide said, we may not need government money, but we need the leadership. We need the goodwill. There are financiers who want government's guarantee. So, and government must be ready to do this. It's up to us to ensure that we get to the right places. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yinde. Actually, in my notes, that word governance is on it. And thank you for bringing it up. I don't have to repeat it. Last but not the least, to help us synthesize some of the points raised and share his practical experience, the MD CEO, Modern Shelton Services, Abdul Malik Maher.
Thank you very much. So people normally, when we introduce ourselves, they ask us whether we're related to Urban Shelter. And I tell them that Urban Shelter is the grandfather of all the developers in Abuja. And by extension, they're as big as all of us become. So because you can't be bigger than your parents. So if you sum the sum total of all the developers in Abuja, they're indeed the biggest developers in Nigeria, with due respect. And we cooperate, and there's a lot of synergy between us, and we can do more. I would like to look at the issues from the point of governance. The last speaker has said a lot about governance, the lack of it, but I would like to speak for government, quote and unquote, to say that the Nigerian government has done a lot, especially in the last 7-8 years, in terms of providing the building blocks for this industry to thrive, from the Federal Mortgage Bank, Federal Housing Authority, Family Home Funds, NMRC, Infra Credit. You know, these are all agencies that government has set up with a clear vision in mind. Unfortunately, there's no synergy between these organizations. Everybody is doing his own thing. In fact, in some places, they're replicating. In some cases, they're even competing against each other, to the extent that some organizations that were set up by one body are actually not speaking to each other. You have the same client, and you're asking the client to go and get a guarantee from a commercial bank. Meanwhile, your sister organization is set up to provide guarantees, you know, for the exact same thing that you want. So what I would like to see is greater synergy. And for that to happen, governance now must come in the sense that we must have a clear national housing policy. And we must have consistency in terms of policy implementation, where probably we'll have a minister that can stay there for 8 years, you know, and get to implement and see through this vision. Changes every time you have a minister for 2 years, another person comes in, And, with all due respect to politicians, they are only looking at the next election and maybe in some cases, worst case scenario, what they can get for their pockets. So we need to have technocrats in this kind of ministries because, there's no country in the world that does not count its GDP in terms of the real estate contribution, to the economy. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, that contribution is very, very low and even negligible. And we can do better, we can do more. And I believe that the building blocks are there. The private sector developers or participants are there. They are raring to go. We spoke about cooperatives here in the afternoon, how you have cooperatives with thousands of members, 10,000 members, 14,000 members. Even in the organized sector, you have a cooperative, maybe, for example, in the CBN, where there are 14,000 members. You go to the customs, the same thing. You go to the civil service, all these guys are there, and they are not even being catered for. By the time you cross over to the non-formal sector, they are very organized, in some cases even more organized than the formal sector. They make their contributions, and these guys even have more money than the salaried employees. All they need is that for somebody to sit down at the top and say, okay, this is how we're going to do this thing, and these are the rules that these various building blocks or players are going to play, and you would see that we begin to see results. So we need synergy, we need action, and by the grace of God, when we come next year, we don't hope to come and be talking about rhetoric and action, because to be very honest, over this last 17 years, it has been the same thing, the same faces, the same messages. We need to actually see how we can tap into this renewed hope of this administration, whatever they are going to spend on palliatives in terms of savings from the subsidy removal, how much of it can come into housing directly. But no matter the amount of money you throw into housing, so far we don't have this synergy and we don't have this unified vision and sincerity of purpose. We cannot achieve the goal of housing for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, how much time do we have left? Okay. I'm not going to even begin to attempt to summarize each of the presentations. I'm only going to mention, walking my way through the housing value chain, just some of the key things that can be achieved literally tomorrow. First is we're looking at the assembly of land and land resources for construction. That we can digitize the land registry and then have titles coming out quicker. Johnson just told us they've done that in Kenya. I know they're doing the same in Tanzania. They're digitizing their land registry, and they're actually taking it further. They're going to employ blockchain technology to actually help manage land matters. Construction finance, we heard earlier on when I think I saw Femi somewhere around when he spoke about the co-op. Oh, there he is, when he spoke about the co-op. Part of the challenge we still have with the co-ops is, again, the word that was used, governance. They actually have the potential and the resources to transform the whole housing sector. If we can bring in technology and improve on their governance and be able to aggregate, that word's been used extensively, simply means bring all the small collections into billions, even trillions that it turns into, then we can move forward. The third aspect, which is, again, construction finance, is really a question of not necessarily building with foreign materials, but building using our own local materials. How do we grow our own construction industry? How do we grow our building material sector from domestic perspective, not from imported perspective? Why would you quarry and can deliver to the site? Rather, you would buy materials from abroad for your tiles and the rest of them when you can manufacture them locally. So why would you do all of that? Why would you not use locally manufactured steel? And that's another question for another time, because we know the challenges in our steel sector. Why would you not use the local materials? Why would you not manufacture them to the standards that you're importing? That's a question for us. I asked Mustafa yesterday, why would he not bring in, alongside him, I don't see him here today, alongside him, manufacturers to support his million units perspective. Dr. Chi actually cited Malaysia as an example of a success story in refinancing. The Chagamas did a great job in refinancing the sector, and they grew the mortgage market in leaps and bounds. So the perspective or the perception that mortgage refinance cannot work is really how it's made to operate in the marketplace. So it can work. And I see Johnson is doing a lot more than just refinancing mortgages. He's end user financier. And I think there's a strong lesson there. And the whole issue of financing more than 100% of the project. So you're starting with a negative equity from the beginning. But okay, we'll see how that plays out. And how about the length of your loan? How long is it? Okay, 20 to 25 years, that's quite something. So you need to start early, and that's it. The other key point that I had come across was the whole issue of building smaller sizes. We're still building as if we're building for large families. My children's generation are not even interested in living in one place for any length of time. So they don't want that kind of old style solution. They want a solution that they can transition as quickly as they want to, because that's how the world is. So the illiquidity in the housing market needs to be addressed, and tokenization through the cooperatives who already are contributing is one solution that I can see come to bear. Let me not say too much and give a chance for a quick interaction, and then I'll hand over to the panelists to just respond to a few people who have burning things to share or to question. Any questions? Any question? Yes, please start. Where's the microphone? Yeah, I can see at least 3 hands. Microphone, please. Oh, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Awolu Inoadiso from Dream Home Magazine. My own is I'm really fascinated by the chain of the discussions, because each one is building on the other. And as I see the main points that have been raised about the issues that are before us, the issue of data, the issue of collaboration, and the issue of sensitization, the way I understand them. So I think what will unite all this is the issue of innovation that will help us to move forward. Because it's 17 years that this show has been going on, and we are saying we are be repeating the same recommendations. If you study the communiques that have been released from day one, every year, except for few ones where implementation has been achieved, you will see the same recommendations being repeated in the communique year after year, year after year. So for us to see a new change, and for the gentleman, the last one of the speakers that was talking about action, 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 what we need is the innovations about the action that we are going to take. And I'm glad for the collaboration that the organizers of this event have been able to achieve yesterday. I was here, that all the government and private sector stakeholders are going to collaborate to sit on one table and find solutions. So what we need about the actions is really innovation. I hope we're going to see change from this time around. Thank you.
And to Mr. Kimumi, and after that to Reverend Chime.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Akinwumi. I'm a member of the board of directors of this group. I'm also CEO of Financing and Partnership Africa, an immediate past head of private sector portfolio management of African Development Bank. My questions and comments are based in 2 areas, and is focused on the theme of this conference, beyond rhetoric to homes, making housing happen. The first issue is that we have the initiative of bringing top-notch professionals from around the world to converge and discuss in this forum. My question is, how do we capture, disseminate, utilize, and have feedback on best practices coming to this forum, coming to this country, so that as some of our, it's not going to be the same story of together and recording that success yearly basis. Best practices in housing, we are not talking of rocket science here. Best practices in housing are banned in Canada, US, UK, different parts of the world, and even in Africa, South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, and some other parts of this continent. How do we practicalize what we are preaching here? That is my first point. The other issue is the issue of affordability itself. It seems that the major rhetoric that is in this country is the use of affordability on its own. That affordability is a rhetoric. Why is it a rhetoric? They mentioned here that it seems as if all components that come together to bring affordable home, they are unaffordable. Land acquisition is not affordable. Interest rate is not affordable. Building materials are not affordable. The technology is not affordable. So why are we not agreeing this afternoon or this evening that the major rhetorics that we are talking about here is the word affordability itself? In other civilized countries, sometimes I don't call them developed or not developed, that's a relative word. In civilized countries, they talk about commercial housing and social housing. I challenged Chet Afrique a couple of times in the past that they should stop worshiping low-cost housing and let them do a mix of commercial housing and social housing, so that whatever profit they make in commercial housing, they can use it to subsidize social housing. Now I'm going to Rwanda as an example of where affordability has been taken from rhetorics to practicability. And I don't want us to be talking in this forum and saying we don't need government support, government should go to hell, no, the private sector is the thing, we can do it. I'm a private sector specialist, but I believe in government. Because without government partnership, forget about affordability. What are they doing in Rwanda? The land allocation is seamlessly given, subsidized. Okay, we don't want to use subsidy in Nigeria. Supported. Can we use supported? Because in Nigeria, we now think that a subsidy is a sin. All over the world, subsidy is real there. In every aspect of human, whether it is food or shelter or anything, subsidy is there. Now, today we have a government, whether the government is standing on a shaking ground or is not, it's for God to determine that. But what I'm talking about here now is, for us to have affordable home in Nigeria, government must intervene in terms of land acquisition that they are doing in Rwanda. Apart from land acquisition, in Rwanda, if you do land racketeering, as they are doing in Nigeria here, somebody is selling land to 3 people at the same time, you will go to jail forever. So why can't we have that in Nigeria? Apart from that, government make affordable housing possible in Rwanda by providing access roads. In Nigeria, you see beautiful homes in the dungeon. So can you get to something? How are you people getting to this place? They provide access road. Apart from that, they provide import duty waivers for building materials. If you are bringing anything from abroad, the import duty is 0 in Rwanda. Go and confirm. In Nigeria, it is only the like of Dangote that has access to concession, import duty concessions. The billionaires. The import duty concession in Nigeria is not meant for the poor. And we are talking about affordable housing. Again, in Rwanda, you know that the VAT for building materials is 0. Go and confirm.
Mr. Akinwumi, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Yes, I'm wrapping up.
Yeah, thank you.
When you talk about politics, some people are shaking. I'm not shaking.
Thank-
Anyway, I've completed what I'm saying is that without government, affordable housing remains rhetoric forever. We can be doing this
Thank-
conference 10 times a year. It is a rhetoric.
Thank you
very
so much. In the interest of getting a lady to speak, there's a question from a lady at the back there. Sorry? No. I'll
Thank
come
you
back-
very
I'll come
much.
back to him.
My name is Gifts Ore from Copen Group. A lot has been said here, and a lot has been said by my brother, Daddy there. Actually, what I wanted to say, he had said a lot about it, but I want to say is a case of the chicken seller and the person who wants to buy the chicken. And I looked at it from this perspective. Some years back, government had to shut down foreign rice from coming into the country to allow the local farmers grow. But in recent time, we discovered that even the local rice that we are talking about is merging up with the foreign rice price. So what are we talking about? If government gives us all these incentives and all this, all that we are asking for, are we going to still make these houses actually affordable for those who need it? That's the question I'm asking. And a lot has been said. The last speaker actually mentioned something, and I think it's about mindset change. There's need for us to change our mindset, both from the demand side and the supply side. We all need to change our mindset. For I that is looking for an affordable house, I must also change my mindset because I must look at my pocket to consider the kind of house that I'm looking for. So if I don't have the money, I shouldn't go for a very high-end houses because some people will ask you for an affordable house and they're asking for duplexes. They're not considering their prices. They are not considering their pockets. So I think a lot of mindset change must occur both on the supply and the demand side of it. Thank you very much.
Can we have the mic over to this side? The MD's group's MD, CEO of Copen. And then after that, two more, Prof. and the lady from Stanford.
Thank you so much, Prof. And I want to appreciate the panelists for their incisive contributions and comments. I'd like to start, first of all, by saying that a lot of efforts have been made and progress have indeed been made. I do remember that 7 years ago, we were canvassing for utilization of the pension fund. And that has happened. So each time we sit here and say this is only a talk shop, it's not true because we are not keeping record of the progress we've made. And I sat back here and I'm asking myself, Professor Yangete was the pioneer MD and NMRC. He's still here. In the past, we never had people who have left office coming to contribute. Dr. Chi was there as an executive director. We have a commissioner from Lagos State. A few years ago, we can't have him sitting here. He's a big man, too big to sit here. The same thing with so many other people. But we are now getting to know that whether you are sitting on the seat, or whether you've left, or whether you aspire to sit on the seat, we need to come here and talk to one another. So the African International Housing Show is being very fruitful in terms of its contribution to our enhancing the sector. The second thing I'd like to mention is what Jide mentioned about scale and size. Some few years ago, I had a very big discussion with some of the World Bank personnel who came back to Nigeria, and they mentioned something. They say we don't have the size, and that was with respect to Family Homes Fund then. They were saying they're going to use people who have size, capacity. And I told them there's an inverse relationship between opportunities, absorption capacity of the mortgage arm when you compare to the developers. If I build 1,000 housing units and the absorption capacity of the mortgage creation agencies is only 100 a year. It will take them 10 years for them to take off those assets. And by that time, the interest on my loan have finished me off. So we have to come back together and then ask ourselves some critical questions. Number one, we have the size to confront government. We need size to confront government. If you confront government as one organization, Dangote can walk into the minister and speak, and he has the size. Is it possible, like Jide mentioned, for us to go to our father, who was supposed to be the chairman of the event yesterday, Malam Aliyu, and say, Daddy, please let us form groups of people, SPVs, and be able to find out how we can develop capacity, how we can initiate some progress in collaborating amongst ourselves and being able to take advantage of the capacities each of us has in different dimensions of the transaction dynamics. The final thing that I'd like to mention is this. We are discussing with industry experts sitting here. After this event, is it possible for us to have periodic quarterly assessment of how we have moved forward? So that it's not waiting for the 18th edition of the African International Housing Show. We must have to engage ourselves. We have started that process with the data. We have something. So after this session, what are we going to take away from here? From the data arm, we are meeting on Thursday. Before then, we're also meeting and we'll continue to meet. How can we engender private collaboration, understanding, advocacy, talking points that will engage government, either the land administrators at these various states or the financial policy makers at the federal level? We have a problem that we must solve, and that problem is this. The land administration policies is not aligned with the financial policies as of today. We must have to work on that, and I'm sure that will help us to move faster and move swifter. Thank you.
Prof, keep it as short as you possibly can.
I will.
Thank you.
First and foremost, let me say that we need government. We need government. Babajide Konde, we celebrate him today. But he once told us in a gathering like this that it is the responsibility of any reasonable government to provide land and to provide infrastructure. And that immediately he took that responsibility, removed it from cost of construction, he was able to provide affordable housing in Lagos. Within 4 years, as a governor, he built 16 estates and thousands of housing units. But someone said, Mr. Mustafa, a friend from Gambia, said yesterday, he said, let us go Kakas. That was exactly what Babajide Konde did. He built these several units, provided just the front door and the kitchen door. No inner doors. Kakas. And he was able to build several thousands within 4 years. So we need government. But I want to say sincerely that we are not where we are. We are making progress. We are not where we are. Probably the problem is from yesterday that no data. And so many things came up yesterday that we really have to take serious. One, my father built a house. He retired as a primary school teacher. He built 3 4-bedroom flats, 3 buildings, 4-bedroom each. He didn't take a couple from mortgage bank. And he built 10 rooms in the village, all ensued. He didn't take money from, and World Bank is not counting this. United Nations is not counting it. They were saying that my father is living housing deficit. My father didn't die outside. He didn't fund. We have to know where we are coming from before we tell our history. I'm an essence of and valuer. The day I saw on a property, land at Magodo, land for sale, I parked my car and I was dancing. It's an abomination to sell property in Africa. When your family understands that you are selling your property, there will be an emergency family meeting. What is wrong? Whom did you offend? Housing market, land, real estate you transact in corner. It's not open. That's where we are. And when you take money from mortgage bank to build a house, you move to that house, you don't do housewarming, no. Because they believe that if you default, that house is not your house. So you don't celebrate house. You don't do housewarming, call party. But anyone that does housewarming, he has built the house through it. So we have to know where we're coming from. We have to capture how do we fund this house. And we started that discussion. We'll get there. I want to use this opportunity to invite us to tomorrow's section. It's about the master's class. About years ago, we didn't have any education. But today, the center offers master's and PhD in housing. It was not there 5-10 years ago. We're making progress because we discovered that the missing link, as Mr. Femi said in the morning, that the missing link is that there is unawareness, there is no education, people are not even aware. I did a survey, I asked professors who have been contributing money to the National Housing Fund for more than 10-15 years. I said, this fund you are contributing to, how do you want to benefit from it? He said, I don't know. They see the National Housing Fund as a tax. So they don't benefit. There's high level of ignorance.
Prof, I'm going to have to tell you.
I've rounded up.
So
people should come tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Well, you gave me the mic. Can I just take it and say something?
Do you have something? No, there's a lady at the back there that I'd like her to ask a question. Part of the problem of housing is the ticket size of the transaction, and that's where technology comes in.
All right, good evening, everyone. I wanted to ask, it's more of a quick question this time, because we've talked a lot about challenges with housing today on this panel. One thing I was hoping to learn was what projects have succeeded in Nigeria in the past, let's say, 10 years, and what made them succeed? Like, what are some success factors that people that are working in development today can look to in terms of these larger scale housing projects? So people who build 30 houses kind of successfully that are affordable housing. But really, when you think of housing that, let us say, a single mother who is a teacher can afford, if you classify it affordable in that way, how many projects can meet those standards successfully? And what did we do to make that happen? Because we can talk about challenges all the time, but if we don't know what makes success, then we're never going to succeed.
Thank you. Your question again calls for the right data for it. I'll have another lady just to balance the equation.
Thank you very much.
And you will be the very last person. Do you want to speak?
Good evening, everyone. I would just like to say that we've spoken a lot about governance and the need to engage the government. I think that we should actually, in this conference here, talk about step by step about how we are going to go to the government. Like, how are we actually going to unite and go to the government? What are we going to ask them for? And, so that we can get what exactly we want. Because I feel like we know exactly what the problems are and that we need to go to the government. So how are we going to go to the government? What is the timeline? What is the deadline? What day are we going to go? How many months will it take us to organize? So we can just go. Thank you.
Okay, let's have an answer to your question before I go to the next person. Julia, can you very quickly?
But first question about what projects have worked. I was saying to my sister here that, that question is already answered in this room. You've got my brother from Gambia. He did what? How many units in Port Harcourt? He's done in Port Harcourt. You've got Reverend Chime is done in Enugu. I've done in Lagos and Ogun State. These gurus here, this gentleman here, Jedo, they've all done many projects. And one thing that we all have had to do, and I think Professor Nubi alluded to it, is we've had to create informal credit systems. Every single one of us. When we did our very first project in 2000, nobody knew what it meant. I'm the first person I told you could pay me small for land. He actually asked if I was a 419 because he didn't understand how you could buy land incrementally. but everybody has done that. Unfortunately, that process worked and has gotten bastardized. And that goes to the second point of why organizations like RHETORIC and the kind of aggregation we're talking about now, the kind of collaboration we're talking about is important, because what has happened is that, that process worked, it now got bastardized and now created a lack of credibility in the industry. So people are now afraid. So what we've got to do is we've got to synergize and create better systems by the collaboration we're trying to put together to ensure that the industry can regain credibility.
Madam there. And you will be the last one. Let the lady have the first word, and you'll have the last word. And I'll give the panel 30 seconds. Oh, Mr. You still want to say a word? Okay. 1 minute. Yeah, we'll wrap up. Yeah. Please just
Thank you
keep
very
it
much.
short. Let it be a
My
question,
name
please.
is Mercy Otier of RHETORIC. I want to first and foremost commend Africa International Housing Show for realizing that we need to make housing happen. Africa International Housing Show is the biggest in Africa. And so it's a voice that must be heard. Oh, it's a voice to be heard. Now we have a new government in place. And I want to suggest that Africa International Housing Show should take a lead for this synergy that we are advocating between the private sector and government. Because we both need each other. We are here. Yesterday, most of them were public. Today, private. Most likely the people that are here today, or what we are saying today, may not get to the government. And also, in most cases, some of the challenges which people have ironed out today are macro challenges and beyond our own solution. And so we need that synergy, public, private, and we need Africa International Housing Show, my suggestion, to lead us to go do an advocacy. They've been doing it very well on the WhatsApp group and social media, but we need that physical advocacy to government to make sure that all our suggestions here are articulated and they know about it, so that we can solve this problem. Otherwise, we're just talking.
Thank you very much. I hope that can feature in the communique when it comes out, how it will be done, and who's going to do it, at the very least. I've passed you over many times, so I'll give you a chance to speak. But keep it short, please. We're wrapping up.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Good evening, everyone. My name is Engineer A.S. Yunusa. I am the Managing Director of McDream Concepts Limited. And my question just goes to RHETORIC. I want to know what RHETORIC is doing as an organization to ensure price control related to the core materials that we are using in construction. Like, I believe that we are so much a gentleman people that we accepted every inflation in the industry, that we can just wake up, you buy 3,000 yesterday, then this morning you wake up, you buy 6,000, and we just understand that. So yes, the price just have to go up. So let me know what RHETORIC is doing concerning that axis. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll give the chance after Mustafa has spoken. Yeah.
Can I?
You're the very last person. Nobody else is going to have a chance to, and then
All right.
I'll pass it to the panel.
Thank you very much, Prof. My statement is just a word of encouragement. I'm an optimist. I've been in this forum 12 years ago, and we've come far. And I just want to encourage that we continue the advocacy. And we must cite examples of the challenges we've had in Africa in other industries. I mean, some weeks ago, Access Bank bought the operations of Standard Chartered Bank in some parts of Africa. And Access Bank is only about what, less than 30 years old. Same thing with telco. I flew in from the Gambia through A-Sky. I don't know how much you know about A-Sky. They've dominated the skies traveling around West Africa now. And traveling around West Africa, I remember when I first started coming this side, it was way back about 20-something years ago. Ghana Airways will take you from Las Palmas and will hop, all the way to Accra. You cannot even come in one day between the Gambia and Nigeria. You have to sleep in Accra. And today, I can get up in Gambia any day at 7 o'clock and fly out. It takes time to change this. As you said with the figures that you have said, there is a huge opportunity waiting in housing. Just like telco. If you go back even 30 years ago, having a phone was luxury. Today you have, house helps who are carrying 3-4 phones. There's connectivity and the amount of money in it. In microfinance, who would have thought that market women would be banked? It's the same thing that this huge opportunity is waiting in housing. So I just want to encourage everybody that this is a huge networking platform. Every time you come in an event like this, you just meet acquaintances, people you've met. We spoke in Kenya together. We must not stop. I promise I'll be here next year, and I'll be here as long as possible. Let's continue the advocacy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I open it to the members of the panel. Pick whichever question you feel was best addressed to you. Dr. Chi, there was a question about Shelter Afrique, if I can start with you. The question was, what is Shelter Afrique doing on the continent? I thought that was answered yesterday, but you might just want to reiterate what was said. Mr. Akinwumi was partly the one that said that, yeah, and somebody else beyond.
Okay, thank you. It's working? Okay, thank you. In terms of what Shelter Afrique is doing, I think that was adequately answered by the MD, CEO yesterday. But I would just like to respond to Mr. Akinwumi's very passionate, comment really on the role of governance in the whole debate, about housing. And just to say that I totally agree with him, and that government is critical, in terms of in my remarks, I wanted to talk about what worked and what did not work. And if I had the time, I would have gone as far as saying, indicating that the political will at the highest levels is probably the #1 requirement for what works. And I dare say I want to move even beyond that, especially from the perspective of a regional player, to say that even regional integration of all the concerns around housing, tackling them on a more regional level, coming up with standardization also at a regional level, is also critical. And at this point, I will also reference the potential role the new African Free Trade Continental Agency can play in that respect, in terms of regulating prices for manufacturing, construction materials, promoting or reducing tariffs involved, promoting taxes, reduction of taxes at the regional level, and then filtering for that to filter down to the national level. So that just to say that I totally agree with him, and I think it's important that we look at it not only from at the national level, but also at the regional level. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I heard about incentives, that incentive is very unpopular here. But you know what? Whether we like it or not, there are certain communities there are certain people in our communities who will never get homes without incentives. So in Kenya, for example, we have a number of incentives both on the supply side and the demand side of housing. On the supply side, for example, government provided a tax incentive if you only construct 100 houses in a year, your corporate tax is reduced to half. So that's one of the key incentives we have on the supply side. Now, we have a number of other incentives also on the demand side. And I mean, this incentivization thing and subsidies must drive development of affordable housing. Otherwise, it's impractical. You will have all the discussions, but you'll not be able to crack it unless you have those incentives. So we have some incentives on the demand side, including, for example, tax reliefs for end user borrowers, and a number of others that the government of Kenya has lined up. But it's not offensive to say that you need a subsidy. So thank you.
Before I just wrap up, somebody asked a question about what is RHETORIC doing about the prices that are hiking in the market. There used to be a price control board in Nigeria, and I doubt whether it is operational now. We have been writing letters to Federal Ministry of Commerce and Industry in terms of the prices of building materials going up. We have been doing our best. And that's what brings the question that there is nothing we can do to achieve affordability in housing without government. Government has the sole control of that. And I believe if there is synergy within the government and the departments, things will work fine. We have so many intervention programs that was created by government. We have family homes funds, we have NMRC, we have Federal Mortgage Bank, we have Federal Government Loans Board. All these ones are interventions towards achieving affordability in housing. But alas, it's not possible because the take-home earning of the workers is not enough to give them what affordability means in housing. Because what affordability means in housing is for you to purchase a house and also still get something to do the basic necessity of life. You know, you eat food, you buy clothes, you go to, get your health and so forth. But it's not possible. But to my own suggestion, as from the private side of it, I think what we need from the government is that the whole money that is being budgeted for housing, government at all levels shall be channeled at a single-digit interest to the private sector, so that we'll be able to provide these houses and pay the interest, also pay our corporate tax on our farms. Then we create employment. I think it's a win-win situation for the government instead of wasting our time. Thank you so much.
I'll just piggyback on what our brother from Kenya said. And it's a brilliant comment he made about the fact that in Kenya, you said if they do 100 homes, you get a significant tax rebate. The truth is, and I maintain that fact, housing is viable. Housing is a profitable sector. We kill it with an excessive pressure of taxation and all the other demands. So when I say we don't need government, I do not mean that government has no role to play. What I mean is that we don't need government money. What we need is government enablement and government support for the system. And everybody is talking about takeaways from this session. If there's a single takeaway I believe we can take away from here is that if we can put together a pressure group and get government to give concessions, tax waivers, tax rebates, fiscal incentives for housing, we'll see significant difference between now and the next AHS. Thank you.
Let me say that Mustafa has encouraged us, and the encouragement is that we should continue the advocacy. And in that line, I think we should draw a to-do list, what to tell government. First is that government should take leadership and responsibility And secondly, government should stop parcellating lands in plots to individuals. Rather than sell plots to individuals, government should release chunks of lands to corporate organizations, real estate developers, like those in Redan and so on. So those people will make more houses available, and it comes cheaper than individual constructions. Thank you.
I think in terms of, there was a question about what has worked in real estate development and whether we're able to provide for teachers or single parents or low-income people as a whole. I think innovation, like one of the contributors said, has been the solution. I remember in 2016-17 being part of a project that even at the height of recession, you know, we're selling at below 10 million. And it was a conscious effort by the developer, then my former employees, Brains and Hammers, you know, to get cheap land, to try to connect to, you know, close to highways, provide infrastructure, even though at that point in time, government promised to provide the road, provide water, and if we're able to sell at a certain price. But unfortunately, you know, they never came true. You know, if the fish people are here, they are the people that put us in that mess, you know, so to speak, because we had to borrow money, go and develop these houses consciously to say, look, everything must be below 15 million, up to 4-bedroom. You know, the project is there. More than 2,000 people are living there now, Brains and Hammer City. And consciously, you know, developers, you know, Urban Shelter is here. They've tried, we have all tried to see how we can do within that 15 million, even as inflation keeps creeping up on you before you finish. You know, so innovation in terms of your procurement processes, your fundraising, you know, we've had to go to capital market to go and raise money because, I mean, it's faster for you to get the money. But what I always say is that the inflation rate is higher than the interest rate. So if you have a decision whether to take at 21% or, you know, you are facing inflation of 45 or 30% or whatever it is, you know, because when you look at the dollar today and what it was last year or 2 years ago, you know, so we're doing a lot of these things, you know, and a lot of us that sometimes find ourselves in trouble is because of this innovation. Because when you try to have a human face to these developments, to try and address the bottom of the pyramid, honestly, a lot of times you get your fingers burnt because this is not a charity and nobody else out there is watching out for you. Like he said, government, especially in this Abuja, unfortunately, the FCDA people have left, is a scam. The biggest scam that we have in this country, rent seeking, is not even the oil and the revenue we're sharing. How can you sit down here, say, okay, you apply for land, and the government gives you land in Katampe extension, maybe 10 years ago. You just pay 1 million, 2 million as your C of O bill. You get it. And then you come and turn around and get a developer to do a JV with. So you paid maybe 5 million for that. And then you do a JV and walk away with 500 million. Spend taxpayers' money to provide structure, very expensive infrastructure for Katampe extension. You don't pay property tax. Government does not get a share of that 400 million. And then government can no longer provide that same infrastructure around the FCT. These floods we are seeing, it is not just the developer's fault. Because no matter the drainages you construct, of course, I'm not saying holding brief for people that are corny and have cut corners. But the bottom line is that if you don't do district-wide infrastructure, when the water comes, the rain falls, and we're in the process of climate change, even advanced countries are experiencing floods, and it comes into your estate, what can you do? I mean, how big can you build those drainages? What money do you have to provide infrastructure? At the same time, answer the single mother teacher that you want to address. So these are the issues that we really also need to look at, you know, especially land allocation. So thank you for bringing it up. It's a scam, you know, and people have been scamming the government. You can't come as, because all the people that get the land, for example, now, this new Metama 2, for example, let's use Metama 2. These are people that are in the House of Assembly from 2015 to 2019, cabinet ministers and top government functionaries. So they will turn around in the next 4 years after Antata will have finished phase 1 and come and do JVs with Urban Shelter, with Brains Amas, with MC Dreams, and extract billions of naira from those JVs for doing absolutely nothing. And government is using the taxpayers' money of the guy in Kubwa, the guy in Karu, the guy in Kuje to build the infrastructure in Maitama that he will never ever benefit on that. He can only drive on that road when he goes to pick his oga from work in the morning. You know, so these are the issues that we need to really look at. How do we allocate land? And how do we fund infrastructure so that it works for everybody? Because it is all our money. From the guys in Kano to the guys in Bayelsa, it's our money they're using to build Abuja for a very few people.
Yeah. Thank you very much. As somebody who's been a victim of that scam, I understand exactly what you're saying. Dr. Wamako just wants to give a word of advice. 30 seconds, Dr. Wamako. I'm going to be standing so that I can stop you.
Yeah, actually, I want to give advice to the organizers of the African International Housing Show. You see, you bring people together, suppliers, manufacturers, and the consumers, maybe mostly billionaires. I think that is need for us at the end of this session or maybe tomorrow, when you are closing up on the 27th, let us know how many deals were closed in between the people. Because when you bring people together, there is need for us to know how many deals were we able to close after this. So if there is no deal, then which means it is not making it to happen. It's still rhetoric. So that's exactly what I wanted to give advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not going to take any more time. You've been very patient. You've been really attentive and listening. We know that housing is really that important to our economy, but we choose to sort of leave it at a level that it is not showing the importance that it has for the economy. I shared some statistics, and I'm hoping when you leave, you can have some thoughts. And I'm hoping we've challenged Keshia and CAHF and NMRC. NMRC, we signed the MOU, I signed the MOU with you in 2017, September 2017. We launched the HMS, the Housing Market System, in February of 2017. So it's good to see it's taken 6 years for these things to begin to take ground. I'm hoping it will not take another 5-6 years for it to fully come to fruition. Thank you so much. And with no further say, I bring this particular session to a close and we can have a photograph taken. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence.
Please, a round of applause for them. You can do better than that. Thank you. I think if we are looking for highlights for the 2023 AIHS, you can get enough highlights from this session. Do you agree with me? Do you agree? So media, if you are looking for highlights, you can start from Mr. Jide when he spoke, Mr. Kinwumi, Prof. A whole lot has been said today, and I believe it will be instructive for the organizers of this show to go back and listen to these things and make things happen. And he also said that we should know the deals that were closed at the end of the show. Very important, very, very important. Thank you. A round of applause for them once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying put to the very end of the event for today. We have finally come to the end of the third session and the end of the sessions for today. Tomorrow, we will begin at 9 a.m. Please, no African time. There will be a masterclass on affordable housing. Please, it starts at 9 a.m. prompt tomorrow morning. And of course, we urge every participant, exhibitors, and everyone who will be making a presentation to be seated before 9 at least. All right, for our VIPs, just to let you know that lunch is available for you. Yeah, we're having lunch at 5:30. We're having lunch at 5:30. So our ushers will lead you to where you will be having lunch, please. And we also crave your indulgence. Please, our media team will be meeting you. Please, we crave your indulgence to have just 1 or 2 minutes with them, talking to our panelists and our guest speakers. Please indulge them. Please, we need just 1 or 2 minutes of your time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you a safe journey back home and a safe journey back here tomorrow morning. God bless you. My name is Ben Dodo Oche, and it has been an honor to be your host for today. I'll see you tomorrow. Media, please, bring. Okay, that's good. That's better. Please, for our guest speakers and VIPs, we will be needing you for 1 or 2 minutes for special interviews. Please oblige us for just 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
A warm African welcome to you. Thank you for joining us from all corners of the world to explore the African continent together. At this year's Africa International Housing Show, we can all look forward to a productive and colorful exhibition experience, an insightful conference that delivers both in terms of knowledge and influential networking opportunities. We have exciting discussions to look forward to. There will be ample opportunity to network with peers and take advantage of all opportunities the Africa real estate and construction market offers. We have dedicated main conference sessions for CEOs, political leaders, media organizations, and financial institutions. Please feel free to capitalize on this sales and networking opportunity throughout the 4 valuable days. Also, explore, live stream, schedule a meeting or sign an MOU with investors, finance institutions, developers, and real estate companies, and connect with the event by downloading our user-friendly mobile application, ARHS Connect, from Google Play Store or Apple Store. We are certain that your decision to invest your valuable time in this much-anticipated largest housing and construction event in Africa will prove both enjoyable, profitable, and worthwhile.